Chapter 1, Pure School Beauty. Just 1 week after freshman entered Tunghai University, Lin Feng suffered a heavy blow. His girlfriend eloped with a rich second-generation guy from the directing department. I long to own luxury goods like Hermes, Chanel and LV. Can you give them to me? She questioned Lin Feng mercilessly. I hope to cry in a luxury car, live in a sea view villa, and travel to every corner of the world. Can you make these happen for me? She continued to ask. You poor, wimpy fellow. She hurled at him mercilessly. I hope to live a luxurious life, enter the entertainment industry, become a popular female star, and even win the title of Best Actress. However, you can't fulfill any of my wishes. She said sarcastically. Lin Feng, please take a close look at your current situation. Look at yourself. Apart from being a little more handsome and having slightly stronger abilities in that area, what else do you have? She said sarcastically. Do you really think I would spend so much time with you for any other reason? Ha ha. She laughed contemptuously. Get out of here. She ruthlessly ordered him to leave. Take the tattered rose in your hand and leave here quickly. Don't bother me anymore. We are destined not to walk the same path. She said this coldly. Lin Feng's face instantly turned extremely gloomy and he threw the bouquet of bright and juicy roses in his hand into the trash can. He turned away without looking back, leaving behind only a cold back. This relationship that lasted for 3 years ended up like this, and they had just entered the university campus. How could he not be sad? Over the years, he had been frugal and even used his summer vacation to work part-time to earn money, just to be able to buy her a decent birthday present. It's not that he didn't pay, nor was he not working hard, let alone not loving her. However, facing this woman who never loved him and even humiliated him verbally, what reason was there for him to continue to be sad? Lin Feng sat alone in the bar, drinking one glass after another, and soon he was drunk and unconscious. At this time, his mind had already become dizzy, and his body couldn't help but dance wildly to the rhythm of the music in the bar. He completely released himself and immersed himself in it, as if he was the only one left in the world. The next morning, when Lin Feng woke up, he found himself in a hotel room, naked. In a trance, he seemed to remember that he had a very wonderful dream last night, in which he spent a night of passion with a mysterious woman. To put it bluntly, it was just a beautiful dream. However, when Lin Feng woke up from the dream, he just treated it as an ordinary dream and did not take it too seriously. At noon, when Lin Feng came to the front desk to check out, he was told by the staff that someone had already paid for him. This surprised Lin Feng, and he couldn't help but think of the beautiful girl, thinking, maybe she paid for me. He clearly remembered that when he woke up in the hotel room, there was indeed a bright red mark on the bedsheet, like plum petals, which was particularly eye-catching. At that time, Lin Feng mistakenly thought that it was a nosebleed due to being drunk, and he was even worried that the hotel would ask him for compensation on this basis. Chapter 2: The School Beauty is Pregnant. Dongchuan University welcomes new students today, and a grand opening ceremony is held here. The playground was crowded with people, like a sea of people. Almost all the students in the school gathered here to witness this moment together. The host was enthusiastic and spoke passionately on the stage with a flushed face. However, the freshmen in the audience were all looking down and immersed in the world of their mobile phones. The boys were even chatting ambiguously with the girls in the class. Oh, this opening ceremony is so boring. How long will that stupid host finish his speech? Someone complained. I heard their essay show today, the sophomores and juniors are going to do a dance to welcome the freshmen. Another person said excitedly, but it caused a wave of disappointment. The leader was originally a pure school beauty from the art department, but for some reason she suddenly said she was not feeling well and didn't want to dance anymore. What? I came here just for my senior, and you told me that she is not dancing today? His disappointment was evident in his words. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and looked towards the back of the playground. He saw a pretty and lovely girl walking towards him slowly. It was Wang Xinyue, the school beauty from the art department. Wang Xinyue saw Lin Feng at a glance, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, looking very flustered, as if she didn't know what to do. Hey, what's wrong with the school beauty? Someone nearby couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng, do you two know each other? The roommates noticed something unusual between the two and asked curiously. Before Lin Feng could respond, Wang Xinyue had already walked up to him, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng, can you come with me? I need your help with something. At this moment, everyone around was shocked by this sudden scene. They stared blankly at Lin Feng's back as he left with Wang Xinyue, their hearts full of confusion and curiosity. Lin Feng, you are such a secretive guy. When did you meet the school belle? Tell the truth now. His roommates immediately gathered around him and started teasing him. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Looking at Wang Xinyue's aggrieved look, he seemed to have foreseen something. He took a deep breath and followed Wang Xinyue to a secluded place. Lin Feng, I. Wang Xinyue covered her mouth, tears sliding down her cheeks, like pearls falling to the ground. She said in a trembling voice, I'm pregnant. Lin Feng stared at her with wide eyes, shocked. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After a long while, he stammered, excuse me, is this child mine? He asked this question carefully, fearing that he would get a negative answer. Wang Xinyue nodded gently, tears bursting out again, like a flood that could not be stopped. She said in a sobbing voice, it's yours, it was after I got drunk that time. Lin Feng felt his head buzzing in mixed emotions. He had never thought that his drunken accident would lead to such serious consequences. He looked at Wang Xinyue's helpless eyes and felt a strong sense of responsibility. Xinyue, don't cry. He gently reached out his hand and wiped away the tears on her face, and said firmly, I will take good care of you and your mother. Although we are still students and have no source of income, I will work hard to earn money and give you and your child a happy future. His eyes were firm and gentle, as if he was ready to face all difficulties. Wang Xinyue looked at him, and the grievance and uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided. She knew that she would no longer face all this alone. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a kind of firmness, as if it could bring spiritual comfort to people. His gaze was like a solid rock, making people feel at ease. Wang Xinyue took a deep breath. Her determination was as strong as steel. Even in the face of her parents' opposition, she was determined to bring this baby into this world. Okay. Lin Feng's voice was full of strength, as if every word was showing his determination. Then let's raise this child together and watch him grow up healthy and happy. Yeah, Xinyue baby. Lin Feng's gentle call made Wang Xinyue's cheeks slightly red. She glared at you and muttered, why are you calling me? I'm not your baby. She pretended to be angry as she turned her head away in her words, but it made her look even more shy and cute. Lin Feng looked at her, and an indescribable tenderness surged in his heart. He gently held Wang Xinyue's hand, his eyes full of warmth and determination. You are the mother of my children and the most important person in my life, he said with a smile, as if every word was full of affection. Let's go get a pregnancy checkup and check our baby carefully. Lin Feng's words were full of expectation and care. They walked towards the hospital together, and every step seemed to be moving towards happiness. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly came from Lin Feng's mind, ding. Host blood detected. The kitchen god daddy system is binding. 1%. 30%. 89%. Binding successful. Lin Feng was excited. System. This was the golden finger he often saw in tomato online novels. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and tried to communicate with the system through his mind. System, are you there? How should I communicate with you? Just communicate with your heart. The system's voice was clear and mechanical, but it gave Lin Feng an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Are there any benefits like a novice gift package? Lin Feng asked half-jokingly, but he didn't expect the system to actually give a response. Yes, we will give you a big gift package for beginners now. As the system voice fell, Lin Feng felt a warm current flowing into his heart, followed by the system prompt sound. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been issued to the host's bank card. The novice gift package has been opened, and 1 square meter of space storage has been obtained. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the system would be so generous. It gave out a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. This was a huge sum of money that he couldn't even imagine. He excitedly took out his phone to check the balance, and sure enough, he saw the extra 100,000 yuan. At this moment, the doctor looked at Lin Feng with a silly look, and mistakenly thought that he didn't want the child. The doctor's tone suddenly became cold. Do you want this child or not? Having worked in the obstetrics and gynecology hospital for many years, she had seen too many parents who were cruel to their children, so she never had a good face for such behavior. Wang Xinyue was frightened by the doctor's sudden cold tone and her face turned pale. She tightly held Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng immediately came to his senses and hurriedly explained, Doctor, you misunderstood. This child is what we want and we will definitely give birth to it safely. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the doctor's expression suddenly eased a lot. She smiled and explained some precautions before leaving the clinic. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he came to his senses in time and did not cause a bigger misunderstanding. He turned around and looked at Wang Xinyue, his eyes full of tenderness and concern. "Xinyue, how do you feel?" "I just had my blood drawn again. Are you feeling better now?" His voice was gentle and delicate, as if it could soothe all the anxiety in Wang Xinyue's heart. "Yeah, I'm much better now." Wang Xinyue responded with a smile, her cheeks still blushing. "Let's go back to school." Lin Feng carefully helped her put on her shoes, and helped her get out of bed and carefully escorted her out of the hospital. His movements were gentle and careful, as if every detail was filled with love and care for Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue also felt this deep affection and her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Chapter 3 Supporting a Wife and Children. Ding, the host's entrepreneurial needs are detected, asking whether to start the lottery? You can get random rewards by drawing lots, and there are endless surprises. Oh, why did I forget about the system? No wonder. Now I really have a wife and children. Could this be the reason why the system has not been activated? Lin Feng thought so in his heart, and then said, "System, I want to draw a lottery." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a translucent screen with blue light appeared in front of him. A large lottery wheel appeared on the fluorescent screen. "Host, are you sure about the lottery?" "Lottery." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the lottery wheel on the screen began to spin. Under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the big turntable finally stopped turning after spinning continuously. "Congratulations on winning 10,000 yuan in cash." Suddenly, a text message from my mobile bank card notified me that the balance was 110,500. Without thinking much, Lin Feng drew a prize again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level cooking skills. The moment the system finished speaking, various recipes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng is now completely confident that he can cook delicious dishes that are even better than those made by 5-star chefs. But even though he had god-level cooking skills rewarded by the system, it might not be realistic for him to open a shop himself. I remember that there was a street next to Dongchuan University, which was full of delicious food. If some businesses were not doing well, you could teach them the recipes and get a share of the profits. Lin Feng came to the food street with a clear goal, which was to find a restaurant that was about to be transferred. Lin Feng had been here before and walked into the food street, because it was already 10:30 in the evening. There were only a few shops open on the street and most were about to close. He remembered that there was a restaurant from his hometown here, but he wondered how it was doing. This is it. When he walked into the store, the owner was about to close the shop and saw Lin Feng walk in. The lady boss said, "Sorry, little brother, we are closed now." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, as he had wanted to try the food from his hometown. Unexpectedly, the store was closed. "I see. I want to try some hometown food." "Oh?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the man sitting next to him smoking a cigarette. I couldn't help but ask, "Is the young man also from Dongchuan?" Yes, I want something spicy. The food here at Tunghai University is too light, only yours fits that taste." Hearing this, the man stood up and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a smile. "There are many people from Dongchuan who come here to study and work. Since you are from the same hometown, just sit and wait for a while. It's the last day anyway, so it's good to cook a hometown meal for you." As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears. However, the man's words made Lin Feng somewhat confused. "Boss, everything was going well, how come it's the last day?" The man glanced at Lin Feng, sighed and said, "Business is tough. I was the only one here that made Dongchuan cuisine. But now there's a new Donghai Fengyun restaurant opened on the street next door to Donghai South. It not only serves Dongchuan cuisine, but also many other cuisines. Not only that, in the past few days, several Dongchuan cuisine restaurants have opened on my street. The rent is not cheap either, almost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan a year. Business is not good either, and we are spending more than we earn. Well, the location is much better than my corner, so fewer and fewer customers come to my place. To be honest, you are only the 5th customer I have received today." After saying this, the man's eyes revealed a deep reluctance to leave this store. Lin Feng had learned before that this store had been open for 5 or 6 years, which was longer than the time he had been in college. The man walked into the kitchen, and the sound of lighting a fire and setting the pot on the stove came from the kitchen. The proprietress politely poured Lin Feng a cup of tea with a sad look on her face. After a while, several dishes were served, including twice-cooked pork, maochuang, mopo tofu, and Sichuan cuisine. Lin Feng ordered another bowl of rice, and then he started to show off. After eating, he wiped his mouth and felt that the taste was a little different from before, as if something was missing. During the meal, the boss and his wife talked about their children, with worried looks on their faces. "Mr. Li, my son called today and said that he is running out of living expenses at school. His family also said that his father may need surgery for his condition, which will cost him money. It looks like it will be another large sum of money." At this point, there was a hint of anxiety in the boss's eyes, and the pace of his smoking became rapid. Complex expression. After a while, Lin Feng had eaten everything. The boss lady saw. She said, "Child, you must be starving. Even if this meal is yours, I will cook more for you if it's not enough." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Auntie, I'm full." "Thank you, Auntie. If you don't open it, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it in the future. I definitely can't let it go to waste." However, the taste of this Dongchuan cuisine seems to be a little off. Hearing this, the couple turned their heads to look at Lin Feng, their displeasure in their eyes not concealed at all. The boss also glared at him fiercely and almost took action. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, knowing that the other person was kind enough to cook for him and even gave him a free bill, but he was not grateful and instead complained that the food was not tasty. Anyone would be unhappy, but Lin Feng explained. "Uncle, aunt, you may not believe me if I tell you this. For example, if the heat of this dish of twice-cooked pork is higher, the meat is flatter and spicier, it will probably be better. If we improve it a little bit more, I guarantee that it tastes absolutely delicious." Seeing Lin Feng's confident look, the boss said with some disbelief, "Little brother, I have been cooking Dongchuan cuisine for so many years. It is spicy, fresh, and fragrant. I always use fresh ingredients. I have always cooked it this way. Don't talk nonsense." The lady boss saw her husband getting angry and immediately grabbed him and said, "He's just a child, what are you doing? Young man, the taste may not be as good as you expect. Please bear with me." Lin Feng then continued to comment on the shortcomings of these. Finally, the boss couldn't stand it anymore and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. He slammed the table and said, "Little brother, since you said so, it seems that you can cook. How about we compete?" When the proprietress saw that her husband was getting angry, she wanted to stop the two of them. Lin Feng slowly stood up, stretched out his right hand towards the kitchen, and said, "Uncle, please go first." After putting on an apron, Lin Feng began to tinker with it intently. The boss on the side saw that Lin Feng was doing a good job and naturally didn't want to be outdone. I also started making the twice-cooked pork, and 20 minutes passed. 1 operation. Stir fry and serve. When the couple saw the twice-cooked pork, they couldn't help but look at it with a hint of curiosity. Judging from the appearance, it is really good, smells good, and looks really comfortable. The boss and his wife sat at the table and tasted 2 plates of twice-cooked pork each. Her eyes moved back and forth between her husband and Lin Feng's face. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. "You woman, why don't you say something? I'm so anxious." Seeing the man's impatient look, the woman glared at him fiercely. Snort. Seeing the look in his wife's eyes, the man immediately behaved himself and said with a wry smile, "I just want to ask who cooks better, me or this little brother?" The woman did not answer the man, but stood up and pulled Lin Feng to sit down. "Little brother, what does your family do? Have you ever learned to cook before?" Seeing the woman's expression, Lin Feng already knew what was going on. He would not say that this was a god-level chef skill awarded by the system. He replied, "I have learned a little bit." "Auntie, do you think it's okay? If you think it's okay, I can tell you the recipe and how to make it." Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on the woman's face. The man stood there feeling a little depressed, looking at his wife like that. Could it be that the food this guy cooked was really better than his? Unwilling to believe it, he picked up the chopsticks on the table, picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it into his mouth. After chewing 2 bites, his eyes immediately widened and he couldn't help but pick up another piece of food with chopsticks. The woman immediately pushed her man's hand away and scolded him, "What are you doing? Your little brother is still here." After being told this by the woman, the man touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. "Little brother, I admit defeat. This is the first time I've tasted twice-cooked pork that's so delicious." spicy, fresh and fragrant, it's all here. Lin Feng was very impressed by the boss's frankness in admitting that he had lost. Good. Xiao Feng, let me introduce you to a girlfriend. My aunt's niece is also studying at Tunghai University. She is very pretty. How about introducing her to you? Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and said, Auntie, no need, no need. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. The campus beauties of Tunghai University are all my wives. They are as beautiful as fairies. With such a beautiful wife, I can't look down on anyone else. Is that so? That's a shame. You're such a good cook. Your girlfriend is in for a treat. Uncle and aunt, to be honest, I actually want to cooperate with you. Hearing this, both the woman and the man showed a look of confusion on their faces. It's not that they don't believe Lin Feng, but they are wondering what there is to cooperate with in their small, shabby shop. Uncle and aunt, this is it. I want to provide you with recipes and methods. Aren't you in a hurry now? I can take out 50,000 as rent first, and then the income will be divided into 60% for you and 40% for me. What do you think? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the couple were stunned. Seeing that the two were silent, Lin Feng thought that his share was too high. Panax Noto Ginseng is also okay. Lin Feng is very confident in his god-level cooking skills. As long as they cook according to what he teaches, business will definitely be booming. Little brother, that's not what we meant. I've already experienced your cooking skills just now. If the business is really good, we'll split the profits as you said. You get 40% and we get 60%. Considering that you still have to go to school. It's okay for the two of us to be in the store, is that okay? After discussing with the two of them, Lin Feng found some paper and pen and wrote down some secret recipes of dishes in his mind. Since the god-level chef knows so much and can cook all kinds of cuisines, Lin Feng only wrote about Dongchuan cuisine and the recipes of some special dishes. After writing the recipe and handing it to the couple, they enthusiastically asked Lin Feng to call them Uncle Li and Aunt Wang. As it was almost time to close the dormitory door, Lin Feng returned to Tunghai University. Chapter 4 Go pick up the school beauty. On the way back, Lin Feng felt as if he was under a spell. He took out his mobile phone and took a closer look, and was surprised to find something. The message sent by Wang Xinyue an hour ago was like a forgotten little cutie who was busy teaching her big brother how to cook. For a moment, Lin Feng was so busy that he was dizzy and forgot about this matter. Wang Xinyue sent the message at some point in time, but he was totally unaware of it. Lin Feng hurriedly opened the green bubble chat interface and sent out a long paragraph of text like a machine gun. I was busy just now and didn't see the message. Senior sister, are you asleep? As soon as Lin Feng sent the WeChat message, he saw that the phone interface was like a magic trick, indicating that input was in progress. Wang Xinyue, are you still awake? It's so late. Are you studying? Seeing this, Lin Feng's face instantly turned like a ripe apple. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he have the time to study? He was teaching others how to cook. Not studying, but busy with other things. Anything else about Wang Xinyue? Well, I plan to cooperate with a Sichuan chef in the school food court and make a fortune together. At this moment, Wang Xinyue, who was lying lazily on the bed in her little white rabbit pajamas, had a hint of doubt on her cute face. Your money is all here with me, what do you have to cooperate with me? Could it be that you secretly hid some private money? As soon as Wang Xinyue said this, she felt something was wrong. Isn't this a classic scene in TV dramas where the wife asks her husband if he has hidden private money? Thinking of this, Wang Xinyue's cheeks began to feel hot for no reason, like ripe apples. I am so shy that I feel ashamed. Then, she quickly withdrew the message, but Lin Feng, who had been staring at the phone screen, had already seen the message withdrawn. Wang Xiaohua was just trying to cover up something, huh? Xinyue baby, how dare I hide my private money? My money, along with me, are yours, huh? I am only responsible for providing recipes and methods, and the management is entirely up to them. Seeing that Lin Feng had seen what he said about her hiding some private money, Wang Xinyue quickly buried her head deep in the quilt, her face feeling as if it was burned by fire. However, Wang Xinyue still replied stubbornly, Humph, I don't think you would dare. Lin Feng, don't call me senior sister from now on. It doesn't sound nice. Lin Feng frowned and replied in surprise, if not Sister Wang, then what should I call her? Two words popped up in Lin Feng's mind. No way, Senior Sister Wang is so bold that she wants me to call her wife now? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart surged, his heartbeat was like a drum, and he couldn't control it and accelerated. But he didn't dare to shout randomly, so he carefully picked up the phone and asked again, "What's that called, senior sister Wang?" "Wang Xinyue, when no one is around, just call me Xinyue." Seeing this, Lin Feng's mood was like riding a roller coaster, ups and downs. He originally thought that Wang Xinyue wanted him to call her wife. Lin Feng tentatively typed a sentence on his phone, "How about calling you a bao?" Wang Xinyue immediately sent an angry but cute little expression. "Can't." Lin Feng suddenly broke out in a sweat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly withdrew, replying, "Okay, Xinyue." She murmured softly, "I think it would be better to call her you a bao." Although this address did not reach a very intimate level, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the distance between him and Wang Xinyue was instantly shortened a lot. "I'm in the dormitory now, Xinyue, go wash up first." Wang Xinyue, "Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you." Lin Feng, "Okay." Arriving at the door of his dormitory room, Lin Feng was mentally prepared to face questioning from his roommates. He gently pushed open the dormitory door and saw that the three best friends were still gathered together, immersed in the intense world of games. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, the dorm elder turned his head sharply, gave him a meaningful look, then turned back and shouted, "Pay attention, jungler, help me gank the bottom lane. Double kill. Double kill. Quick, quick, go to the middle lane, I want a pentakill." 3 people yelled madly in the dormitory. 3 killed. 4 killed. Killed, only 1 left. The 2 men stood up excitedly as if they had been electrocuted, shouting, "Quick! There's only 1 left, Lolly, hold the tower for me, and watch my final blow." "Fuck! Pentakill! Ha 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 ha!" Several people were dancing with excitement, as if they were going to blow the roof off the house. The 3 of them were wearing headphones and were completely immersed in the game world, and were completely unaware of Lin Feng's arrival. Seeing that the 3 were having a great time, Lin Feng smiled and gently placed the midnight snack he bought on the table, like a caring messenger. He whispered, "I brought you some midnight snack." Ma Meng waved his hands excitedly and shouted, "Lin Feng, I got a pentakill, huh? Just leave the midnight snack there. After playing for so long, I finally got a pentakill. I just want to ask you if you are awesome or not, humph." His voice was as loud as a bell, full of pride and complacency. Lin Feng was both amused and annoyed. He was so proud that if he let you play a few more games, you could play in the professional league. He smiled slightly and immediately went into the bathroom to wash up. When Lin Feng came out of the shower, Ma Meng and the other 2 had already finished the game. The 3 of them moved their stools to the center, their eyes were sharp, and they crossed their legs in unison, looking like they were being tortured to extract a confession. The dormitory leader, Ma Meng, was the first to speak out, "If you confess, you will be treated leniently, but if you resist, you will be treated severely. When did you start dating the school beauty Wang? How far has it progressed now? Also, Senior Wang is from the fine arts department, right? You must have met many beautiful women and many girlfriends. From now on, our brother's lifelong affairs will all depend on you." As soon as the elder Ma Meng finished speaking, Liu Mo, who had a fair face and a pair of silly eyes, said, "Not including me." Cut. "Third brother, all you do all day is play games and program. You are abusing yourself and don't know how to enjoy the beauty of love. Can you have a relationship?" The second brother sitting next to him smiled wickedly and said jokingly, "Third brother, don't be so rigid. My brother will take you out to have some fun tonight. Let your first brother." Ha ha ha. Alright. Old 4, how did you get together with the school beauty? Tell me now." Facing the series of questions from the eldest brother Ma Meng, Lin Feng grunted a few times, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Senior Wang, you are pregnant with my child." As soon as these words were spoken, time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "Old 4, we are talking to you about something serious, and you are making fun of us. Believe it or not, I'll give you a set of Return My Beauty punch." Snort. The eldest brother Ma Meng glanced at Lin Feng and didn't believe what this bastard said at all. However, Lin Feng's expression was so solemn, as if he was as dignified as Mount Tai, that the 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. "Is everything you said true?" Lin Feng nodded again. He didn't look like he was joking at all. It was as if he was declaring a truth to the world. "I'll go." The 3 of them exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were as if they had seen aliens land on Earth. They looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. It's really unexpected. Lin Feng doesn't interact with female classmates on weekdays. He is like a hermit in the mountains, isolated from the world. I didn't expect that this seemingly honest guy was actually hiding so deeply, just like the treasure in the deep sea, unknown to the world. Not many people know about this right now. I hope you three can help me keep it a secret and not spread it around. Lin Feng was lucky to meet Lao Ma and his 3 roommates. They were like the sun in winter, warm and reliable. They had similar personalities and usually had a good relationship. That was why Lin Feng felt at ease telling them about this. If it was someone in the dormitory with tense relations, he would not reveal a single word even if you beat him to death. Don't worry, Lao Si, don't you know who we are? Then what are you going to do next? Lin Feng glanced at Lao Ma and the other 3, and said without hesitation, I have already arranged everything to make money. I am going to cooperate with a store in the food street. These midnight snacks were sent by the owner of that husband and wife shop. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the midnight snack, but there was no trace of the midnight snack on the table. Lao Ma and his friends scratched their heads. Just after they finished playing games, they smelled the delicious midnight snack, like an alluring goblin. As a result, they finished it all in a flash without paying attention. They had never eaten such delicious food in all the years they had been in school. Even Liam, who always had a light taste, couldn't help but lick the lunchbox all over, as if the lunchbox was a rare delicacy in the world. Old 4, which store is this? Why didn't I notice it before? Old Ma looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled look on his face and asked. It's the Donchuan restaurant we went to together before. Do you still remember it? Hearing this, the 3 of them recalled and spoke. I know the store you're talking about, but when I passed by it a few days ago, I saw that the business was very quiet, so I didn't go in. Tomorrow, I must go and try it again. Yes, the 4th brother is now a father and has started his own business. Can you two stop thinking about playing games all day long? The boss Ma Meng was preaching seriously, but he didn't know that he was the loudest during the team fights, and he wanted to make his phone explode. Several people discussed some things about school beauty Wang, such as her daily life. The pure schoolgirl's hobbies and other things. Lin Feng was confused by the questions. Even after the lights in the dormitory were turned off, several people were still chattering, and Lin Feng was just talking nonsense. Because he didn't know any of this, he just knew that the pure and innocent schoolgirl Wang Xinyue was actually the same as them in real life. It's not as mysterious as they imagined. As I was thinking this, the phone beeped. Lin Feng took it out and saw that it was Xinyue. Wang Xinyue, Lin Feng, are you asleep? Lin Feng, not yet. Wang Xinyue pouted, looking angry like a pufferfish, with her cheeks puffed up. She stamped her feet and said, Humph. You didn't sleep and didn't chat with me, don't you want our baby? After saying that, she sent a pitiful emoji with tears in her eyes, expressing her grievance. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly explained, No, I just took a shower and went to bed. Wang Xinyue was as arrogant as a peacock. Humph, I don't care, you just didn't look for me. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little flattered. Ma Meng looked back and saw that Lin Feng was smiling brightly, and he immediately realized something. He asked, Old 4, is this news about school beauty Wang? These ears are too sharp, they can guess the news. Senior, are you acting like a spoiled child with me? Be mine. Lin Feng replied, Yes. When they heard that it was Wang Xinyue, Lao Ma and the other 2 were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they jumped out of bed as quickly as possible. The frail bed frame in the dormitory creaked as it moved so fast that it seemed like it could fall apart at any moment. These hungry guys were like hungry wolves. Liam hummed and repeated, It's you two, not me. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ha, 3rd brother, what you said is really heartless. That's right, 3rd brother, how can you say that? Love is beautiful. The 2nd brother also echoed. Liam shrugged disapprovingly, I'm telling the truth. Dating is too troublesome. I have to spend time with my girlfriend, so how can I have time to play games? Okay, it'll just be me and the 2nd brother. In the future, everyone in our dormitory will be a couple, and you'll be the only single dog. Let's see if you can still be stubborn then. Lin Feng teased with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt helpless. But since his good brothers had spoken, Lin Feng could only nod in agreement. Okay, then you guys go and take care of your own things first, I'll think of a solution. He shamelessly spoke to Wang Xinyue again. It's not the right time now, guys. Let us talk about it later. I promise to arrange for your sisters-in-law to introduce you three to some pretty ones. Okay. Lin Feng sent a message to his mobile phone. Well, staying up late is bad for your health, especially for you and your baby. You should develop the habit of going to bed early. At this moment, Wang Xinyue on the other side saw the message sent by Lin Feng, and her face suddenly turned red. Is Lin Feng concerned about her? Wang Xinyue, well, I'll go to sleep soon. How about you? Lin Feng, me too. I have something to do tomorrow. Wang Xinyue, then go to bed early, good night. Lin Feng sent the words good night, but he always felt that such a reply seemed a bit stiff. He hesitated for a moment, and then added an emoticon of hug to sleep after good night. Looking at the emoticon sent by Lin Feng, Wang Xinyue blushed like a ripe apple, and a warm smile appeared on her face. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early. This is very rare for college students on the weekend. When Lin Feng was about to go out, the snoring of his three roommates continued. Today, Lin Feng had to go to Dongchuan restaurant in the food court of Dongchuan University to teach his elder brother how to cook other dishes. His steps were brisk and he was in a good mood, as if the whole world was filled with sunshine. Walking out of the dormitory door, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Wang Xinyue. Her beauty, kindness and gentleness made ripples in his heart. Recalling every bit of his acquaintance with her, it all seemed like a dream, so beautiful that it was unbelievable. Lin Feng stopped, opened Wang Xinyue's chat interface, and sent her a good morning message. He looked forward to her reply and imagined her smile when she saw the message. Just then, a message alert tone suddenly rang from the phone. Good morning. Today is the weekend. Why do you get up so early? Wang Xinyue sent a message. Lin Feng replied, I have no choice. I have to go to Big Brother's store to help out today, so I got up a little earlier. Wang Xinyue was filled with guilt. She knew that Lin Feng worked so hard because of her and the child. So, she sent a message to Lin Feng, where are you? I want to go too. After seeing this message, Lin Feng quickly refused, no, just rest at home and take care of your body. However, Wang Xinyue said firmly, no, you must tell me the address, otherwise I will go to the food street to look for it one by one. Lin Feng had no choice but to send the address of Dongchuan restaurant to Wang Xinyue. After receiving the address, Wang Xinyue immediately sent a smiling emoticon and replied, okay, see you later. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng still felt uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyue might have an accident on the road. If something really happened, he would never forgive himself. Therefore, Lin Feng finally decided to pick up Wang Xinyue in person. Chapter 5 I ate a lot of dog food early in the morning. Lin Feng rushed to Wang Xinyue's residence, cleared his throat, stood at the door, and carefully tidied his clothes. Most university students choose to share a house, after all, it is more convenient. Just as Lin Feng was about to knock on the door suddenly opened by itself. To be exact, someone opened the door from the inside. Is it Lin Feng? Lin Feng scratched his head and stood awkwardly at the door like a child who had made a mistake. Now that you're here, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you come in? It was Li Wanqing who opened the door again. There was a display screen inside the door, and Lin Feng standing outside the door could be clearly seen. Lin Feng was also startled by the other party's sudden action, and immediately greeted him. Good morning. Okay, we're not at school, so don't be polite. Just call me Sister Li. Li Wanqing waved her hand and said. Sister Li? Lin Feng had a bewildered look on his face, thinking to himself, is Xinyue's best friend so tough? Lin Feng's expression became a little strange, and his eyes turned to Li Wanqing. Why, unwillingly? Our Xinyue is the campus beauty of Dongda University, and you, a pig, took her away. So what if I ask you to call me Sister Li? Snort! Li Wanqing's gaze shot towards Lin Feng like a sharp arrow, as if warning him not to disobey. This woman seems to be about the same age as Xinyue, but she wants me to call her sister. Alas, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. For Yuebao's sake, Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced a smile. I am willing to do so. Hello, Sister Li. Hello, Sister Li. Lin Feng's desire to survive instantly exploded, and he called out Sister Li several times in a row. That's more like it. Come in. Xinyue is making breakfast for you. Eat breakfast and then get busy. Ah. Lin Feng's expression suddenly froze, but Li Wanqing shook her head helplessly and rolled her eyes at him. She said with a look of deep sorrow, "Oh, I don't know if this will be passed on to the child." Hearing this, Lin Feng touched his head awkwardly. As he stepped into the room, Lin Feng smelled a refreshing fragrance. Wang Xinyue and Li Wanqing live in a small detached villa, which has a fully equipped kitchen, living room and bedroom with a reasonable layout. Moreover, these two girls were obviously very fond of cleanliness. After Lin Feng entered, he felt that the house was spotless. Compared with the messy dormitories of his brothers, it was a world of difference. When Lin Feng walked into the kitchen, he saw a graceful figure preparing breakfast with great concentration. Wang Xinyue has a graceful figure, and the ponytail she tied up at this moment is like icing on the cake, adding an indescribable beauty to her. Wang Xinyue, who was concentrating on preparing breakfast, did not notice Lin Feng's arrival. She reached out and opened the cupboard above her head, intending to take out the ingredients for a loving breakfast. However, because the ingredients were placed quite high, Wang Xinyue could hardly reach them even if she stood on tiptoe. Just at this moment, a figure appeared behind her like a ghost. With his right hand, he easily took the food from the cupboard above his head as if taking something from a bag. Wang Xinyue turned around in astonishment, and met Lin Feng's eyes squarely, close to each other. Ah! Wang Xinyue obviously had not expected that the person who appeared behind her was Lin Feng himself. She instinctively stepped back, but was shocked to find that she had nowhere to retreat. Instead, he stumbled and his body fell to the side like a kite with a broken string. Lin Feng was as fast as the wind, and his free left hand directly grasped Wang Xinyue's slender waist like an iron clamp. "Xinyue, are you okay?" Seeing that Wang Xinyue was about to fall, Lin Feng hugged her tightly in his arms with all his strength. At this moment, Wang Xinyue was like a frightened little rabbit, lying on Lin Feng in a daze. At this time, Li Wanqing walked over from outside the house and asked anxiously, "Xinyue, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, what came into her eyes was a scene that made her blood boil and almost spit out blood. "Is this appropriate for you? Is there anyone who would consider my feelings?" Single Li Wanqing's defense was instantly broken. Normally, she was a military strategist who gave advice and suggestions. At this moment, her chest seemed to be blocked by a 1,000-pound rock and she couldn't breathe. "Hey, young man, please pay attention to your image. I'm still a single guy here. I really can't bear to watch it. I can't bear to watch it." Li Wanqing covered her face, turned around alone, and slowly walked back to the living room. However, Lin Feng still held Wang Xinyue tightly. Since the other party did not move at all, he naturally did not dare to act rashly. "You, please let me go first, okay?" Wang Xinyue said in an almost pleading tone. Lin Feng reacted and let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted, and touched the back of his head awkwardly. Explained, I didn't mean to do that. I just hugged you because I saw you were about to fall." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Wang Xinyue's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. You go out and wait first, I still have to make breakfast." Wang Xinyue turned around, not daring to look at Lin Feng. "Well, don't you need my help?" No, I can do it alone." Wang Xinyue pushed Lin Feng out of the kitchen. With him here, she couldn't concentrate on making breakfast. "If you need any help, just call me." "Yes, I understand." The moment Wang Xinyue turned around, a smile like a blooming spring flower appeared on the corner of her mouth. When she was lying in Lin Feng's arms just now, she seemed to touch Zhouyi's solid and broad chest like a city wall. Thinking of this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast again. Lin Feng came to the living room and sat as far away from Li Wanqing as if avoiding a cat or a mouse. "Why are you sitting so far away? I'm not a wolf. I can't eat you. However, you are quite lucky. Xiao Yeye actually cooks for you personally. I don't have such a blessing." Hearing that Wang Xinyue cooked for him personally, Lin Feng's heart was filled with ripples and he was deeply moved. This made him more determined to take good care of Wang Xinyue and the child. In a moment, Wang Xinyue brought the loving breakfast she had prepared to the table like a treasure. "Lin Feng, you haven't had breakfast yet. Hurry up and sit down and eat more." Wang Xinyue greeted Lin Feng warmly, completely ignoring Li Wanqing. This made Li Wanqing feel both envious and jealous of Lin Feng. She felt as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been overturned and she felt a mixture of bad feelings. Lin Feng nodded quickly and said, Okay, Lin, Xinyue, you should use some too. I can't handle all this by myself. Sisterly, you should try it too. Li Wanqing had already been stuffed with dog food, her stomach was like a fully inflated balloon, how could she have room for breakfast? Her beautiful eyes were like two sharp sword lights, fixed on Lin Feng. Wang Xinyue seemed not to hear Lin Feng's words. She just stared at Lin Feng, as if she just wanted to appreciate the way he ate. In this weird atmosphere, Lin Feng picked up the chopsticks tremblingly. Wang Xinyue prepared a rich breakfast, including fragrant century egg and lean meat porridge, round and cute boiled eggs, loving heart-shaped bread, and mellow milk. Lin Feng took a sip of the century egg and lean meat porridge, although the aroma did not reach the intoxicating aroma of master-level cooking. But he ate with gusto, and soon finished all the breakfast in a flash. Ding, the host tasted the loving breakfast made by Wang Xinyue for the first time. You can get an additional reward of 10,000 Chinese yuan, plus the pregnant mother's 10-month pregnancy care skills. A text message came instantly on the phone, and the available balance on the bank card showed as 120,500. This is actually possible? The system is amazing. Wang Xinyue was very happy to see Lin Feng finish the breakfast she made. She put her breakfast in front of Lin Feng again. Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xinyue in confusion. You can eat this too. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot. That's enough, I'm full. Lin Feng quickly waved his hands. Wang Xinyue made too much. If she ate any more, her stomach might burst. If the three good brothers in the dormitory knew about this, they would definitely scream. Then let's go to your part-time job. Just as Wang Xinyue was about to stand up, Li Wanqing raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "No, you are pregnant now, how can you run around everywhere? What if something unexpected happens on the way?" Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Oh, good Wanqing, I will be careful and cautious. Didn't we agree on this last night? It's only been a month, what could happen?" Wang Xinyue held Li Wanqing's hand tightly and shook it coquettishly. Immediately, her gaze turned to Lin Feng, as if to say, "If you don't let me go, my child and I will become strangers to you in the future." How could Lin Feng defeat Wang Xinyue? If it weren't for Li Wanqing's words, he would probably be helpless against Wang Xinyue. Okay, there's really nothing I can do to you, but you have to promise me that you will protect yourself well. Do you hear me? Well, I swear, I will follow your wishes. Wang Xinyue raised her right hand and said solemnly. Go away, you are the old man. I am only 1 month older than you. After Li Wanqing finished speaking, she turned and looked at Lin Feng again. He warned her repeatedly, remember, you must protect Xiao Yeye, otherwise I will not show mercy to you. Lin Feng nodded quickly in agreement. Don't worry, Sister Li. I will not let anything happen to Xin Yue and the child. Li Wanqing nodded. Okay, it's getting late. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You can make your own arrangements. I only have one request. Safety comes first. Do you understand? I know, good sister. After saying that, Li Wanqing left the villa first because she had something to do. As soon as she left, Lin Feng received a call. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was Uncle Li calling. Hey, Uncle Li, I'll be there soon, please wait a moment. Xiao Feng, you are really capable. Last night, more than a dozen tables of guests came to my place like a flood of carp. We are all attracted by the aroma of your food. I guess we will be busy today. Come and give me some pointers. Uncle Li is counting on you to make a comeback. Chapter 6 What kind of vinegar is so sour? Hearing what Uncle Li and Aunt Wang said, Lin Feng did not show too much surprise. After all, the master-level cooking skills rewarded by the system are no joke, they are as precious as treasures. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xinyue also carefully put on her makeup. The two were going to Dongchuan restaurant on Dongchuan Food Street. Today, Wang Xinyue was wearing a pink dress, looking as gorgeous as a blooming peach blossom. Paired with high-heeled sandals, she stood gracefully on the roadside. Her outstanding appearance was like a shining pearl, and coupled with her exquisite outfit, she looked like a gorgeous work of art, attracting the attention of passers-by. Lin Feng's eyes were scanning the passing vehicles like a radar, and he saw no less than 10 boys glancing at Wang Xinyue. During this period, several boys not only looked at her, but also tried to ask for Wang Xinyue's contact information. Seeing those boys walking towards him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a ripple of nervousness in his heart. However, before the other party could speak, Wang Xinyue took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's arm like a happy butterfly. This action was like a gust of wind, instantly blowing away the thoughts of those boys who wanted to come forward and ask for contact information. However, there were still some ignorant boys, and one of them, who looked quite handsome, walked forward. Xin Yue, why are you here? Hearing this, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the person who spoke. He didn't expect that he actually knew this person. It was the president of the student union, Lu Feng, who was 1 year older than him and in the same grade as Wang Xinyue. Who is this? When Lu Feng saw Wang Xinyue holding Lin Feng's arm, his tone was suddenly filled with hostility, like an enraged lion. Wang Xinyue was about to explain, but Lin Feng got ahead of her and said like a brave knight, "Hello, President Lu, I am Xinyue's boyfriend. Friend, my name is Lin Feng, and I am a freshman." Wang Xinyue had already taken the initiative to hold his arm. If Lin Feng did not show any reaction, wouldn't it be a waste of Wang Xinyue's kindness? Hearing this, Lu Feng's expression was as if he had drunk a jar of aged vinegar, sour and greasy that it made people feel pity for him. However, he still forced a smile and said, "It turns out to be my junior fellow student. Xinyue, why didn't you tell me that you had a boyfriend?" No wonder. At this moment, a taxi stopped steadily beside Lin Feng like a loyal guard. The driver shouted at the top of his voice, "Where are you going, little brother?" "Let's go to the food court. $5 per person, get in the car." The driver's voice was like a sharp sword, cutting off Lu Feng's words. "I'm sorry, President Lu, my senior and I have some important things to do, so I'll leave first." Lin Feng gently took up Wang Xinyue's soft little hand and carefully said, "Xinyue, be careful." After Wang Xinyue was seated safely, Lin Feng got into the taxi slowly. "Goodbye, President Lu." Before leaving, Lin Feng deliberately raised the hand that was holding Xinyue's hand high up, as if to show off the fruits of his victory to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt as if his heart was blocked by a huge rock, and he couldn't breathe. He had been pursuing the school beauty Wang for half a year, but he had never succeeded. And this guy named Lin Feng actually caught up with Wang Xinyue easily, which made Lu Feng feel more disgusted than eating a piece of dog shit. At this moment, Wang Xinyue, who was sitting in the taxi, had cheeks as blushing as ripe apples and was looking at Lin Feng beside her with affection. "You did that on purpose just now. Is it because you feel a sense of crisis because I am as popular as a spring flower?" Wang Xinyue turned to look at Lin Feng and teased him coquettishly. Lin Feng touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. I was protecting you from being harassed by those crazy bees and butterflies." In fact, Lin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. He just didn't want other boys to get close to Wang Xinyue. Every man is as domineering as a tiger guarding its food in front of the woman he likes. When Wang Xinyue saw that Lin Feng cared about her so much, a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth like a blooming peach blossom. The driver also smiled and joked, "My dear, your girlfriend is so beautiful, just like the bright pearl in the night sky. You have to be careful that others may miss her. The little tricks of your friend just now were so obvious that even an outsider like me could see through them clearly. But little brother, I still agree with what you did." After hearing what the driver said, Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue felt as embarrassed as ripe apples. Soon, the taxi arrived at the door of Dongchuan restaurant in the food street like a wild horse. It's morning now, so there aren't many people. Uncle Li was still sitting in the shop, puffing out smoke, like an immortal riding on the clouds. After Lin Feng paid the bill and got off the car, he saw the scene and immediately grabbed Wang Xinyue like a hen protecting her chicks and said, "Wait for me here." Wang Xinyue looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Lin Feng explained, "Someone is smoking inside. The smoke is too strong. It's not good for the child or you. Wait for me." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue nodded like an obedient sheep, looking at Lin Feng, feeling warm in her heart. In a moment, Lin Feng stepped into the Dongchuan restaurant. Uncle Li, who was smoking at that time, caught a glimpse of Lin Feng and was like seeing the god of wealth coming. He immediately ran up to greet him. "Brother, you're finally here. After you left yesterday, I didn't expect that several groups of customers came to my place following the smell of food. They all said they were attracted by the tempting aroma of the food. Customers kept coming until 2 or 3 in the morning. The business from those few hours last night alone was about to break through 2,300. I've been running the store for so many years, but business has never been so prosperous." Seeing that Uncle Li was so excited, Lin Feng did not interrupt him. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Feng said, "This is just the beginning. There will be more customers and a more magnificent Dongchuan restaurant in the future. Who knows, it might be Dongchuan Hotel." Uncle Li failed to understand the deeper meaning of Lin Feng's words, and just cast his gaze towards Wang Xinyue who was standing outside the restaurant. "Xiao Feng, is that your friend?" Lin Feng turned his head, glanced at Wang Xinyue, and nodded. By the way, Uncle Lee, could you please help me with a little favor? Hearing this, Uncle Lee said generously, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the girl outside is my girlfriend, and she is pregnant with my child, so Uncle Lee, can you please not smoke in the store? Aunt Wang, who was cleaning up, grabbed Uncle Lee's ear and scolded him, you old fool, put out your cigarette. Hearing this, Uncle Lee's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Wang Xinyue outside the restaurant, and then looked at Lin Feng beside him. Of course, Xiao Feng. I didn't expect that you are not only a great cook, but also have such a beautiful girlfriend and a child. Uncle Lee said with a smile. Uncle Lee, you're too kind. Actually, I'm just an ordinary chef. Lin Feng replied modestly. Don't be so modest. Your craftsmanship is recognized by everyone as being good. Uncle Lee patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Uncle Lee, thank you for your compliment, but I have something else I want to discuss with you this time. Lin Feng said seriously. Just tell me what it is. I will help you if I can. Uncle Lee answered generously. It's like this, Uncle Lee, I hope that no one will smoke in our store in the future, because my girlfriend is pregnant now, and she would feel uncomfortable if she smelled smoke. Lin Feng explained carefully. No problem, I don't smoke. I'll hang a sign in the store right away saying gentlemen who smoke, please move out of the store. What do you think? Uncle Lee agreed without hesitation. That's great, Uncle Lee, thank you for your understanding. Lin Feng said gratefully. What are you thanking me for? You are my partner, so of course I will try my best to meet your requirements. Uncle Lee said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Lee, Lin Feng said to Uncle Lee with a fist salute. Soon, Uncle Lee opened the ventilation duct and exhausted the smoke in the store. He was afraid that there would be some smoke left, so he sprayed air freshener. After doing this, Uncle Lee was still a little worried, so he opened all the doors and windows for ventilation, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that there was no odor in the store. After everything was prepared, Lin Feng felt comfortable letting Wang Xinyue enter the store. You are too cautious. Wang Xinyue looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help laughing. I'm not that precious. Wang Xinyue shook her head gently. She knew that Lin Feng was doing this for her own good, but she didn't think she needed such special care. Wang Xinyue felt a little guilty, but deep down she was extremely happy because she knew that Lin Feng had paid a lot for her. Boss, I'm sorry to trouble you. Wang Xinyue apologized to Uncle Lee with great apology. It's not a problem, it's not a problem. This is what we should do. Pregnant women need to pay special attention to their health, so they should try to avoid unnecessary risks. It's better to be careful. Uncle Lee consoled with a smile. Hearing these words, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but think of Lin Feng's previous careful care, and her heart was filled with emotion. I took care of my wife in the same way when she was pregnant, Uncle Lee said proudly. However, before he finished speaking, Aunt Wang, who was sitting beside him, immediately stood up and accuses him bluntly, how dare you say that? When I was pregnant, you were running around all day. How could you be as considerate and caring as Xiao Feng? Oh, don't say that. Uncle Lee smiled awkwardly and tried to defend himself. Humph, if I didn't see how hard you work, would I be willing to follow you? Aunt Wang stared with a firm tone. Wang Xinyue and Lin Feng couldn't help laughing as they watched the scene. They smiled at each other, with happiness in their eyes. Perhaps one day in the future, they would bicker with each other like Uncle Lee and Aunt Wang, enjoying a plane in real life. Thinking of this, Wang Xinyue's face showed an expectant smile. Chapter 7 This is my boyfriend. As he was talking, Uncle Lee pulled Lin Feng to the cashier counter and handed him the restaurant's profit from last night. Uncle Lee smiled and said, Xiao Feng, we agreed yesterday that the profit would be split 40% to 60%. Lin Feng nodded quickly and said, yes, Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee continued, of course, the cost must be removed. Do you have any objection to this? Lin Feng smiled and responded, Uncle Lee, look at what you said, I was the one who took advantage, why would I have any objection? Uncle Lee nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, okay, the revenue is 5,000, and the cost of miscellaneous items is probably around 1,000. Lin Feng was thinking to himself, he didn't expect the operating cost for one night would be so high. Uncle Lee looked at Lin Feng's expression and explained with a smile, these costs include ingredients, seasonings, water and electricity bills, etc., as well as some losses and depreciation costs. So the actual profit is not that high. Lin Feng nodded to show his understanding. Uncle Lee continued, if we split the money 40% to 60% of the bill, you can probably get about 1,500. Hearing this number, Lin Feng was also a little surprised. He originally thought that it would be great if he could get a few hundred yuan, but he didn't expect to get more than 1,000 yuan. Uncle Lee looked at Lin Feng's surprised expression and consoled him with a smile. Xiao Feng, don't be too surprised. This is just the beginning. As long as our business gets better and better, your income will also get higher and higher. Lin Feng said, thank you Uncle Lee, let us create brilliance together. Uncle Lee patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, with the cooperation of uncle and nephew, I believe it will work. If there is really a whole day to operate, wouldn't it be possible to multiply the income several times? This idea filled Lin Feng's heart with anticipation. Although Wang Xinyue on the side was not as excited as Lin Feng, she was still happy for Lin Feng. After all, it was a good thing for everyone that Lin Feng could achieve such a result. Uncle Lee, I'll keep my share with you for now. You're in urgent need of money anyway. I'll come to you for it when I need it. Lin Feng said to Uncle Lee with a smile. Our business will surely become more and more prosperous in the future, and then everyone can just wait to count the money. Lin Feng added confidently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Uncle Lee and Aunt Wan looked at each other with surprise on their faces. They could never have imagined that Lin Feng would trust them so much and give them the money he earned without hesitation. Uncle Lee held Lin Feng's hand tightly and said with emotion, Xiao Feng, I won't say anything. From today on, you are my nephew. The reason why Lin Feng was so confident in handing the money to Uncle Lee was, on the one hand, because he knew that he had many specialties that could attract more customers. On the other hand, through the contact over the past 2 days, he felt that Uncle Lee and Aunt Wan were not the kind of greedy and cunning people. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been so confident and bold in handing the money to them for safekeeping. Lin Feng turned to look at Wang Xinyue and said, I'm going to teach Uncle Lee how to cook later, so you can sit here for a while. At this moment, Wang Xinyue had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng. Before, she thought that Lin Feng was just working part-time in the restaurant, and as for the cooperation, it might just be his wishful thinking. Wang Xinyue didn't say it before because she didn't want to hurt Lin Feng's self-esteem. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Feng not only came for cooperation, but even the restaurant owner wanted to learn from him. Thinking of this, Wang Xinyue was sincerely happy for Lin Feng. Just ask yourself, which woman wouldn't want her man to be capable? Wang Xinyue looked at Lin Feng, nodded obediently, and replied, okay, you go and do your work, I will stay outside and talk to Auntie. Yes, Xiao Feng, you go and do your work. I will take care of your wife. You can rest assured. Aunt Wang walked up, took Wang Xinyue's hand, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue both blushed with embarrassment. Well, Uncle Lee, let's get started. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head and looked at Uncle Lee somewhat embarrassedly. As an experienced person, Uncle Lee naturally understood that the young man was thin-skinned, so he didn't say anything more. Okay, come here, Xiao Feng, I bought you a new chef's uniform. It's hot in the kitchen and I sweat a lot, so this chef's uniform gets soaked easily. Lin Feng took the chef's uniform, thanked Uncle Lee, and the two of them started working in the kitchen. Aunt Wang took Wang Xinyue to the table and sat down, and said to her, Miss, you don't know what to call you yet? Oh, Aunt Wang, my name is Wang Xinyue, you can just call me Xinyue. Xinyue. Aunt Wang's last name is also Wang. What a coincidence. Maybe they were from the same family 500 years ago. Aunt Wang was grinning so hard that she could hardly stop. Ah! Wang Xinyue exclaimed in surprise. Okay, my daughter is also from Tunghai University and is a sophomore now. When Aunt Wang talked about her daughter, her face suddenly became a little sad. Wang Xinyue was observant and naturally noticed the change in the other person's expression. What's wrong, Aunt Wang? You don't look very happy. Aunt Wang sighed and said slowly, alas, as a mother, I am really worried. My daughter is the same age as you, but she met the wrong person. Some time ago, she was in a relationship with a boy, and he seemed to be the president of the student union. I thought he would be nice to my daughter, but unexpectedly. Aunt Wang said, frowning even more tightly. Wang Xinyue's heart sank, and she asked, did that boy do something to offend your daughter? Aunt Wang nodded, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. Yes, that boy is not decent. While dating my daughter, he also flirted with other female classmates. After being discovered by my daughter, he not only did not repent, but also mocked my daughter. Poor my daughter, her sincerity was thrown away. Wang Xinyue felt a surge of sympathy when she heard this. She consoled her, Auntie Wang, don't be too sad. No one wants to encounter this kind of thing, but since it has already happened, we can only face the reality. Maybe this is also an opportunity for your daughter to grow up. Aunt Wang wiped her tears and looked at Wang Xinyue gratefully. Thank you, child. I know my daughter needs time to adjust her mood. But as a mother, it is really sad to see her hurt. Wang Xinyue gently patted Aunt Wang's hand to show her understanding. She thought, if it were her, she would probably feel extremely painful too. This was told to us by a friend who owns a shop in a food court. We advised her to break up, but she refused to listen. It really makes us worry. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue also frowned. Student Union President? A shadow suddenly appeared in my mind, Lu Feng. That's impossible. Lu Feng looks serious. It's true that you can never judge a person by his appearance. Boys who are two-timing, no, maybe even multiple timing, are the most hateful. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but think of Lin Feng. He shouldn't be like this. Regarding this kind of thing, Wang Xinyue could only comfort Aunt Wang and ask her to persuade her daughter. Don't wait until the end to regret it. As they were talking, a girl came down from upstairs. She was wearing slippers and pajamas, looking sleepy. After Aunt Wang saw it, she immediately spat. Why are you getting up now? Look at the time. Mom, today is the weekend, just let me sleep a little longer. What's that? It smells so good, Mom. It looks like Dad's cooking skills have improved a lot. At this moment, the person coming down from upstairs was the daughter Aunt Wu mentioned, Li Qingqing. She went clubbing with her friends until very late last night and didn't come back until noon this morning. If the fragrant smell hadn't made her stomach growl, she really wouldn't want to get up. But when she rubbed her eyes and walked to the first floor, the scene before her left her stunned. You are Wang Xinyue? Am I still asleep? Why would Wang Xinyue come to a small restaurant like my house? Li Qingqing knew that Wang Xinyue was from Dongchuan University. One of the top 10 campus beauties in college, it is said that she comes from a wealthy family. I definitely wouldn't come to such a small place, but Li Qingqing couldn't understand why she dreamed about Wang Xinyue. Is it because I am bent? No, I am gay. Li Qingqing patted her face. When Aunt Wang saw it, she immediately said, Why are you so crazy so early in the morning? Go wash up quickly. You don't act like a girl at all. Li Qingqing realized that she was not dreaming and suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. School beauty Wang, is it really you? Seeing Li Qingqing's funny look, Wang Xinyue smiled and said, Yes, it's me. Do you know me? Li Qingqing excitedly ran over and held Wang Xinyue's hand, saying, I know you, of course I know you, I'm your fan, the songs you sing on Douyin are so nice, and your dancing is so pretty too. Who in Dongchuan doesn't know you, school beauty Wang? Where did you learn how to dress? And, I really like your style. Can you teach me when you have time? Seeing Li Qingqing being so enthusiastic, Wang Xinyue felt a little helpless. Douyin is currently the short video live streaming platform with the largest traffic. Wang Xinyue will also share some beauty and dressing tips. Wang Xinyue, who has both Douyin talent and good looks, is not only the campus belle of Dongchuan University. He is also one of the top 10 new traffic stars on the Douyin live streaming platform. Aunt Wang couldn't understand a word of what Li Qingqing said. But she realized that Wang Xinyue, who was sitting in front of her, sounded very powerful. Of course I have no problem teaching you, but you have to date your boyfriend, so I'm afraid you don't have time to learn. Wang Xinyue glanced at Aunt Wang and her words hinted at something. Hearing this, Li Qingqing looked at her mother speechlessly. Sister Yu, did my mother tell you about me? Oh, those are all lies. They are all made up by that bastard Lu Feng who wants to pursue me. Don't think I don't know. He is casting a wide net. Look at that little girl and him. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue was surprised. She didn't expect it was really Lu Feng. Aunt Wang wanted to teach her daughter a lesson because she used bad words. At this time, Lin Feng and Uncle Li just walked out of the kitchen and came over with a few dishes. Qingqing, what's with the words son of a bastard and son of a bastard? Is this something a girl should say? Uncle Li dotes on his daughter Li Qingqing very much, and he said this only for the sake of his wife's face. Dad, sure. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Do you have some more of the twice-cooked pork you made last night? Make some quickly and let Sister Yu try it. It's delicious. Uncle Li looked embarrassed when he saw his daughter praising him. Because the twice-cooked pork last night was actually made by Lin Feng, and when the daughter came back and wanted to eat it, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang gave it to her. That twice-cooked pork was made by Xiao Feng. Hearing Uncle Li's words, Li Qingqing looked at Lin Feng who was walking over. Are you the new chef my dad hired? Well, then make another plate of twice-cooked pork, hurry up. Don't make my sister you wait anxiously. After Li Qingqing gave the instructions, she sat back next to Wang Xinyue. However, Lin Feng put down the plate in his hand and sat down directly. Hey, why are you sitting down? Aren't you the new chef my dad hired? Make a plate of twice-cooked pork first. Didn't you hear me? Lin Feng was very disgusted by Li Qingqing's domineering tone. Just when Li Qingqing was about to lose her temper, Wang Xinyue suddenly said, I'm sorry, he's my boyfriend. Hearing this, Li Qingqing suddenly turned her head, as if she had seen something incredible. He suddenly jumped up. Very surprised, he is actually your boyfriend? Chapter 8 I will protect my man. Li Qingqing looked at Wang Xinyue in surprise, and then turned to look at Lin Feng beside her. Schoolgirl Wang has a boyfriend. No way, I thought you didn't have a boyfriend. Besides, Li Qingqing looked Lin Feng up and down. Isn't he just an ordinary boy? He's not very handsome. Seeing that her daughter looked like a psycho, Aunt Wang scolded her a few more times in annoyance. How can you talk to your brother Lin Feng like that? If you keep talking nonsense, be careful of the family rules. While they were talking, a young couple came over arm in arm. Su Wei, are you sure the food in this shabby little restaurant can be delicious? Han Mei was carrying a small LV bag and looked disgusted and reluctant. She had originally planned to give him a good meal. But for some reason today, Su Wei insisted on coming to Dongchuan restaurant in the food street to eat. Han Mei was extremely reluctant, but she thought that she had already come out. Have a meal, go to the movies, and buy some LV bags. I must spend a lot of money on Su Wei. Han Mei, I passed by here last night with some of my roommates. It was packed with people, so we went in to try it. It smelled really good and tasted really good. Oh well. The two walked in hand. Han Mei was stunned as soon as she entered, and her expression was panicked. Lin Feng, why are you here? Lin Feng's eyes were cold and indifferent as he said, why can't I be here? Are you the only one who can eat here, but not me? He. Han Mei sneered, do you still want to follow me? Just give up on this idea. It will never be possible for us. It's widely rumored in school that school beauty Wang Xinyue is your girlfriend. Ha. I was saying, how could the school beauty Wang fall for you, you poor bastard? Look at me, I'm wearing all branded clothes, what can you compare with? Han Mei, do you know each other? Su Wei asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course I know him. Who in the whole Dongda University doesn't know him? He's the boyfriend of the campus beauty Wang, how could I not know him? Haha sneered. Are you talking about the campus beauty from Dongda University, the goddess Wang Xinyue? You are stupid. There are several beautiful schoolgirls in Dongda University. Rumor has it that the schoolgirl is in love with him. But now it seems that she was fooled. How could the schoolgirl Wang Xinyue be with a poor loser like him? Lin Feng sneered, this is your big director, the rich second generation, not that great, just eat if you want to, if you don't want to eat you can leave. With your looks, I'm not that good. You're far inferior to the goddess Xinyue. Han Mei exploded immediately, you. Why don't you eat? I want to see what you can do. Snort. Everyone who comes is a guest. Aunt Wang stood up and said to Han Mei and the others, order whatever you want to eat. Here is the menu. Su Wei quickly replied, yes. After eating last night, we brothers all lingered and didn't want to leave. I'm still drooling now. Han Mei sneered and said, if it doesn't taste good, don't blame me for not paying. She is so angry now that she must give him a good beating. She just took this opportunity to take revenge on the other party. No matter what dish the other party served, she would say it was tasteless. The boss will definitely fire Lin Feng soon. Okay, then I'll order it. Fry up all the dishes on the menu for me, I want to see if you are real or not. Hearing this, Joey sneered and sat there drinking tea, not in a hurry. Seeing this, Wang Xinyue walked up from behind with a smile and said, hey. Student Han has a really big appetite. Can you eat so much? Are you afraid that you will be full? Wang Xinyue said with a cold smile on her face. Han Mei heard something else from the other party's words. What do you want to do? Han Mei knew that Wang Xinyue had a strong influence in Dongda and her family background was very strong. Han Mei panicked for a moment, then changed her words and said, 1 twice-cooked pork, 1 small crispy pork, and 1 maochuang. Cook it for us. That should be fine, right? Seeing that Han Mei did not continue to make things difficult for Lin Feng, Wang Xinyue smiled and said okay. Qingqing, who was standing aside, saw this and secretly cheered for Wang Xinyue in her heart. This is too exciting. The ex-girlfriend wants to make things difficult for Lin Feng, but the school beauty Wang protects her husband domineeringly. It's exciting just to think about it. It's amazing. Soon, Lin Feng cooked the dishes she ordered in the kitchen. When the dishes are served, the aroma is overwhelming. She stared at the delicious food on the table. Just the smell made her look incredulous. Lin Feng, are these all the dishes you cooked? You wouldn't have done that back then. Han Mei's eyes widened. Lin Feng could even burn a simple egg fried rice, so how could he make such a rich and tempting dish? Wang Xinyue also raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin Feng with curiosity and expectation. Lin Feng just nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face, as if waiting for their reaction after tasting it. Han Mei could no longer hold back her inner impulse, so she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. She kept picking up the food and putting it into her mouth, looking so eager, like a person who had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw delicious food. At this moment, she didn't care about her eating manners. The tender pieces of meat exude a rich aroma in your mouth, and the refreshing vegetables have a crispy texture brought by the perfect cooking time. Every bite is like the taste buds dancing on the tip of your tongue. Seeing Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue looking at her, Han Mei seemed to suddenly react and lowered her head embarrassedly. She realized that her behavior just now was a bit inappropriate. After all, it was not very elegant to wolf down the food in front of her former boyfriend without caring about her image. But the dish was so delicious that she could not care about anything else for a moment. In order to hide her embarrassment, Han Mei said against her will, "This dish is just average." But after saying this, she felt extremely guilty. Her flickering eyes and unnatural expression clearly revealed her true thoughts. Su Wei, who was standing by, didn't say much, but just focused on eating. After a while, he finished the last bit of food on the plate, and then burped with satisfaction. He raised his head, his eyes full of intoxication, and exclaimed, "It's so delicious, I feel like I have lived in vain for the past 20 years. This simple sentence is the highest praise for Lin Feng's cooking skills. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the first positive review for his dish, and he will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan in cash. God-level chef proficiency 30%. Bonus points 10. Can be used to redeem skills in the mall and participate in lucky draws. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng's mobile phone received a text message from the bank notifying him that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. He opened his phone and took a look. The current balance was 130,500 yuan. Thinking that the cooking skills rewarded by the system could actually bring so many benefits, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise. That evil smile was a good start for him to embark on a new journey. He seemed to have seen more possibilities waiting for him ahead. Chapter 9 Fight the Japanese pirates, bring honor to the family, and reopen the family tree. After a while, more and more people came to Dongchuan restaurant. Most of them are students from Donghai University. Lin Feng knows that this food street is largely supported by students. Boss Li, have you changed the chef? These dishes are so delicious. I want to eat more. One of the students who came to the restaurant to eat said. Uncle Li walked up to me with a smile and said, "As long as it tastes good, it's fine. The dishes made by our new chef are delicious and tasty. Even an old chef likes them, let alone you. Just take a look and tell me what you want to eat." The student nodded, but when he looked up, he found something incredible. Look, then, does that person look like the school beauty Wang Xinyue? Hearing this, several male classmates around turned their heads to look. When they opened their eyes wide and looked carefully at Wang Xinyue, who was helping to serve the dishes, their mouths suddenly opened wide. Really? It really is Wang, the school beauty. One of the male students rubbed his eyes and said in a daze. Are you sure it's Wang Xinyue? Don't be dazzled. Why would Wang Xinyue be in a place like this? Isn't her family rich? How is that possible? The others were a little unconvinced and asked suspiciously. I'm from the student union. I was supposed to go on stage during the last school celebration, but the school beauty suddenly left. I definitely won't make a mistake, the student said firmly. Wang Xinyue noticed someone was looking at her and turned to look at the table of students. Several male students turned their heads away again, looking flustered. Even a male student who was eating the food couldn't help but choke. Lin Feng thought that Wang Xinyue was pregnant and originally didn't want her to worry about anything. But Wang Xinyue couldn't sit still. Seeing Aunt Wang busying around, she also wanted to help. Even Li Qingqing, who usually didn't go to Xinsai restaurant much, followed suit when she saw Wang Xinyue helping. It was June and the weather was already hot. When Lin Feng came out of the kitchen, he was already sweating profusely and his whole body was soaked. Seeing Wang Xinyue wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Feng took out a tissue and walked in front of Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue, who noticed Lin Feng coming, immediately smiled. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's next action made her unable to react. Lin Feng gently wiped the sweat off Wang Xinyue's face with a tissue. This scene was seen by the seniors and juniors at that table. Suddenly, it was like a boiling pot of boiling water. With such intimate actions, could these two be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? When everyone saw that the goddess was already taken, they felt as if their hearts were pierced by thousands of arrows, and even the food on the table no longer smelled good. One of the fat guys saw that his goddess was so close to Lin Feng. His grief and anger immediately turned into appetite, and he chewed the food on the table in big mouthfuls, hoping that what he saw was an illusion. Lin Feng's intimate actions also made Wang Xinyue's pretty face slightly blush. Everyone is watching. Wang Xinyue spat in a low voice. Lin Feng didn't care. Wang Xinyue came to help him even though she was pregnant. What's the big deal about wiping the sweat off your wife's face? It's too hot now, don't get too tired. I've called Sister Li, she's done with her work, she'll be here soon. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue seemed a little unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and touched Wang Xinyue's head. It's fine as long as we're in the store now. I'll go over to accompany you after I'm done with my work. Be obedient. This scene was another heavy blow to the people present. If the food here wasn't so delicious, why would they stay here to eat dog food? Han Mei, who was sitting nearby, saw this scene and for some reason, felt a little sad. At the beginning, she looked down on Lin Feng and was afraid that she would suffer a lifetime with him, so she found a rich second generation. This kind of ordinary happiness seems to be quite good. Han Mei knows very well that even Su Wei only wants to sleep with her. Well, Wang Xinyue knew that Lin Feng was worried about her, so she could only nod obediently. At this time, several people with pigtails and wooden slippers walked into the store. They looked like they came from Japan. These people had shifty eyes and kept glancing at Qingqing and Xinyue. They had extremely obscene smiles on their faces and spoke gibberish in the Japanese language. Uncle Li's eyes were as fierce as an eagle's. He said in a cold voice, "Japanese people, you are not welcome here." After that, he slammed the table and roared, "Get out!" Uncle Li's grandfather experienced the anti-Japanese war. It was a blood feud that was passed down from generation to generation. It was deeply engraved in his mind all his life. Naturally, he did not have any good feelings towards these Japanese people. The Japanese leader's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and he said in broken Chinese, "We just came here to have a meal, there is no need to hate us so much." Lin Feng had long been dissatisfied with them. His eyes kept sweeping over Xinyue, and he said coldly, "Take back your dirty look, or I won't mind digging it out. Also, we don't welcome people from Japan here, even if you're an international student. Get out!" The students in the hotel stood up one after another and shouted angrily in unison, "Get out!" Those Japanese students were talking incoherently. They thought no one could understand Japanese, so they took the opportunity to talk nonsense without restraint. They started out by making some sarcastic remarks in Japanese, but when no one paid any attention to them, they became even more outrageous and started to curse. Lin Feng listened to what they said and felt that it was not a good thing. Suddenly, the voice of the system came from my mind, "The host's need is detected. Exchange for language proficiency and exchange for Grandmaster combat." Then, a mandatory mission was issued, sweep away all the Japanese students. The reward for successful mission is a set of Donghai Star School District housing and 200,000 yuan in cash. Mission failed, the system will kill the host. Oh my god. Lin Feng's expression suddenly shocked. In an instant, their words became clearly audible. He heard their insults to us dragon people. Lin Feng was furious and shouted, "How dare you insult us Long people, damn it!" Then he kicked the leading Japanese student away with a flying kick, and then knocked down another one with a punch. In a few punches, he beat the Japanese students to a pulp. All the Japanese were beaten down. The Tunghai University students in the store applauded and cheered, and were so furious that they wished they could tear them into pieces. They all stepped forward and kicked him hard a few times. This shout, like a sharp sword, pierced the inner peace of the college students in the store and awakened the blood in their bones, which was a rage full of historical hatred. Following behind was a girl from Japan. "We dragon people are emotional but also rational. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment and never bully weak women." The Japanese female student turned pale and took out her cell phone to call the police like a frightened bird. About 10 minutes later, the police rushed into the store like a whirlwind, took control of the situation, understood the circumstances, and said to Lin Feng and the others, "Let's go to the police station to make a statement first." Lin Feng looked calm, like a steady mountain. He softly comforted Wang Xinyue, who looked nervous. "Baby, we are acting in self-defense, don't worry, I'm going to the police station, you just wait here for me." Wang Xinyue held Lin Feng's hand tightly, her eyes as firm as a rock. "I'll go with you." Lin Feng rubbed Xinyue's head helplessly, and said lovingly, "Okay, let's go together." In the police station, Lin Feng methodically recounted what happened at the time. "It was the Japanese who maliciously provoked us and verbally insulted our ancestors. It was really intolerable." After hearing this, the police officers at the police station were filled with righteous indignation, like a powder keg that had been lit. "They should be beaten severely, well done. Well, the truth has been revealed. We will punish and detain them. If the case is serious, we will deport them back to their country." Chapter 10 Famous University. After coming out of the police station, Wang Xinyue held Lin Feng's hand tightly, with admiration in her eyes, and said excitedly, "Lin Feng, you are really amazing." Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and replied with a smile, "Xinyue, don't admire me so much, otherwise I will be proud, ha ha ha." His tone was relaxed and confident, revealing an inadvertent charm. However, the ambiguous hand-holding scene between the two of them was secretly filmed by a passing classmate with his mobile phone and quickly uploaded to the Tunghai University forum. Soon, a video post titled "The Campus Beauty of Donghai University and Her Boyfriend Who Defeated the Japanese Hero" brought honor to the family and instantly became the winner in life immediately caused an uproar, making the entire Donghai University forum extremely lively. Many students left messages expressing their surprise and curiosity. "Wow, the school beauty's boyfriend is so amazing, he's so agile. In which restaurant did this happen? I heard it's the Dongchuan restaurant on Dongchuan Food Street. I've been there once before, but never again. I've been there before, and I ate at this restaurant last night. It was really delicious. Do you think that Japanese guy has any background? After all, people who can come to our school for exchange and study abroad are not simple. Who cares if he has a background or not? He can't run wild in our country. This school beauty's boyfriend is really great. He brings honor to us dragon people. Ha, I think this hero deserves our school beauty, a perfect match. Yes, I hope they can be happy forever." As time went by, the post became more and more popular, with more and more replies, and even students from other schools came to watch. The student who took the video also became famous overnight because of this post and became a celebrity on campus. I don't know how it tastes, but it feels so good to see the school beauty's boyfriend beat up those rude Japanese people in the video without mercy. If I were there, I would definitely kick them a few times to teach them a lesson and let them know that we were able to make them surrender back then, and we can do it now too. There is an inside story, brother, tell me the details quickly. All of a sudden, Tunghai University's forum became extremely lively, with many people discussing this video enthusiastically. Ma Meng was browsing his phone when he was bored, and suddenly a video from Tieba popped up. He was not interested in Tieba and was about to skip it. But when he saw the word school beauty, he was immediately attracted. Ma Meng clicked on it curiously, and suddenly found that the boy in the video looked very familiar. It was not until he read the comments below and saw the school beauty Wang Xinyue that he suddenly realized that the person who showed off his power in the video was none other than his roommate, the fourth student Lin Feng. Fuck, guys, the second one is awesome. This skill is comparable to that of a special forces soldier. This kid did something big. Hearing this, the second and third in the dormitory, Liamo, both got out of bed. What's going on, boss? What do you mean by old four's good skills? Seeing that Lao Air and Liamo looked anxious. The eldest brother Ma Meng said excitedly. The fourth brother beat up those Japanese students. It was really refreshing. You can check out the Tunghai University forum. There's a video in there. Hearing this, Lao Er and Liemo looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. They quickly opened their mobile phones and entered the Tunghai University forum. On the front page of the forum, a post titled "Strike Japan, this is a just counterattack" was pinned high. Below the post, there is a video lasting more than 1 minute. After clicking play, the two saw a group of Japanese people in black suits surrounding Lin Feng on the screen. These Japanese people are too arrogant. They actually dare to be so arrogant in our dragon country. The second brother said angrily. At this moment, Lin Feng in the picture suddenly moved. He moved at an extremely fast speed and punched one of the Japanese in the face. Then he kicked down 2 more Japanese people. In less than a minute, Lin Feng knocked all the Japanese people to the ground. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this, so powerful? The second brother widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Yes, Lao Si's skills are simply amazing, even better than the martial arts stars in the movies. Liemo was also amazed. After watching the video, both of them jumped up excitedly. Ha, good job, fourth brother. Let these Japanese people know how powerful we dragon people are, said the second brother with a smile. That's right. We must celebrate properly this time. The fourth brother is in the limelight today, said Liemo. As they talked, they walked out of the dormitory and prepared to look for the fourth brother. Chapter 11 rewards are coming. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. As a reward for your outstanding performance, we will give you a luxurious property located in the East Sea Star School District. This residence has a beautiful environment, convenient transportation, and abundant educational resources. It is undoubtedly an ideal place for you and your family to live. Soon, the key of the house will be delivered to you by express delivery. Please wait patiently. At the same time, there is also a generous cash reward of 200,000 yuan that has been deposited into your account. After this reward, your current available balance has reached 320,000 yuan, which can satisfy your various needs. In view of the host's perfect performance in the mission, which strongly demonstrated the extraordinary style of our dragon country, a special surprise reward is added: a nanny car alpha. This comfortable and luxurious car will better escort your baby to travel and ensure their safety and comfort. At this moment, Wang Xinyue noticed that Lin Feng suddenly froze in place, with a look of surprise on his face. She couldn't help but feel curious and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Hearing Wang Xinyue's gentle question, Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream. His originally shocked face was instantly replaced by joy, and the corners of his mouth raised a big arc, revealing a brilliant smile. He gazed at Wang Xinyue affectionately, his eyes were as warm as the spring sun. Then, he slowly stretched out his right hand, gently pinched Wang Xinyue's pink cheek, and said softly, "Silly, of course I am thinking about how to love my Xinyue well. Marry my wife home." Wang Xinyue pouted, and angrily raised her fair, tender, and delicate fist and gently hit Lin Feng's broad and strong chest, scolding him, "Humph! Who is your wife? I haven't agreed to marry you yet, I'm just testing you now." Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a doting smile. He slowly stretched out his hands and gently held up Wang Xinyue's cheeks, which were as smooth and delicate as white jade. He gazed affectionately at that delicate and lovely little face, especially those big watery eyes and that delicate cherry mouth. At the moment their eyes met, Lin Feng could no longer suppress the surging emotions in his heart, and he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Wang Xinyue's soft pink lips gently and passionately. This kiss came so suddenly and so passionately that it seemed as if time had stopped at this moment. "Whoa whoa!" Wang Xinyue, who was startled by Lin Feng's sudden action, first whimpered slightly, but soon indulged in this sweet and long kiss. Her originally white face was now flushed, as tempting as a ripe apple. Her whole body was soft and nestled in Lin Feng's warm and generous embrace, and she whispered shyly, "You guy, you only know how to bully me." Lin Feng hugged the beauty in his arms tightly, and while continuing to deepen the kiss, he responded vaguely, "Xinyue, you are my wife, no matter in this life or the next, forever. I will treat you well for the rest of my life, and love our baby well. I love you, and 10,000 years is not enough." Hearing Lin Feng's sincere and touching words of love, Wang Xinyue felt as sweet as eating honey in her heart, but she still refused to give in easily. She snorted coquettishly and said, "Oomph. Let me make a deal. If you dare to treat me badly, this school beauty will never let you off, you bad guy." At this moment, there were several shouts and waving sounds from not far away. It turned out that Lin Feng's good buddies in the same dormitory, the eldest Ma Meng, the second Lu Yang, and the third Liu Mo, were walking towards them. The faces of the three of them were filled with bright smiles, and Ma Meng even joked loudly, "Oh, good job, the fourth brother, you won my sister-in-law so quickly." When Wang Xinyue heard this, her face immediately turned red with shame, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly and introduced them to his brothers. "Hey, these guys are all my best friends. This beautiful and charming lady is naturally your sister-in-law. As for her name, I'm sure you already know it without me telling you." The eldest brother Ma Meng raised his lips slightly, revealing a hearty smile, and said, "Who doesn't know the campus belle of Dongda University?" As he spoke, he cast his eyes on the woman standing beside him and greeted her enthusiastically, "Hello, sister-in-law. I have heard that you are as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing you today, it is true. You are more than 100 times more beautiful than those photos on the campus belle list. But Lin Feng, you are more than worthy of the school belle." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, his face full of helplessness. He grumbled and said, "Brothers, you guys look down on me too much, don't you? After all, I, Lin Feng, am a little charming, okay? How can you say it's cow dung?" However, Ma Meng showed no mercy at all, and responded with a look of disgust, "Come on, you still call yourself charming? I think you are just a beautiful flower stuck in a pile of stinky cow dung." At this moment, Wang Xinyue, who had been standing quietly beside Lin Feng, couldn't help but chuckle. Her big watery eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she looked at Lin Feng tenderly and said softly, "Lin Feng is actually quite handsome." As soon as Xinyue finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately became energetic, straightened his back, and said to Ma Meng with a proud face, "Hey, how about it? See, my girlfriend said I'm handsome." Seeing this, Ma Meng smiled and shook his head, teasing, Okay, you are awesome. But then again, it's all over the forums, saying that our fourth brother really stole the show this time. You are simply a hero." After hearing this, Lin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment, but he couldn't hide his joy. He waved his hand and said generously, "Let's go. I'll treat you guys today, let's have a good meal and a few drinks." Chapter 12 Cooking for the School Beauty. Let's go. Let's go to the Dongchuan restaurant in the University Food City. Ma Meng nodded in agreement. "Okay, I also heard that the owner of this restaurant recently hired a new chef. It is said that his cooking skills are quite good. We can go and try it." After that, the two prepared to set off for their destination. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have already arranged it. Just when we were chatting just now, I had already called a car, and it should be here soon." Sure enough, not long after, a black Alpha sedan slowly drove over. It had smooth body lines and a very atmospheric appearance. Seeing this luxury car, the boss Ma Meng opened his mouth in surprise. "Wow! This is not an ordinary car, this is the legendary million-level Alpha. It must cost a lot to take such a car, right?" Wang Xinyue, who was standing by, was also full of surprise, and hurriedly said, "Just take an online taxi, it's such a waste to take such an expensive car." Lin Feng disagreed. He gently stroked Wang Xinyue's hair, his eyes full of doting, and said softly, "Xinyue, you are a key protected person now. This kind of car is more comfortable to sit in, and the price is not as high as you think. I used a coupon." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue felt warm in her heart, but still felt a little distressed about the expense. At this time, the driver got out of the car and said politely to Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, everything is ready, we can set off." So, several people got in the car and started this delicious journey. Let's go. As the words fell, several people entered the car one after another. As soon as the second brother Liu Yang and the third brother Liu Mo entered the car, their eyes were attracted by the luxurious decoration. They looked at everything in the car in amazement, especially the comfortable and spacious aviation seats and the colorful ambient lights that created a romantic atmosphere. "Wow, this is a great car. It's so comfortable to sit in, and I didn't even feel any bumps along the way." Liu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Liu Mo on the side also nodded in agreement. "Yes, this experience is simply amazing." Wang Xinyue, who was sitting next to her, had a very happy look on her face. She held hands tightly with the person next to her, and their love seemed to be transmitted to each other through their fingertips. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, the car slowly stopped at the door of Dongchuan restaurant. At this time, Aunt Wang, who was standing at the door, was staring at the suddenly approaching, very impressive-looking car with a puzzled look on her face. It turned out that since she learned that Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue were in trouble, Aunt Wang had been worried about them, so she waited at the door of the restaurant for them to return. When her cloudy eyes caught the figure of Xin Yue walking down from the car, her originally calm face was instantly filled with joy, like a flower blooming in spring, as if the whole world became colorful because of this moment. However, this joy was mixed with a little unnoticeable panic, and she subconsciously turned her head and shouted loudly towards the store, "Oldly, come out quickly. Lin Feng and Xin Yue are back." The shout was like a thunder that broke the silence of the kitchen. Uncle Li, who was busy there, looked up suddenly, with a flash of surprise and eagerness in his eyes. He didn't bother to wipe the grease on his hands, and hurriedly threw the work in his hands aside, then rushed out with rapid steps like an arrow from a bow. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng, Xin Yue and their companions got out of the car. Before they could stand firmly, they saw Aunt Wang standing at the door of the store, looking forward to seeing them. Aunt Wang's kind face was filled with joy, which made everyone feel warm. So, they walked towards Aunt Wang with smiles on their faces and greeted her enthusiastically, "Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, we are back." Aunt Wang was so happy when she saw this that she quickly stepped forward and held Wang Xinyue's fair and tender hands tightly. She looked up and down at the adorable girl with concern and asked anxiously, "Child, are you okay? Did they embarrass you? Come and see Auntie." Facing Aunt Wang's sincere and strong love, Wang Xinyue felt a warm current surge in her heart, and the warmth quickly spread throughout her body, making her feel extremely warm and happy. She quickly shook her head and said softly, "Aunt Wang, don't worry, we are all safe and sound, nothing has happened, and the troubles we encountered before have been properly resolved." At this time, Uncle Li, who had been watching Lin Feng, came forward, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction, gave him a thumbs up and praised him, "Good boy, you are worthy of being from Dongchuan, you have backbone. Today, I, your Uncle Li, will host a good meal for everyone. You must drink heartily and don't leave until you are drunk." Ma Meng looked puzzled and asked, "Do you know each other, old man?" Before Lin Feng could speak, Uncle Li smiled and said, "This is my boss, I still work for him." The eldest brother Ma Meng and the second and third brothers looked stunned and said in surprise, "No way, old man, you are the boss?" Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, "I just want to buy a share, provide recipes, and only take dividends without participating in the management." Ma Meng was surprised and said, "Okay, fourth brother, you can become the boss now. We are going to dine at a rich restaurant today," Ma Meng said to Uncle Li, "and I will ask your new chef to prepare some special dishes for you to try." Uncle Li smiled and said, "Xiao Ma, you may not know this, but these new dishes of mine are all produced by Lin Feng, and they taste amazing." Ma Meng was surprised and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. He said in disbelief, "Old four, I never thought that you have been hiding your talents all this time. It turns out you are actually a great chef." He patted Lin Feng on the back with excitement, and then shouted, "No matter what, you have to show us your skills today." At this moment, there was a crisp sound of ding, and a mysterious task was suddenly triggered to personally prepare a nutritious and loving meal for Wang Xinyue. If this task can be successfully completed, a generous reward of up to 10,000 yuan will be obtained. As the task appeared, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen without saying anything, picked up the kitchen knife and started to work. The sharp kitchen knife in his hand was like a nimble fish, flying up and down, moving left and right, accompanied by the rhythmic chop 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 sound. The ingredients on the chopping board were instantly cut into even and delicate shapes. Lin Feng's whole set of vegetable cutting movements was as natural and smooth as flowing water, and every cut was so precise and accurate, as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. Ma Meng on the side was completely stunned, his mouth opened wide, his eyes staring straight at Lin Feng's hands, and he was completely shocked by this wonderful performance. "Oh my god! When did this guy Lin Feng learn such amazing cooking skills?" Ma Meng muttered to himself, his face full of astonishment. "Look at his skilled techniques and confident posture, he is even better than Uncle Li in the restaurant." At this time, Wang Xinyue outside the kitchen had been quietly paying attention to the movements inside. When she heard Lin Feng take the initiative to propose to cook in person, she couldn't help but feel very surprised. After all, in her previous impression, handsome boys like Lin Feng were usually not good at cooking. Well, there are indeed fewer and fewer men who can cook these days. Wang Xinyue thought to herself, however, if Lin Feng is not only good looking but also has such superb cooking skills, then he would be perfect. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and she was full of anticipation for the cooking skills that Lin Feng was about to show. However, what Wang Xinyue never expected was that the superb skills displayed by Lin Feng were far beyond her imagination. Lin Feng was like a peerless master, showing off his talent in the kitchen, and all kinds of complicated and tedious cooking steps became easy in his hands. Lin Feng was like a cooking artist, as if what he was cooking was not a dish but art. Take the pot, stir the pan, turn on the fire and add oil, every movement is beautiful. It gives people a pleasing feeling. Chapter 13 Shocking. Before long, a table of extremely rich, delicious food was served on the table. The last dish, winter melon and pork rib soup, finally appeared. Along with this dish, Lin Feng's magnetic voice appeared, "All the dishes are here." Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the dazzling array of delicacies on the table. Everyone's eyes were fixed on those mouth-watering delicacies, especially the eldest brother Ma Meng, who exaggeratedly slurped a big mouthful of saliva and exclaimed, "Old four, you really are worthy of being a chef. Come on, sister-in-law, sit down quickly and taste these delicacies. You are pregnant with a baby now, so you have to eat more good things to nourish your body." Lin Feng looked at Wang Xinyue beside him tenderly and said softly, "Xinyue, this bowl of clear pork rib soup is specially cooked for you. Our baby is in your belly, so you need to eat more light and nutritious food." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue blushed, as cute as a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly and responded softly, Just as Wang Xinyue was about to sit down, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and saw her friend Yuxuan's name on the screen, so she pressed the answer button and said, "Hey, Yuxuan, why are you calling at this time?" However, what came from the other end of the phone was Yuxuan's aggressive questioning. "Don't talk yet, Wang Xinyue. Tell me the truth, what's the matter with the video about you in the school forum? What's the matter with the Dongda campus beauty who is already taken?" "Okay, Wang Xinyue. I really didn't expect that. I've only been home for a little over a month, and you actually dared to go behind my back and look for another man. Humph, I'm going to teach you a lesson when I get back. I'm going to beat your little butt to pieces. Can you believe it?" "Tiaba." Wang Xinyue muttered to herself, and the scene of Lin Feng standing up for her and severely teaching those arrogant Japanese students a lesson instantly appeared in her mind. At that time, there were many Dongda students taking videos with their mobile phones at the scene. I guess these videos have already been widely circulated in Dongda's Tiaba. At this time, the person who was talking to Wang Xinyue on the phone was her other best friend, Zhang Yuxuan, who had grown up with her. Zhang Yuxuan was not simple, not only was she beautiful, but she also had a graceful figure. She was the focus of everyone's attention wherever she went. She was extremely outstanding. The only drawback is that he has a hot temper and would rather use his hands than his mouth. However, even so, when she heard the yelling and cursing coming from her best friend on the other end of the phone, Wang Xinyue was not afraid or nervous at all. Instead, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and burst out laughing. "Oh, Yuxuan, please don't be angry. Actually, I was planning to tell you about this matter, but I just didn't know where to start," Wang Xinyue hurriedly explained to her bestie. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't listen to Wang Xinyue's words at this moment. She was like a livid kitten, yelling madly, No, absolutely not. I haven't been able to find a boyfriend yet, and you found a boyfriend so quickly. This is not fair, too unfair. Break up with me, break up right now." Wang Xinyue felt helpless and amused when faced with such an unreasonable best friend. But there was nothing she could do, because they were so close. So Wang Xinyue had to continue to persuade her with kind words and used her trump card. Okay, my dear Yuxuan, don't be so upset anymore. When you come back, I'll treat you to a meal made by the chef. How about that? Is that okay?" Zhang Yuxuan muttered angrily, "No, I want to eat now. I'm back to where I live, tell me where you are and I'll come find you, After saying that, she stomped her feet. On the other side, Wang Xinyue was surprised when she heard Zhang Yuxuan's words, and asked quickly, "Yuxuan, you are back? Didn't you go home to do something before? Did you finish it so quickly?" Zhang Yuxuan gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Don't mention it. Our house has been robbed from top to bottom. If I don't come back, I'm afraid that by the time I come back, you'll have been sold off, and you'll still be stupid enough to help them count the money." Wang Xinyue couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Oh, look at what you said, I'm not that stupid. I'm in the Sichuan restaurant on the east side of the food court right now, I just ordered the food and was about to eat. How about you come over and join us?" Zhang Yuxuan answered without hesitation, "Of course. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After that, she slammed the door shut, leaving only a busy tone from the other end of the phone. Wang Xinyue shook her head helplessly, smiled bitterly, and said to herself, "What an impatient person." At this time, Lin Feng walked in, saw the smile on Wang Xinyue's face, and asked curiously, "Xinyue, what happened? You are smiling so happily." Wang Xinyue turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, winked mischievously and said, "Hey, that crazy woman is coming back." When Lin Feng heard this, he was immediately confused. He tried to search his mind for the memory of the mad woman. A vague image of a fierce woman who had beaten up a boy emerged in his mind. His face changed and he thought to himself, it can't be her, right? Seeing this, Wang Xinyue covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then reached out and gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, comforting him. Don't be afraid, I'm here, even if it's really her, what can it do? Besides, we still have a baby. After a while, I heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from far away, followed by a bang. The door was pushed open, and a woman appeared at the door. Her face was filled with undisguised anger, as if she wanted to ignite the air around her, and the murderous aura made people shudder. Before anyone even stepped into the house, her sharp voice had already reached them. Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue. Where is she? Wang Xinyue was sitting there, and when she heard the shout, her face instantly became very embarrassed. She stood up a little uncomfortably and responded in a low voice, Yuxuan, I'm here. As soon as the words fell, the woman named Zhang Yuxuan walked quickly to Wang Xinyue, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. She looked Lin Feng up and down, her eyes revealed a trace of scrutiny and dissatisfaction, and she said rudely, You are the one who kidnapped our Xinyue? Ha? Let me see, you are just ordinary looking, I really don't know what Xinyue likes about you. After hearing this, Lin Feng's face was dark and he secretly complained in his heart. He silently said in his heart, This woman is simply a crazy woman. But a good man does not fight with a woman, I have to hold back and not bother with her. At this time, the eldest brother Ma Meng standing behind Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He snorted coldly and said, I say, beautiful lady, don't underestimate our fourth child. I think he is also a handsome man, and they are in love with each other. I think they are a good match. Besides, they even have a child. It's not your turn to say anything about this. When Zhang Yuxuan heard the words they're pregnant, she felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She stared at Wang Xinyue with wide eyes in disbelief, and stammered, Xinyue, are you telling the truth? Wang Xinyue took Zhang Yuxuan's hand with an apologetic look on her face and said softly, Yuxuan, I will explain this matter to you in detail later. Don't get excited yet, come and try the dishes made by my Lin Feng, they taste delicious. As she said that, she hurriedly pulled Zhang Yuxuan to the dining table. However, Zhang Yuxuan had no time to enjoy the food. The words she had just heard kept echoing in her mind, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Feng quickly came out with a smile to smooth things over. Okay, stop arguing, let's eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk slowly after dinner. As he spoke, he called on everyone to start eating. At this point, Zhang Yuxuan looked at Wang Xinyue helplessly, her eyes seemed to say I really hate you for not being able to make good use of your talents. At this time, Wang Xinyue lowered her head and dared not say a word, like a child who had done something wrong. As everyone began to taste the food, everyone's face gradually showed satisfaction and enjoyment. Zhang Yuxuan also gently picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. When the delicious taste spread on the tip of her tongue, the corners of her mouth could not help but slightly rise, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart, well, it's really good. Xinyue is in for a treat now. At this time, the eldest brother Ma Meng, who was sitting nearby, suddenly became excited and shouted, Come on, let's have a drink. Then he raised his glass to Zhang Yuxuan, with a hint of provocation in his eyes, and said with a smile, Hey, beautiful girl, I don't know how much you can drink with such a hot temper. How about we compete? Zhang Yuxuan was not the kind of person who would back down easily. She raised her hand generously and responded loudly, Come on, who's afraid of who? Thus, a fierce drinking contest began. Come on, let's fry one. In this way, the dinner continued in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Before they knew it, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the boss Ma Meng was already drunk and kept burping loudly. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuxuan, and said vaguely, Beauty, girl, you are really hot, I like you are my dish. Zhang Yuxuan on the other side was not much better. Her eyes were blurry and she was drunk, but she was still unforgiving. She muttered, Humph, the people chasing me can line up from here to Dongda University. Who do you think you are? But since you are straightforward, I will give you a chance today. Come on, have another drink. At this moment, Ma Meng suddenly staggered, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground with a thump. Immediately afterwards, a snoring sound was heard. It turned out that this guy fell asleep without any precautions. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuxuan was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. Ha, look at you, Ma Meng, you are too fragile. The laughter echoed in the air, making people laugh. However, Zhang Yuxuan stopped laughing soon. Her eyes fell directly on Lin Feng, and her cheerful expression instantly became serious. She said in a hoarse voice, "Lin Feng, you must treat Xin Yue well. If you dare to let her down one day, I will never let you go and will make you suffer." Facing Zhang Yuxuan's warning, Lin Feng had no intention of backing down. He had a serious face and a determined look in his eyes. He responded in an extremely gentle tone, "Don't worry, I will spend my whole life protecting Xin Yue and will never let her down." These words seemed like a vow, falling heavily on everyone's heart. Seeing this, Zhang Yuxuan nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards Wang Xinyue, gently hugging her. She lowered her voice and whispered in Wang Xinyue's ear, "Xinyue, I will keep this a secret from Aunt Wang, but you must not use the bank card at home again. Aunt Wang will check your spending records. Don't worry, here is one of my bank cards, you can use it first, just think of it as the milk powder money given by me as the godmother to the baby." As she said, Zhang Yuxuan took out a bank card from her bag and stuffed it into Wang Xinyue's hand. Hearing Zhang Yuxuan's caring words, Wang Xinyue was so moved that her eyes turned red and tears burst out like a flood. Her lips trembled and she choked up and said, "Yuxuan. Thank you so much." Zhang Yuxuan quickly reached out her hand, gently patted Wang Xinyue's back, and comforted her, "Hey, don't cry, don't cry. We grew up together, and haven't I always been the one to protect you? So, don't be afraid, even if the sky falls, I'm still here. At worst, I will raise you and the baby in the future." At the end, Zhang Yuxuan deliberately blinked mischievously. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue burst into laughter and asked in a low voice, "But, what about the baby's father, Lin Feng?" After that, she cautiously glanced at Lin Feng who was standing beside her. Zhang Yuxuan waved her hands nonchalantly, looked at Lin Feng with contempt, and said casually, "As for him, just let him get out of the way first." Lin Feng's face was filled with black lines, and he curled his lips and said, "That won't do. Xin Yue and the baby are mine, and no one can take them away from me." Chapter 14 Going to Xin Yue's house. At this moment, a clear and loud system prompt sound suddenly rang out and went directly into Lin Feng's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully making dishes that have received unanimous praise from everyone. As a reward, the host will receive a copy of the pre-pregnancy nutrition recipe book and a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for increasing his proficiency in God-level cooking to 50%. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional 50 bonus points. These points can be used to redeem various practical skills in the mall and participate in lucky draw activities. Almost at the same moment when the system notification sounded, Lin Feng's mobile phone on the table suddenly rang with a short text message notification sound. He subconsciously picked up the phone and unlocked the screen to see a deposit notification from the bank. Your account with the last digit XXXX successfully received 10,000 renminbi at XX hours and XX minutes. After seeing this text message, Lin Feng hurriedly opened his mobile banking app to check his account balance. When the long string of numbers came into view clearly, he saw that the current balance was as high as 320,000 yuan. Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an expression of surprise that was difficult to conceal, and he thought to himself, "It turns out that as long as I cook for my wife and baby carefully, I can trigger this kind of unexpected task reward from time to time. I must cook more often in the future." At this time, Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing nearby, was curiously staring at Lin Feng's dazed look, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why did this guy suddenly become like a wooden man? Could it be that he was knocked unconscious? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but stretched out her hand in front of Lin Feng and shouted loudly, "Hey! Hey! Lin Feng, are you okay? Are you really stupid?" After hearing Zhang Yuxuan's shouts, Lin Feng finally came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Then, he turned his gaze to Xin Yue and Zhang Yuxuan's arms and said with a smile, "Okay, since you two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time, go and have a good chat." "You're almost drunk?" Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yuxuan who was a little tipsy in front of him. "How about I take you there?" he asked with concern. Zhang Yuxuan waved her hand gently and said with a smile, "No need, a car is already here to pick us up." After hearing what she said, Lin Feng no longer insisted and just nodded to show his understanding. At this time, a brand new Mercedes-Benz car was parked at the door. The driver got out quickly, bowed respectfully, then walked up quickly to open the door, and said politely, "Miss, please get in the car." Wang Xinyue stood there, looking at Lin Feng reluctantly. Her eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. In the end, she slowly got in the car, but before getting in, she still waved to Lin Feng vigorously. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuxuan shook her head helplessly and muttered softly, "What a love-brained person, there's no hope for him." After Wang Xinyue sat safely in the car, Lin Feng also waved in the direction of the car with a faint smile on his face. As the Mercedes-Benz gradually went away, its figure gradually disappeared from Lin Feng's sight. Looking at the car body that was getting farther and farther away until it was completely invisible, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He thought to himself, it seems that Xinyue's family background is not simple. No, I have to work harder, otherwise I may encounter many difficult problems in the future. Lin Feng thought about it carefully and found that the development of the relationship between him and Wang Xinyue was indeed somewhat unexpected. They first had further contact when they were both drunk. Strictly speaking, he seemed to have never seriously pursued Wang Xinyue, and he had never even made a formal confession to her. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly felt enlightened, as if he suddenly understood what he should do next. Lin Feng quickly cleaned the table like a whirlwind. He knew clearly that the peak dining time was coming and the restaurant would be as busy as a battlefield. At this moment, Uncle Li's daughter Li Qingqing rushed in, with a look of surprise on her face, as if she had seen some rare treasure. "Lin Feng, when did you come back? How come I didn't see you when I came out of the police station? And where did senior sister Wang go?" Li Qingqing asked curiously, blinking her big, gem-like eyes. Lin Feng raised his lips slightly and replied with a smile, "We came back a long time ago. Xinyue was picked up by her best friend. I will go to find her later." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing jumped up excitedly like a disturbed little rabbit, and shouted excitedly, take me with you, I want to go too, and I want to study hard with senior sister Wang." She clasped her hands together and stared at Lin Feng with expectant eyes, like a hungry wolf seeing food. However, Aunt Wang at the side said, "Lin Feng is going to see his girlfriend, why are you meddling in his affairs?" Then she added sternly, "Stay in the store and don't go anywhere. Do you hear me?" Li Qingqing was not willing to give up. She pouted her lips and began to fight back like an annoyed kitten, trying to break free from Aunt Wang's restraints. Unfortunately, her little strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang easily stretched out a hand and stopped her firmly like a mountain. Even so, Li Qingqing still refused to give up. Her watery eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. She continued to pester Lin Feng and said, "Oh, I won't go, but you have to tell me how you managed to win over Wang Xiaohua. You can tell me about this, right?" The big boss Ma Meng at the back was originally half drunk and half awake. When he heard the topic that everyone was discussing, it was as if he was struck by thunder. He could not help but open his eyes slowly, and suddenly became alert. He immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He looked like a person who loved to listen to gossip. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he said uncertainly, well, it seems that Xinyue took the initiative to pursue me." After saying this, he felt a little embarrassed. Li Qingqing, who was sitting next to him, was speechless. She rolled her eyes and said to Lin Feng, "Please stop bragging, okay? If you don't want to say it, forget it." At this time, the eldest brother Ma Meng suddenly sat up straight from his seat, staggered and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, burped drunkenly, and said vaguely, "Hey, you are awesome, old four. You are really amazing." Seeing this, Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly, sighed and said, "Oh, if you don't believe me, forget it. I'm telling the truth anyway. I have something else to do tonight, so I have to leave first." After that, he got up and left Dongchuan restaurant. As he walked out of the door, Lin Feng was thinking to himself, Xinyue doesn't eat well, and she's so petite, and now she's pregnant with 2 children. If she can't keep up with the nutrition, it won't work. You know, the diet of pregnant women during pregnancy is quite particular. Fortunately, Lin Feng's system has just obtained some knowledge about the nutritional matching of pregnant women during pregnancy, which should come in handy now. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng's little head has quite a lot of experience in how to take care of pregnant mothers. For example, pregnant mothers cannot sit all the time during pregnancy, otherwise, the baby in the belly may become unhealthy or even have minor congenital problems. Dietary nutrition during pregnancy is very important. It not only affects whether the fetus can develop normally, but also has an impact on the body of the pregnant mother. If you diet too much, it will be even worse, as it will affect the intelligence and physique of the fetus after birth. Therefore, a balanced diet is better for pregnant mothers. Don't eat too much high sugar, high protein, and high calcium food, let alone moldy food. Lin Feng plans to make a super healthy and hearty meal for Wang Xinyue tonight, and he is about to go buy the ingredients. Who knew that when Lin Feng was halfway there, Wang Xinyue called him. Wang Xinyue, are you done with your work? Lin Feng took out his cell phone and saw the other party's cute little panda avatar, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 15. This is too much. Lin Feng let out a long sigh and said, I'm finally done. He glanced at the time and decided to go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables so that he could cook a sumptuous and delicious dinner for his beloved. When Wang Xinyue saw Lin Feng was so considerate and wanted to cook for her, she was touched and a little distressed. She quickly tried to dissuade him. Oh, don't bother. Yushuan just told me that we can just go out to eat tonight. However, Lin Feng shook his head and responded seriously, the food in those restaurants outside may not be reliable. The ingredients they use may not be fresh enough. I'd better go buy some good food and cook it for you myself. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but think about it, and felt that what Lin Feng said seemed to make sense. So she nodded slightly to show her agreement, but then she couldn't help but say, but you have been busy all day, and I really feel bad for you to work so hard to cook for me again. I really don't want to let you work so hard. Lin Feng comforted her and said, silly girl, how can this be considered hard work? You need to supplement your nutrition now so that our baby can grow up healthily. At this moment, Wang Xinyue's face was filled with happiness and her eyes were gentle as water. She suddenly remembered that there was a bustling Tianhai Plaza near her home, so she suggested excitedly, by the way, Lin Feng, there is a Tianhai Plaza next to my home. The supermarket there has a full range of vegetables. Let's go shopping together, how about it? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. After a little thought, he replied, well, that's a good idea. Then you stay at home and don't move. I'll come pick you up right away, and then we'll set off together. About 5 minutes later, a black Alpha luxury business car slowly drove in front of Lin Feng and stopped steadily. The door opened, and a driver in uniform and white gloves quickly got out of the car, then walked to Lin Feng respectfully and said, Mr. Lin, your car has arrived and can leave at any time. Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement, and then slowly boarded the luxury car. In fact, it only took a few minutes from the time Lin Feng called to the time the car arrived. This speed was amazing. It turned out that this was all thanks to the mysterious and powerful system. The system took into account that Lin Feng's driving skills were not yet proficient, and his beloved Wang Xinyue was pregnant at the time. If Lin Feng drove himself, it would inevitably be a little unsafe. Therefore, while rewarding him with this top-notch car, it also thoughtfully gave him a professional and experienced driver. Lin Feng sat in the spacious and comfortable back seat, his body wrapped in soft leather, and the feeling of comfort and relaxation instantly spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is said that the comfort of this Alphard is first class, and it really lives up to its reputation. Just as he was enjoying this comfort, the car was already driving smoothly and quickly on the road. Not long after, the car arrived at the gate of the community where Wang Xinyue lived. Lin Feng looked out the window and saw a graceful figure standing there, looking around as if looking for someone. After a closer look, the beauty was not someone else, but Wang Xinyue, who had just talked to Lin Feng on the phone and couldn't wait to walk out of the house and rushed to the gate of the community to wait for Lin Feng's arrival. Seeing that the person he had been thinking about finally appeared, Lin Feng hurriedly opened the car door and got out. As soon as he got out of the car, he shouted in the direction of Wang Xinyue, Xinyue, I'm here. Hearing the familiar shout, Wang Xinyue quickly turned her head. When she saw that it was Lin Feng, her beautiful face immediately bloomed with a joyful smile as bright as a spring flower. Afterwards, Lin Feng quickly walked to Wang Xinyue, gently took her fair and delicate little hand and said softly, let's go, dear, let's go to the vegetable market to buy some fresh ingredients and make you a sumptuous and delicious meal in the evening. After that, the two of them walked towards the nearby vegetable market hand in hand, talking and laughing. After Yushuan learned that you were going to be in charge of cooking, she went to take a rest. She drank a little too much at noon. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and responded, okay, let Yushuan have a good sleep. I'll wake her up after I finish cooking dinner, so she can rest a little longer. The head of our dormitory was drunk at noon today, and they had to help him back home. After saying these words, Lin Feng walked into the room. At this time, Wang Xinyue, who was standing beside him, saw this and showed a shy and sweet smile on her face. Then she naturally reached out her hand and gently held Lin Feng's arm. The two walked side by side, looking as warm and harmonious as those ordinary couples who just got off work and were about to go to the supermarket to buy food together. They walked slowly along the street, talking and laughing along the way. Soon, they passed a small park in the community. There were several wooden benches in the park, with several uncles and aunts sitting on them chatting leisurely. When they saw Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue walking closely together, they all looked over. One of the sharp-eyed aunties was the first to shout, "Hey, isn't this Xin Yue? How come you have time to come out for a stroll today?" As soon as she finished speaking, another auntie asked curiously, "Hey, who is this handsome guy? Could he be your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was originally in a relaxed and happy mood, suddenly felt embarrassed. He subconsciously raised his right hand and touched the back of his head awkwardly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Facing the eager eyes of many uncles and aunts, he felt his cheeks slightly hot, and his heart was like a deer beating wildly, at a loss. For a moment, everyone was stunned and the scene fell into a brief silence. However, at this moment, Wang Xinyue behaved calmly and introduced herself to the people around her with a smile. "Well, Grandma Li, this is Lin Feng, he is my boyfriend." As Wang Xinyue spoke, she unconsciously cast her eyes towards Lin Feng, her eyes full of sweetness and love, as if they were the only two people left in the world. A faint blush quietly appeared on her fair cheeks, as beautiful as a peach blossom in full bloom in spring. After hearing Wang Xinyue's straightforward introduction, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. "Oh, Xinyue, when did you get a boyfriend? This guy is so handsome." Someone couldn't help but praise. Of course, some aunts showed distressed expressions on their faces. It turned out that they had a close relationship with Wang Xinyue on weekdays, and they had always been thinking about matchmaking for their sons. Who would have thought that someone else would take the lead and snatch this beautiful girl away? However, when these aunts saw Wang Xinyue's face full of happy smiles, the loss in their hearts gradually dissipated. After all, it is also a gratifying thing to see this kind and lovely girl find her own happiness. Afterwards, Wang Xinyue took Lin Feng into the Tianhai Plaza supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Lin Feng immediately felt an atmosphere that was completely different from the vegetable market. It was spacious and bright, the floor was clean as a mirror, and all kinds of goods were neatly arranged and dazzling. In contrast, the vegetable market seemed a bit messy. No wonder Wang Xinyue likes to buy vegetables here, Lin Feng thought to himself. Then, Wang Xinyue took Lin Feng to the vegetable selling area on the first floor with ease. There were many kinds of vegetables here, and they were fresh and delicious, making people salivate at the sight. In fact, Lin Feng was completely unaware of this. He had no idea of the real intention behind Wang Xinyue asking him to come here to select ingredients. It turned out that the reason why Wang Xinyue invited Lin Feng to come and buy ingredients together was simply to experience the warm and ordinary process of buying food and cooking with him. As for where they were and what ingredients they bought, these were not the focus for Wang Xinyue. However, because Wang Xinyue was shy and thin-skinned, she was naturally embarrassed to express her true thoughts deep in her heart to Lin Feng directly. In this way, the two walked side by side, and Lin Feng pushed the shopping cart and slowly followed behind Wang Xinyue. At first, whenever Wang Xinyue selected ingredients, she would carefully ask for Lin Feng's opinion. Only after Lin Feng nodded in approval would she carefully put the purchased ingredients into the shopping cart. However, when they walked to the seafood counter with a wide variety of seafood, the situation suddenly changed. Wang Xinyue didn't even turn her head, and reached out without hesitation to grab a plump oyster and threw it directly into Lin Feng's shopping cart. From beginning to end, she didn't even glance at Lin Feng, who was standing beside her. Then, Wang Xinyue picked up oysters one after another and put them into the shopping cart. Soon, there were already 4 oysters in the shopping cart. But even so, Wang Xinyue seemed unsatisfied and even planned to continue picking up oysters. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been following silently behind, finally couldn't help but ask, "Can we really eat so much?" Facing Lin Feng's question, Wang Xinyue seemed to have not heard it and continued to do her own thing. She paused for a moment, as if she was thinking about something important, and then reached out to pick up another oyster from the counter, and then put it into the shopping cart without changing her expression or heartbeat. You know, oysters are a well-known tonic, but you can't eat them like crazy. Not long after, they came to the poultry area. Wang Xinyue picked without hesitation and finally bought a whole pound of chicken kidneys. Looking at the pile of fresh chicken kidneys, Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then, the two moved to the vegetable area. After careful selection, Wang Xinyue weighed a pound of green and juicy leeks and a pound of fresh and juicy okra. Lin Feng followed behind, holding these ingredients in his hands, with a bewildered look on his face. He really couldn't figure out what Wang Xinyue was trying to do. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: is she planning to make a super luxurious oyster and chicken waste tonic soup? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shudder, muttering to himself, "How nutritious is this?" Chapter 16 I'm falling. Lin Feng, go buy a few bottles of drinks. Don't drink alcohol at night. You Xian drank too much today. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, then, you wait here for me, I'll be back soon. After that, he turned around and ran towards the beverage area. After arriving at the beverage area, Lin Feng randomly picked a few bottles and then rushed back without stopping. Not long after, he ran back to his original position with the drinks in his hand, panting. However, when he was full of joy and thought he would see Wang Xinyue, he found that there was no one there. Lin Feng panicked instantly and began to look around anxiously, shouting, Xinyue, Xinyue. He was extremely anxious at the moment, because he knew that Wang Xinyue was still pregnant. What if something unexpected happened? So, he could no longer care about anything else and shouted loudly around. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of a staff member standing next to him. He rushed forward as if grabbing a life-saving straw and asked, Sister, have you seen a girl? She is very cute and pretty. The lady thought for a moment and replied, Oh, it seems that a pretty girl just walked past here. She must have gone to the cashier to pay. After hearing what the elder sister said, Lin Feng hurriedly thanked her, Thank you, elder sister. Before he finished speaking, he ran towards the supermarket checkout like lightning. Finally, when he ran to the checkout area of the supermarket, he saw Wang Xinyue standing on tiptoe and craning her neck to look inside the supermarket. Seeing that Wang Xinyue was safe and sound, Lin Feng's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally let go a little. Lin Feng ran over in a panic, carrying the shopping bags. He frowned slightly and asked with a little concern, Why didn't you wait for me there? I thought you were lost. I was so worried. Lin Ruobing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel guilty when she heard this. She lowered her head slightly, fiddling with the corners of her clothes with her hands, and said softly, I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I don't know when my phone ran out of battery and turned off automatically, so I can only wait for you at the door. At this time, Wang Xinyue, who had been standing silently beside him, came forward. It turned out that the reason why she didn't wait there just now was because she wanted to come over in advance to help Lin Feng pay. She knew very well that Lin Feng didn't have much money on him, but she was very concerned about the man's self-esteem and didn't want him to feel embarrassed or pressured. However, Lin Feng soon understood Wang Xinyue's thoughts. He raised his lips slightly, revealing a warm smile, and then gently reached out his hand, gently stroked Wang Xinyue's little head, and jokingly said, Hey, my little wife Xinyue, even if you want to rush to pay the bill, you have to come with me. Otherwise, I will be so worried about you too. As he said that, his eyes naturally fell on Wang Xinyue's slightly bulging belly, his eyes full of concern and love. For me, I care more about whether you and the baby in your belly are safe and healthy than the so-called face. As Lin Feng said this, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch Wang Xinyue's pink little face again. At the same time, his face slowly moved closer to Wang Xinyue, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. Facing Lin Feng's sudden words and intimate actions, Wang Xinyue was stunned for a moment, as if she was frozen in place. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks quickly flushed with a charming blush, as delicate and beautiful as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look directly into Lin Feng's fiery gaze, and felt that her heart was like a frightened deer, beating wildly in her chest. Lin Feng, there are so many people here. Look around, everyone is looking at us. Wang Xinyue muttered softly, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and almost only she could hear it. She buried her head tightly in Lin Feng's broad arms, her two small hands nervously grabbed Lin Feng's collar, and her feet unconsciously stomped the ground like taking small steps. At this moment, Wang Xinyue's heart was already surging. She thought to herself, it's over, it's over. I feel like I'm going to completely fall into Lin Feng's arms. This guy usually looks carefree, but I didn't expect him to be so charming at the critical moment. Aw. It's really unbearable. Let's go, Xinyue, I'll make you a sumptuous meal when we get back. Let you taste my cooking skills. Lin Feng said with a doting look on his face, and naturally reached out and held Wang Xinyue's soft little hand. The two walked side by side on the road, and the sunlight cast mottled light and shadows through the gaps in the leaves, like a beautiful painting. On the way back, Lin Feng inadvertently saw many elderly people holding hands and strolling leisurely on the roadside. Some of them leaned against each other and talked quietly, while others smiled and silently enjoyed the tranquility and warmth of the moment. Seeing this scene full of life, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his parents far away in his hometown. Xinyue is now pregnant, but he has not yet informed his parents of this. Lin Feng knows that his parents are honest rural people who attach great importance to traditional family education. When he was a child, he was often beaten by his father with a belt because of his mischief. That feeling is really unforgettable. If my parents knew about Wang Xinyue's pregnancy and I had been hiding it, with my father's hot temper, even though I'm an adult, I'm afraid I'd still be beaten up, maybe even my skin would be torn and my butt would be bruised. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown, and his expression was changing. At this moment, Xinyue noticed something was wrong with Lin Feng. She turned her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes, full of concern and confusion. She asked softly, "Lin Feng, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so sad?" Hearing Wang Xinyue's question, Lin Feng came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. With a smile on his face, he shook his head gently and said slowly, "No, nothing. I just suddenly thought of how happy my parents would be if they knew I found them such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Moreover, not only do they have a daughter-in-law, they also have a grandson. I wonder if they will be so excited that they will beat me up first." Ah! With this exclamation, Lin Feng's words made Wang Xinyue stunned in place for a moment. After 3 full seconds, she came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her pretty face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple, and she looked a little flustered. She lowered her head and stammered in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Who said I was your wife? But I'm not yet." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes, revealing her inner nervousness and shyness. Chapter 17 This is too good. Just as they walked to the entrance of the wide square, a luxurious Alpha sedan was parked there quietly. Lin Feng opened the door gracefully, and Wang Xinyue got in lightly. As soon as she got in the car, Wang Xinyue held her cute little head with both hands, staring at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes, and whispered softly, "Uncle, will I really beat you?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily, and those childhood memories instantly came to his mind, as clear as if they happened yesterday. That year, the sun was shining brightly, and the children ran to the fields to roast sweet potatoes happily. They sat together, waiting for the sweet potatoes to be cooked, and playing around. However, during the roasting process, someone accidentally splashed a spark onto the pile of wheat straw next to them. In an instant, the fire spread rapidly, and the blazing fire illuminated the entire field. The adults rushed over after hearing the news, and they ran back and forth with buckets of water in a panic, trying to put out the fire. That chaotic, intense scene is still deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. He still remembers that when he returned home that night, his poor little butt was severely whipped by his father with a whip, which made it swollen and painful. He couldn't sit normally for several days. At this time, Wang Xinyue listened to Lin Feng's story, with a sly smile on her face, and said coquettishly, I didn't expect you to be so naughty when you were a child. It seems that you deserve to be beaten." Lin Feng looked at the little girl in front of him who smiled so brightly and innocently, and a warm current surged in his heart, and he felt that his heart was about to be melted by her. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the impulse deep in his heart, and couldn't help but move closer to Wang Xinyue's pink face. Finally, impulse completely defeated reason. Lin Feng gently kissed Wang Xinyue's apple-red cheek. This sudden action made Wang Xinyue stun for a moment, but soon her face flushed with shyness, as beautiful as a ripe cherry. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be driven by an invisible force. He suddenly stretched out his hands and gently held Xinyue's pretty face. Then, he leaned down without hesitation and pressed his hot lips tightly against Xinyue's cherry-like tender lips. The air in the car seemed to freeze instantly, leaving only the rapid breathing and heartbeats of the two people. They kissed passionately, and their emotions were like a burning flame, burning more and more vigorously. And Lin Feng's big hands, which had been obedient, began to become agitated at this moment, like a wild horse running away from its reins, wantonly wandering on Xinyue's soft body. Seeing that she was about to climb up Xinyue's towering peaks, Xinyue finally woke up from her intoxication. She let out a vague whimper and tried her best to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. After a struggle, Wang Xinyue finally succeeded in pushing Lin Feng away. Her face flushed, she glared at Lin Feng coquettishly, and said breathlessly, What are you doing? How can you be so casual, bully me again, After that, she turned her head away in a huff and ignored Lin Feng. The car slowly stopped. Wang Xinyue opened the door without saying anything, and walked forward with big strides. Lin Feng hurriedly picked up the basket of vegetables on the side and followed closely behind with a panicked look. He chased Xinyue while apologizing. Xinyue, don't be angry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry. However, no matter how Lin Feng apologized, Xinyue never turned around, but just walked forward quickly, with her little mouth slightly pouted, obviously still angry. Seeing Xinyue like this, Lin Feng felt more and more uneasy. He thought to himself, was it really because I was too impulsive just now that I made her unhappy? Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed to Wang Xinyue in one step, blocking her way. His face was full of guilt, and his eyes showed deep apology. He whispered, "Yes, I'm sorry, Xin Yue. As long as you don't allow me, I will never be so reckless again, and I will never dare to kiss you easily again." Before he finished speaking, Xin Yue suddenly burst into laughter, then quickly stood on tiptoe, gently kissed Lin Feng on the face, and said angrily, "Fool." At this moment, Wang Xinyue lowered her head slightly, with her white jade-like hands obediently behind her back. Her feet seemed to have lost control, swaying left and right involuntarily, as light and shy as flowers swaying in the wind. I only heard her say in a shy and subtle voice like the whisper of a mosquito, "We are even." These few short words made people very excited. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of astonishment and confusion. He subconsciously reached out his hand and gently touched his cheek, thinking to himself, "What? Can this kind of thing be evened out?" A bold thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that as long as I kiss her, Wang Xinyue will kiss me back? If that's the case, then I'm more than willing to help. While Lin Feng was thinking about this, the strange smile on his face did not escape Wang Xinyue's sharp eyes. Wang Xinyue's heart tightened, and an inexplicable sense of danger arose spontaneously. She hurriedly asked coquettishly, Why are you looking at me?" Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly bypassed Lin Feng like a frightened deer and ran towards the small place not far away. With a woman's unique intuition, Wang Xinyue knew that Lin Feng must have had some bad thoughts in his mind just now. Unfortunately, due to the lack of solid evidence, she could only choose to flee. Chapter 18 Well, I feel like I have D. Lin Feng chased Xinyue closely and pressed her against the door. Wang Xinyue blushed and said, "What are you doing? Yuxuan is in there. If she hears it, you'll be finished." Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile, and muttered softly, If I could die under the skirt of a beautiful woman, it would be an honor." His eyes unconsciously fell on Wang Xinyue's graceful figure. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinyue snorted coquettishly, rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, and said unhappily, "Come on, stop talking nonsense. I don't want to let you get rid of it so easily." As they spoke, they both reached out to push open the door and walked into the villa. At this time, Zhang Yuxuan was lazily lying on the spacious sofa, staring at the TV screen with great interest. When she heard the door open, she turned around nonchalantly, glanced at Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue casually, and suddenly said with a playful look on her face, "Oh, isn't this our famous chef Lin? Why are you cooking in person today? Are you going to show off your cooking skills to our sister Xinyue?" After hearing this, Lin Feng's smile widened, and he quickly waved his hand to explain, "Sister Zhang, you are joking. I was too rushed at the restaurant just now, so I wanted to make some nutritious and delicious meals for Xinyue to nourish her body. Since you are here, I will let you taste my cooking skills together." Seeing this, Wang Xinyue, who was standing by, ran to Zhang Yuxuan like a happy little bird, took her arm affectionately, and said with a smile, "Sister Yuxuan, Lin Feng and I went out to buy a lot of delicious food. Besides, Lin Feng will cook dinner tonight, and his food is delicious." Hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan's expressionless face instantly broke into a brilliant smile, and she nodded repeatedly in response, "Well, okay. Come to think of it, I was busy drinking in the morning, and I only tasted the dishes briefly. But then again, I have eaten a lot of delicacies from land and sea, but authentic Sichuan cuisine like this really has a unique flavor, which makes people look forward to it." In Zhang Yuxuan's eyes, a man who can cook is simply charming and fascinating, which undoubtedly adds a lot to his image. She and Wang Xinyue have lived a wealthy life since childhood, and naturally have extremely high requirements for food. Especially now that Wang Xinyue is pregnant, she can't be careless about her diet. After that, Lin Feng said no more. He carried several large bags of food and walked steadily towards the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, the first thing that caught his eye was the extremely clean and tidy environment. The entire kitchen had hardly been used. All kinds of kitchen utensils were neatly arranged. There was no trace of grease on the countertop. It was no exaggeration to say that this place was spotless. Lin Feng had just put the bag full of ingredients on the ground and had not had time to roll up his sleeves to start working when Wang Xinyue came running in and took the initiative to help wash the fresh vegetables, fruits, onions, ginger, garlic and other ingredients. Wang Xinyue looked focused, carefully washing each vegetable and fruit. She looked so cute when she was doing things seriously. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but reach out and gently flick some water, splashing on Wang Xinyue's pretty face. Wang Xinyue was stunned at first, then reacted and turned to look at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes full of anger. However, she soon pouted her pink little mouth and threw the water in her hand at Lin Feng in response. For a while, the kitchen was filled with laughter, and the two of them played with the water happily like children. However, just when the two were having fun, Lin Feng's movements suddenly stopped. It turned out that the water splashed by Lin Feng had wet Wang Xinyue's chest standing beside him. At this moment, a vague, dreamlike outline slowly emerged in front of Lin Feng's eyes. This mysterious outline instantly made Lin Feng fall into memories. He remembered the last time he had an intimate relationship with Wang Xinyue. At that time, although there were some ripples in his heart, the feeling was as ethereal as a wisp of light smoke, not very strong, and in a trance, it was as if he had had an illusory dream. At this moment, Wang Xinyue, who was leisurely playing with the water beside the clear pool, suddenly noticed Lin Feng's strange gaze. She curiously followed Lin Feng's gaze and suddenly found to her surprise that the clothes on her chest had been soaked by water without her knowing when. The wet area was tightly attached to her skin, and even the pink skin color could be vaguely seen through. Wang Xinyue couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this, and subconsciously stretched out her hands and quickly covered her chest. At the same time, her originally snow-white face instantly showed an intoxicating blush, as delicate and beautiful as a ripe apple. Damn Lin Feng! Wang Xinyue cursed coquettishly, then turned around in a huff, holding her chest tightly while running away in a hurry. Her graceful figure became more charming as she ran, like a frightened deer. At this time, Zhang Yuxuan in the living room happened to see Wang Xinyue covering her chest and walking out. She was very surprised and hurried forward to ask with concern, "What's wrong, Xinyue? Did something happen?" As she spoke, Zhang Yuxuan grabbed Wang Xinyue's hand. However, when she felt the warmth from Wang Xinyue's palm and her blushing face, she immediately understood something. A strange expression emerged on Zhang Yuxuan's face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, gently supported her delicate chin with her right hand, and said in a very serious manner, "Xinyue, why do I feel that you seem to have grown up a lot?" As she spoke, she looked at the other person up and down thoughtfully. After a short pause, Zhang Yuxuan continued to mutter to herself, "Well, if things continue like this, I'm afraid it will be a D cup." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue, who was already a little shy, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah!" Instantly, her pretty face turned red, like a ripe apple. At this moment, Wang Xinyue really wanted to dig a big hole in the ground so that she could quickly crawl in and hide. "Oh, Yuxuan, you two are really going too far. You actually teamed up to bully me." Wang Xinyue stomped her feet coquettishly and complained with a look of grievance on her face. Before she finished her words, Wang Xinyue suddenly opened her arms and pounced on Zhang Yuxuan like a little tiger, shouting, "Humph, let me feel how big yours is." Just like that, the two of them started laughing and playing on the spacious sofa, and for a while, laughter filled the entire living room. At this time, Lin Feng was quietly standing aside and peeking. The scene in front of him was so erotic and tempting that he couldn't help but cough a few times and deliberately lowered his voice to remind her, "Xinyue, you have to be careful, don't forget that there is our baby in your belly." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two people who were playing stopped their movements immediately as if they were cast under a spell. Then, they looked at each other, and then gathered together like guilty thieves and began to whisper. All she heard was Wang Xinyue asking in a low voice, "Yuxuan, do you think we can do that in the early stages of pregnancy? The way Lin Feng looked at me just now was as if he wanted to eat me up." She lowered her voice deliberately because she was worried that Lin Feng would hear her words. But even so, Lin Feng, who had sharp hearing, could still hear it clearly. The system not only gave Lin Feng superb cooking skills, but also enhanced his body's senses to a multiple that ordinary people could not reach. In this way, Lin Feng could more accurately control the heat and the best time when cooking dishes. His extraordinary hearing allows him to clearly distinguish the subtle changes in sound of the ingredients in the pot, so as to judge whether the fire is appropriate. His keen sense of smell can help him identify the unique aroma of the dishes just by smell, and adjust the amount of seasoning accordingly. Coupled with his extremely flexible sense of touch, he can handle the ingredients as easily as butchering an ox. At this moment, two people in the living room were quietly sitting on the sofa and whispering to each other, while Lin Feng had already quietly walked into the kitchen and devoted himself to the busy work of cooking a sumptuous dinner. He skillfully picked up the iron pot and placed it on the stove. After gently turning on the gas valve to ignite it, he quickly poured in a proper amount of cooking oil. Then, with a flick of the knife, the fresh vegetables were cut into even pieces for later use. At the same time, the casserole on the other side was already stewing a fragrant bone soup, bubbling with steam. Lin Feng decided to start by making a delicious dish of bone soup with stuffed tofu. To make this dish, you need to carefully prepare all kinds of ingredients in advance: golden and crispy fried tofu, crystal clear shrimp, delicate and tender chicken, mellow and rich bone soup, and emerald green rapeseed. Lin Feng first carefully chopped the shrimp into small pieces, then mixed them with the chopped chicken, added a little salt, pepper, soy sauce, and other seasonings, and mixed them thoroughly to make a delicious filling. Next, he picked up a sharp knife and gently cut a small hole in each fried tofu, and cleverly removed a part of the core. Then, he stuffed the prepared fillings into the open fried tofu one by one to make them full and filling. When everything was ready, Lin Feng slowly poured the already boiled bone soup into the pot, and then put in the freshly brewed fried tofu. As the fire was turned down to a low heat and simmered slowly, the pot gradually emitted waves of tempting aroma. After stewing for a while, he sprinkled in a little refined salt to enhance the flavor, and continued to let them slowly blend in the pot. At this time, Lin Feng quickly washed a few rapeseeds and cut them into small pieces. When the fried tofu was almost cooked, he gently put the cut rapeseed pieces into the pot and stirred them slightly to add some color. Finally, before serving, he did not forget to pour some rice vinegar along the edge of the pot, which instantly brought out a mouth-watering sour taste. Just like that, the bone soup stuffed tofu made with this unique cooking method is finally done. The whole dish looks elegant and fresh, and the soup is moderately thick and not greasy at all. Take a bite, the tofu melts in your mouth, the shrimp and chicken are perfectly blended in it, and paired with the delicious bone soup and refreshing rapeseed, the taste is rich and varied. It is particularly worth mentioning that this dish is rich in calcium and is extremely nutritious. It is undoubtedly an excellent tonic for pregnant Wang Xinyue and her baby in her belly. In addition, Lin Feng quietly went to the market and carefully selected some high-quality birds' nests. These birds' nests are crystal clear and exude a faint fragrance. He knows that birds' nests are rich in protein, vitamins, and amino acids, which are of great benefit to human health. Because of this, birds' nests have a resounding name: natural vitamins. This precious ingredient is even more nourishing for pregnant women. Whether it is supplementing nutrition or promoting the growth and development of the fetus, it plays a role that cannot be underestimated. It can not only effectively promote the good development of the fetal brain and make the baby smarter, but also significantly enhance the mother's own immunity, making it less susceptible to diseases during pregnancy. In addition, bird's nest has the effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach, which can improve the digestive function of pregnant women and reduce gastrointestinal discomfort. The calming properties can help relieve the anxiety and insomnia symptoms that pregnant women may experience during pregnancy, allowing them to have better sleep quality and protect the health of mother and baby. Not long after, Lin Feng skillfully brought a sumptuous meal to the table. Waves of tempting aroma instantly spread and went straight into people's noses. Zhang Yuxuan, who had already smelled the aroma, couldn't sit still. She rushed to the dining table impatiently, staring at the table full of delicious dishes, her mouth watering. Chapter 19 No, how did they become two? What a nice smell. What kind of dish is this? Why does it smell so good? Zhang Yuxuan asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled and explained to her, this dish is called scrambled eggs with spinach, and this porridge is a porridge for stabilizing pregnancy. It is made by boiling together angelica, chuanxiong, scutellaria, white peony root and atractylodes. The porridge boiled together with these herbs has the wonderful effect of nourishing blood and stabilizing pregnancy. When Lin Feng mentioned the word pregnancy protection, Wang Xinyue, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but blush like a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering, and she seemed a little embarrassed. At this time, seeing Lin Feng was seriously introducing the pregnancy-preserving recipe to Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Xinyue quietly walked behind Lin Feng. She raised her jade hand slightly, suddenly stretched out her slender and soft little hand, and suddenly pinched Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng, who was caught off guard, suddenly felt a sharp pain. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and secretly complained in his heart, "Oh, it hurts so much." He quickly turned his head and saw that Wang Xinyue, who was soaked just now, had changed into new clothes. She wore a simple and elegant blue and white striped women's shirt on the upper body, which was fresh and natural, and a pair of summer leg-revealing shorts on the lower body, which perfectly showed off her straight, white, slender and charming legs, with smooth and graceful lines, which were simply flawless. Coupled with her extremely beautiful hair, she looks even more elegant, cool and charming, just like a cold and aloof school goddess. People are intimidated and can only admire her from afar but dare not easily desecrate her holy beauty. At this moment, Wang Xinyue raised her head as if she had sensed something, and happened to meet Lin Feng's gaze. At that moment, it seemed as if time had frozen, and the two people's sights met in the air, colliding with invisible sparks. Zhang Yuxuan saw this scene with her sharp eyes. She raised her mouth with a teasing smile and deliberately raised her voice to Wang Xinyue, "Big Xinyue, come here, you are in for a treat. Look at what this is. This is the tonic soup that your dear husband made especially for you to nourish your pregnancy." Come and try it while it's hot to see if it tastes good or not. When Wang Xinyue heard Zhang Yuxuan's words big Xinyue, the scene in her mind immediately emerged when she teased her about her plump figure. Thinking of this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed, and subconsciously reached out and pinched Lin Feng beside her. Lin Feng was caught off guard by the pinching. He opened his mouth in astonishment, secretly complaining in his heart, "What's wrong with this little girl? It was obviously Yuxuan who was teasing you, why did you pinch me? I am really wronged." However, Wang Xinyue's face had already turned red due to shyness, and she didn't care about Lin Feng's grievance at all. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the expressions of Lin Feng and Zhang Yuxuan, and she felt her face burning as if it was about to burn. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and could only silently endure this unprovoked disaster. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and pulled Wang Xinyue to sit down at the dining table. The two sat side by side, with a table full of delicious dishes in front of them. Zhang Yuxuan stood aside, staring at the delicious food, her mouth almost drooling. But she still suppressed her appetite, pretending to be an elder, cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, Xinyue, you have to eat more, you are not eating alone now, you have a baby in your belly. You must ensure adequate nutrition." As he spoke, he did not forget to wink at Wang Xinyue, his eyes full of concern. "Eat more, this is carefully prepared for you by Lin Feng, it is good for your health. Come, take a look. This is the pregnancy-maintaining soup I prepared with great care. Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Feng looked at the person in front of him with anticipation, tenderness and concern flashing in his eyes. In fact, she knew very well that Lin Feng's cooking skills were excellent. She had tasted his dishes several times before at Dongchuan restaurant, and every dish was very memorable. However, at this moment, facing a table full of delicious and mouth-watering dinner, even her best friend could resist moving her chopsticks? This really surprised and amused her. Just at this moment, when Wang Xinyue was about to reach out to pick up the spoon to serve herself a bowl of fragrant pregnancy-maintaining soup, Lin Feng was quick to take the lead and carefully brought the bowl of steaming pregnancy-maintaining porridge steadily in front of Wang Xinyue. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but twitch her lips. She muttered to herself, "No way. We say that guests are guests. Don't these two guys even know the most basic etiquette of hospitality, the traditional virtue of letting guests eat first? This is really too much." However, seeing Lin Feng so considerately bringing the pregnancy-protecting porridge to her, Wang Xinyue still seemed a little embarrassed. She blushed and said softly, "Thank you." Her voice was as small as a mosquito, but the gratitude contained in it was self-evident. Seeing Wang Xinyue being so polite, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and responded with a smile, "Hey, Xinyue, try it quickly and see how it tastes. You should know that I made this porridge specifically for you and the baby in your belly. Drinking more will be very beneficial to your health." Listening to Lin Feng's caring words, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly became redder, as beautiful as a ripe apple. Under the table, her small and delicate hand quietly reached over and accurately pinched the soft flesh on Lin Feng's waist. Although Lin Feng felt pain, his expression showed a hint of pain and happiness. Zhang Yuxuan looked at the painful Lin Feng and smiled, "You will suffer in the future. Yuxuan, don't be polite, just pick up your chopsticks." Wang Xinyue said. "Then I won't be polite." Zhang Yuxuan raised her lips slightly, revealing a happy smile, and then she gracefully reached out her hand and gently picked up the delicate chopsticks in front of her. She carefully picked up a small bite of the dish and slowly put it into her mouth. Just this small bite made Zhang Yuxuan stunned. She stared with her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe the deliciousness she tasted. From childhood to adulthood, she had tasted countless delicacies, but no dish could be as intoxicating as the one in her mouth at this moment. Recalling this morning, she was so busy drinking that she didn't have time to savor the flavor. But now, when she really tried to experience this delicacy, the unique taste and rich aroma immediately struck her heart. Although Zhang Yuxuan had enjoyed luxurious meals made from various top-quality ingredients such as abalone and lobster, at this moment, the dish made by Lin Feng himself brought her an unprecedented experience. This feeling was indescribable, as if it touched the softest corner of her heart. As Zhang Yuxuan chewed the juicy dishes in her mouth, her childhood memories emerged involuntarily. At that time, her mother always spent a lot of time and energy preparing rich and delicious meals for the family. Every dish was full of the warmth and care of maternal love, and became the most delicious taste in her memory. Zhang Yuxuan, who was used to enjoying high-end cuisine, didn't pay much attention to Wang Xinyue's praise of Lin Feng's superb cooking skills, even better than those of five-star chefs. But after tasting it herself, she realized that Lin Feng's cooking skills were indeed extraordinary, and his level of sophistication far exceeded those of the chefs of so-called five-star hotels. At this moment, the person sitting next to her noticed that Zhang Yuxuan's eyes were slightly red, with a glittering tear in them, and asked with concern, "Yuxuan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Yuxuan hurriedly shook her head, trying to calm down, and replied with a smile, "No, nothing, I'm just too happy." Yes, being able to feel such a familiar and beautiful taste again, perhaps from this moment on, Xingyue finally has someone who can take care of her like a mother. Zhang Yuxuan came to her senses and realized that she was crying. She slowly raised her hand and gently wiped the slightly moist corners of her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Feng, I want to ask, have you ever learned to cook?" Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then nodded slightly, affirmatively saying, "Well, I have learned a little bit." His tone seemed very humble. Of course he wouldn't say, "I have a god-level chef given to me by Tongzi." However, Zhang Yuxuan smiled slightly and did not completely believe Lin Feng's words that he had only learned a little. Because in her opinion, with Lin Feng's superb cooking skills, it would be too modest to say that he had only learned a little. To have such superb skills, it must be either a family secret or he must have received guidance from a master. At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan knew very well that Wang Xinyue's heart and eyes were full of Lin Feng. But as a bystander, she thought more and further. After all, once two people have children, all kinds of trivial matters in life will follow one after another, especially those expenses such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt are unavoidable. And right now, Lin Feng is still just a student. How can he possibly be able to take on the responsibility of raising a child? However, after Zhang Yuxuan tasted the delicious dishes made by Lin Feng himself, the big stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. She thought to herself that even if Lin Feng could not successfully complete his studies in the future, with his amazing cooking skills, it should not be a problem for him to support Lin Ruobing and their children. Of course, although these good friends can help when necessary, this is not a long-term solution after all. While I was thinking this, I saw Zhang Yuxuan and Wang Xinyue, who had already started to attack the sumptuous food on the table impatiently. At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan completely ignored her usual ladylike image. She was like a beast that had been hungry for a long time. Her eyes were shining, and her hands were constantly stuffing the dishes on the table into her mouth. Although Wang Xinyue on the side was not as crazy as Zhang Yuxuan, she was also enjoying the food, and the way she ate was so funny that people could not help laughing. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the scene in front of him, and gently reminded them, "You too should eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can cook some more for you." However, the two women who were immersed in the food had no time to pay attention to Lin Feng's words. Especially Zhang Yuxuan, she seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, turning a deaf ear to Lin Feng's advice and still burying her head in eating. In comparison, Wang Xinyue was a little more polite. Although her mouth was also full of food, causing her speech to be a little unclear, she still tried to respond, "Lin Feng, the food you cooked is really delicious." After saying that, she did not forget to pick up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Hearing Wang Xinyue's praise for the food, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and warmth. His eyes fell on Wang Xinyue as gently as water, and he said slowly in a caring and loving tone, "Since you think it's so delicious, you might as well eat a little more." At this moment, Lin Feng's sight inadvertently caught Wang Xinyue's pretty face filled with happiness and satisfaction. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyes sparkled with bright light, like the bright stars in the night sky. At this moment, Lin Feng's heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Well, Xinyue, you have to eat more. You know, you are pregnant with a pair of lovely babies. They also urgently need to take in enough and rich nutrients to thrive." As soon as these words came out, the room that was originally filled with laughter and lively chatter suddenly fell into a dead silence. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and even the air seemed to stop flowing. Zhang Yuxuan, who was sitting next to them, was stunned with her mouth wide open. She even forgot to swallow the food she was chewing. She suddenly jumped up from her seat, her face full of astonishment, and made a series of unclear squeaking sounds. What? Wasn't there only one baby? How did it become two? Chapter 20 Do you want to be a little wife? Wang Xinyue looked at Zhang Yuxuan, who was full of astonishment, with a smile on her face. That smile was as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. She shook her head gently and said softly, "I never told you that. What does it matter if it's one or two?" Zhang Yuxuan stood up suddenly and walked quickly to Wang Xinyue's side, her eyes wide open, full of disbelief. She exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look at your round belly, you are so proud. Most other people's pregnancies are one baby, but you are pregnant with twins all of a sudden. As she spoke, she winked mischievously and turned her gaze to Lin Feng on the side with a teasing smile on her lips. Lin Feng, you are amazing. I have to admire you. You usually look thin and frail, like a weak scholar, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful at the critical moment and make Xinyue pregnant with 2 babies. It seems that you have to work harder in the future, otherwise how are you going to support this big family? Ha ha. Zhang Yuxuan joked with a smile, while gesturing with her hands to show the size, which looked very funny and cute. After hearing this, Lin Feng felt his face getting hot and embarrassed. He scratched his head in embarrassment, laughed dryly, and quickly explained, "Oh, no, this is all Xinyue's credit. I just play a supporting role." After saying that, he secretly glanced at Wang Xinyue, and saw that her cheeks were flushed at the moment, as tempting as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Wang Xinyue coquettishly hit Lin Feng's shoulder and muttered, "Humph, you're so bad. I won't pay attention to you." However, despite saying this, her eyes always stayed on Lin Feng, full of love and sweetness. At this time, Zhang Yuxuan looked at the loving couple in front of her, waved her hands helplessly, and said impatiently, Okay, you two stop being so affectionate and showing off your affection in front of me. If you keep going like this, I won't even have a few bites of my meal before I'm stuffed with the dog food you guys give me." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them laughed out loud at the same time. After eating the delicious, hot meal, Lin Feng stood up and began to clean up the leftovers on the table. He carefully stacked the dishes and brought them into the kitchen. Turning on the tap, the water was running, and Lin Feng carefully washed each dishware, making sure they were all scrubbed clean. After washing the dishes, he took out a bunch of purple grapes and a box of red strawberries from the refrigerator and rinsed them in the sink. At this time, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan were whispering on the sofa in the living room. Lin Feng held a fruit plate full of fruits in both hands, walked slowly in front of them, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, "Xinyue, eating some fruits after a meal is good for your health. Eat more grapes, maybe our future baby will have a pair of big beautiful eyes like yours. As for the strawberries, you can eat the tips first, and I will take care of the rest later." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. She slightly blinked her big, bright eyes, like a cute little white rabbit, and responded in a tender voice, "I know, Lin Feng, I will definitely eat well." Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile dotingly, stretched out his right hand and gently stroked her soft hair, praising her, "So good, then you eat slowly, I'll go tidy up the kitchen a little bit." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this sweet and warm scene in front of her, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't bear it anymore. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she cried with resentment on her face, "Xinyue, can you two stop showing your affection in such a way that no one is around? Whoa! Poor me, a lonely person, I don't even have a boyfriend, it's so miserable. I also want to find a man to love me. I have decided that when I look for a husband in the future, I must find someone like Lin Feng." Zhang Yuxuan clenched her fists in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling, and said excitedly, "He must be a gentle and sunny boy who loves his wife very much and can cook. You know, if a man can cook, especially delicious meals, it will definitely add extra points." Her confident and serious look made Wang Xinyue beside her laugh out loud. Wang Xinyue leaned over to Zhang Yuxuan's ear and whispered in a seductive tone, "Hey, why don't you just marry Lin Feng, so that both of us can become his wives? We have always been good sisters. When we were little, we always shared everything together." After saying that, she winked at Zhang Yuxuan mischievously. After hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan's face turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. She screamed, waved her hands and shook her head in panic, No, he's your husband, how can I snatch him from you?" As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the kitchen, and she lowered her voice and asked in a whisper, "Can even men be shared?" Seeing Zhang Yuxuan so shy and nervous, Wang Xinyue couldn't stop laughing and said jokingly, "Look at how capable you are. I've already agreed, so what are you afraid of? Besides, do you think Lin Feng would be unwilling? If he knew, he would be so happy." As she said this, she gently bumped Zhang Yuxuan with her shoulder. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the kitchen. It turned out that Lin Feng heard the noise outside and came out. He looked at the somewhat chaotic scene in front of him, smiled, and asked softly, "What's wrong, Xinyue? What interesting things happened to make you so happy?" Wang Xinyue's big watery eyes flickered, and then she deliberately put on a stern face and pretended to be serious and said, Hey, I'm busy looking for a concubine for you. How about it, are you happy?" When Zhang Yuxuan heard this, her heart started beating like a rabbit in her chest, and her originally fair face turned red all of a sudden, as beautiful and juicy as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, and her voice was so soft that it seemed as if only she could hear it. Xinyu, don't say anymore, please, really don't say anymore. At this moment, her head was lowered so much that it almost touched the ground. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing. He shook his head and said helplessly, Xinyu, what drama are you acting in? But, okay, as long as it makes you happy, I have no objection. Zhang Yuxuan couldn't believe her ears. She froze in place as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, her mouth wide open with surprise, a big orange could fit in it. She stammered, Lin Feng, how could you do this? Xinyu said she wanted to find you a concubine, and you agreed? Lin Feng showed a gentle smile on his face and responded softly, as long as Xinyu feels happy, no matter what she says or does, it's fine for me. Anyway, just listen to her in everything. At this time, Wang Xinyu looked at Lin Feng with great joy. Her pretty face was filled with an extremely happy smile, and she kept muttering, well, Lin Feng, you were so good. Then, she turned slightly to the side, and then quickly turned her head to look at Zhang Yuxuan. At the same time, she deliberately lowered her voice and said in a teasing tone, Yuxuan, what do you think about that matter? Why don't you just agree to be a concubine of our Lin Feng? He. As she spoke, her smart eyes flashed with a cunning light, like a little fox who had just eaten candy. Not only that, she also playfully blinked at Zhang Yuxuan a few times, and her beautiful face was full of playful expressions. After hearing these words, Zhang Yuxuan's pretty face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She glared at Lin Feng coquettishly and said unhappily, what are you looking at? Hurry up and clean up the kitchen. Humph. After that, she turned her head away angrily. At this time, Lin Feng was bewildered. He was completely confused and thought to himself, did I offend her in any way? Why did she suddenly lose her temper with me? Just when Lin Feng was full of doubts, Zhang Yuxuan calmed down a little, but still responded with a stutter. Well, let us talk about that later. Xinyu, you are so mean. Look, your face is red and you are making a fool of yourself. Woo. Chapter 21 is beautiful. Okay, Wang Xinyu comforted softly with a gentle smile on her face, you're not showing it to others, so what's there to be shy about? As she spoke, she gently patted Zhang Yuxuan's shoulder. Zhang Yuxuan snorted softly, rolled her eyes at Wang Xinyu, and then fumbled for her wallet on the sofa. She opened her wallet skillfully and carefully pulled out a bank card. Here, this is for you. This is the money for milk powder for another child. Zhang Yuxuan handed the bank card to Wang Xinyu, her eyes full of concern. Wang Xinyu quickly shook her head and said softly, no, Yuxuan, it's really enough. I haven't spent all the money you gave me last time. And now Lin Feng also has dividends from the restaurant. The income is quite good, which is enough to support me and the babies. However, Zhang Yuxuan frowned seriously and stuffed the bank card into Wang Xinyue's hand without saying anything, and said solemnly, just take it. Uncle and aunt don't know about this yet. If they know about it, they will definitely go crazy. So let us not use their cards for the time being. This is the milk powder money that I, as a godmother, prepared for the children, so just accept it with confidence. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's eyes instantly became wet, tears welling up in her eyes. She was so excited that she could hardly speak, she just hugged Zhang Yuxuan tightly, and said with a choked voice, thank you, Yuxuan. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Zhang Yuxuan gently patted Wang Xinyue's back, comforting her like a child, oh, don't worry. After all, we are best friends. Of course, what's mine is yours too. Wang Xinyue burst into laughter, gently wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, and said jokingly, okay, then what's mine is yours, and I'll give you half of Lin Feng. He. Her laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell, which made people feel happy after hearing it. Zhang Yuxuan had a dark face and waved her hands helplessly, saying, oh, stop. She looked at the bright sunshine outside the window and suggested, it's still quite early, why don't we change clothes and go out for a walk? By the way, you can also look at the things prepared for the baby, and start choosing baby clothes, bottles, diapers, etc. as early as possible. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinyue nodded repeatedly in agreement, yeah, that's true. There are so many things to prepare. Just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed. Not long after, Wang Xinyue came out after changing her clothes. She was wearing a sexy tank top, a pair of ultra-short knee-high shorts, and a pair of high heels wrapped with black ribbons. Such a hot outfit makes her already graceful figure even more charming, and she is simply a feast for the eyes. Joey, who had just finished cleaning the kitchen and walked out, took a glimpse of Wang Xinyue's outfit. His eyes widened instantly, his throat rolled unconsciously, and he swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. He stood there in a daze as if he was under a spell. Lin Feng on the side was also attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him and couldn't take his eyes off, staring at Wang Xinyue. Just when Lin Feng was lost in thought, Zhang Yuxuan quietly came behind him, with a teasing smile on her face and asked softly, "How is Xinyue's figure? Isn't it super perfect?" Lin Feng came back to his senses suddenly after hearing the voice. He felt flustered and coughed twice to cover up, trying to calm himself down. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he laughed out loud, then said softly, "Sister Yuxuan, you are just as beautiful and charming." The voice was gentle and sincere, like a spring breeze blowing through Zhang Yuxuan's heart. However, Zhang Yuxuan was caught off guard when she heard Lin Feng's words, and was unable to react for a moment. She stared at Lin Feng with her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to catch a hint of teasing or joking in his eyes, but she only saw full of sincerity and praise. At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan seemed to come back to her senses suddenly, and asked coquettishly, "Among the girls you have seen, who is the most beautiful? And who has the best figure?" After that, she blinked mischievously and looked at Lin Feng with expectation in her eyes. Lin Feng first subconsciously touched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. Then, he slowly turned his head and cast his gaze towards Wang Xinyue, who was not far away. Wang Xinyue was standing there gracefully, with the breeze gently blowing her hair, like a beautiful painting. After a moment's silence, Lin Feng finally spoke, "Well, this is a really difficult question. Do you really want me to tell you?" His tone was a little hesitant, as if he was worried that his answer would cause unnecessary trouble. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yuxuan immediately cast a sharp look, which was like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Lin Feng. Feeling this pressure, Lin Feng couldn't help shrinking his neck and showing a slightly embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Lin Feng on the side hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Hey, Xinyue is the school belle of our school, so of course she deserves the first place. As for the second place, it must be Sister Yuxuan. You are also naturally beautiful, but you are just a little bit inferior to Xinyue." After saying that, he did not forget to smile at Zhang Yuxuan flatteringly. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Zhang Yuxuan's tense expression instantly relaxed. A blush crept up her cheeks, and she snorted softly, saying coquettishly, "You are a guy who has some vision and knows the charm of this lady." Then, Zhang Yuxuan suddenly changed the subject as if she remembered something, and complained to Lin Feng, "But then again, you and Xinyue have known each other for such a long time, why don't you take the initiative to confess your love to her and buy her a ring or something romantic?" After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded heavily and responded with a firm face, "Don't worry, Sister Yuxuan, I have already thought about it. I am going to go out and buy some flowers and decorations, and decorate it well in the evening, and then formally confess my love to Xinyue and propose to her." Chapter 22 Proposal 1. Lin Feng lowered his voice slightly and said, "Wait a minute, you go out shopping with Xinyue. I'll go make some preparations first. Remember, don't tell her about this. I want to give her a big surprise." Zhang Yuxuan snorted, raised the corners of her mouth, and answered confidently, "Don't worry, my mouth is tight, I won't leak a single word." At this moment, Wang Xinyue came over with a suspicious look on her face and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" Lin Feng was startled, but soon calmed down. He waved his hand and explained, "It's nothing, let's go. I've already called a car, just get in." A brand new Alpha stopped at the door, and the driver quickly got out of the car and respectfully saluted Lin Feng, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, and hello to the two beautiful ladies." Lin Feng behaved very gentlemanly. He quickly stepped forward and gently opened the car door, and said to the two ladies with a smile, "Please get in, two beautiful ladies." Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile, stretched out her hand and took Zhang Yuxuan to get in the car together. Lin Feng walked calmly to the passenger seat and sat down. As soon as she got in the car, Zhang Yuxuan looked around curiously and did not forget to tease Lin Feng, "Hey, not bad, Lin Feng, this car is great, it feels so comfortable to sit in, did you buy it yourself?" When Lin Feng heard this, he was embarrassed and replied hesitantly, This is actually borrowed. I just borrowed it for use." Zhang Yuxuan frowned slightly when she heard this. She thought to herself, look at his expression. This car is obviously his, but he told me that he borrowed it. This guy is really a hidden talent. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but curl her lips and rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Wang Xinyue said softly, "This should be the online taxi that Lin Feng called, right? I heard him mention it before, saying that it is very cost-effective after using the coupon. It only costs a few $dozen." Her tone was full of trust in Lin Feng. However, Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing aside, had a dark face and muttered to herself, Only a fool like you who is deeply in love would believe what he said so easily. How can an alpha luxury business car worth nearly 1 million yuan be able to enjoy a car pickup and drop-off service for just a few dozen yuan? How is this possible? The more Zhang Yuxuan thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to her, and she couldn't help but continue to complain in her heart, you must have fallen deeply in love and can't extricate yourself. No matter what Lin Feng said to you, you would choose to believe it without hesitation. Even if he sold you out, you would probably help him count the money foolishly. Not long after, they arrived at Tianhai Square. As soon as they got off the car, Lin Feng cast a meaningful look at Zhang Yuxuan. Zhang Yuxuan understood, coughed twice, and said, Xinyue, I'm a little thirsty. Let Lin Feng buy some drinks. Wang Xinyue looked suspicious. Didn't you just finish eating fruit when you came here? Zhang Yuxuan said coquettishly, why, you can't even ask your husband to buy a bottle of water? Wang Xinyue chuckled, okay, Lin Feng, go buy some water. If you can't find me later, call me. Lin Feng nodded hurriedly, and secretly gave Zhang Yuxuan a thumbs up, secretly praising in his heart, good teammate. Zhang Yuxuan snorted proudly, of course. Then she waved her hand and urged, go quickly, if you mess up tonight, I'll punish you. Donghai City, like a bright pearl, glitters in the tide of economy and is about to become one of the first-tier cities. Lin Feng tiptoed down the stairs to the 5th floor of the plaza, where the whole floor was filled with the luxurious atmosphere of luxury rings. With a clear goal in mind, he walked straight to the store of Dr. Welcome, sir. May I ask what kind of diamond ring would you like to see? The salesgirl, who was dressed in an exquisite uniform and black stockings, greeted Lin Feng, who walked into the store with a smile on her face and asked softly. Well, let me just take a look first. Lin Feng responded calmly. That's great, sir. This year our doctor has launched quite a few new models. If you are interested, you can take a look at these latest styles. As she said that, the shopping guide led Lin Feng to the display cabinet. There were all kinds of exquisite jewelry on display in the display cabinet, including dazzling diamond rings, unique bracelets, fashionable and novel bracelets, etc. However, Lin Feng was not very knowledgeable about these dazzling jewelry. After hearing the saleslady introduce the new models, he looked in the direction of her finger, but he couldn't tell what was so new about the so-called new models. In his eyes, these diamond rings seemed to be similar, without much difference. Despite this, Lin Feng was still attracted by one of the diamond rings. The diamond had a perfect heart-shaped outline and emitted an extremely dazzling light, like the brightest star in the night sky, making it impossible to ignore its existence. How much is this one? Lin Feng asked curiously, pointing at the heart-shaped diamond ring that made his heart beat. Oh, sir, you have such a good eye. This ring is one of our main styles this year, called Tears of the Heart. Seeing Lin Feng's strong interest in this ring, the shopping guide immediately began to introduce it in detail. This diamond is not only of high quality, but also has first-class cutting technology, which can maximize its brilliance and fire. In addition, the unique heart-shaped design symbolizes eternal love, so it is loved by many couples. As for the price, it will be a little higher, but it is definitely worth the money. Chapter 23 Proposal 2. Lin Feng glanced at the price tag casually, which clearly showed 66,800 yuan. After thinking about it in his heart, he felt that this price was reasonable and completely within his affordable range. After all, he still had more than 300,000 yuan in his bank card as a reward from the system. Lin Feng stretched out his finger without hesitation, pointed at the exquisite heart-shaped diamond ring, and said, let's take this one. When the saleslady in black silk stockings heard this, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face, and she quickly responded, okay, sir. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Lin Feng nodded gently to express his affirmation, yes. Meeting such a generous customer, the salesgirl in black silk stockings was so happy that she quickly and enthusiastically guided Lin Feng, sir, please bring your ID card and come over here with me. We need to enter your personal information. Then, she explained to Lin Feng in detail, because our Dr. Diamond Ring has always implemented a real name purchase policy. It is also stipulated that each person can only buy one diamond ring like this in his lifetime, and the meaning it symbolizes is loving only one person in your lifetime. Lin Feng smiled and responded, of course I know this. The reason why I chose to buy a diamond ring here is because I was attracted by the concept conveyed by your brand. This is not only a gift for my girlfriend, but also a way to express my deep love for her. She is the only one in my heart for the rest of my life. The saleslady in black silk stockings was full of envy, and she sighed sincerely, sir, your girlfriend is so lucky to marry a man as affectionate and loyal as you. I couldn't help but be moved by your words of love just now. Lin Feng laughed and gave a sincere blessing. Then I wish you can find your own love of a lifetime as soon as possible. With a light beep sound, Lin Feng successfully swiped the card. Almost at the same moment, the screen of the mobile phone in his hand lit up and a text message quickly popped up. Lin Feng looked closely and it clearly showed the current available balance was more than 253,200 yuan. Seeing this, the saleslady in black silk stockings standing nearby smiled and gently handed the exquisite ring gift box to Lin Feng, and said softly, "Welcome to come again next time, sir." Lin Feng nodded slightly to express his gratitude, then carefully took the ring gift box and turned to walk towards the store door. At this moment, he was secretly thinking about how to make careful arrangements tonight to make this special moment more perfect. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped, took out his mobile phone and called Wang Xinyue. Only 10 seconds later, Wang Xinyue's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's the matter, Lin Feng?" "I'm in the baby area on the second floor, looking at some baby things." Hearing the voice of his beloved, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face, and he quickly responded, "Okay. I'll come to you right away." After that, he hung up the phone in a hurry and quickened his pace to run to the second floor. Along the way, Lin Feng did not forget to buy 2 bottles of warm water in a convenience store in case of emergency. When he finally reached the second floor, he scanned the bustling crowd with his eyes like a torch. Soon, he saw the graceful figure standing out in the crowd. It was Wang Xinyue. Her sweet and charming smile was as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring, which made people feel moved and their hearts melt. It seemed that they were in sync with each other. When Lin Feng was looking at Wang Xinyue, the latter suddenly turned around as if she had sensed something. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Then, Wang Xinyue's face bloomed with an even brighter smile, and she gently waved to Lin Feng, who was not far away. Seeing this, Lin Feng also smiled and waved to her in response, and then ran to Wang Xinyue in 2 steps. Wang Xinyue pouted her pink little mouth, and muttered angrily with puffy cheeks, "Oh. Why are you so slow? I have been waiting for you here for nearly half an hour." 2 little feet stamping on the ground. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing not far behind her, had a weird expression on her face and spread her hands helplessly, as if to say, "It's not my fault. I can't do anything about it." At this time, Lin Feng came jogging with a wry smile on his face, and explained, "Xinyue, don't be angry. The water sold here is too cold. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable after drinking it, so I ran to a farther place to buy 2 bottles of warm water for you. This way you can drink something warm, which is better for your health." As he spoke, he raised the bottle of mineral water in his hand. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Xinyue's originally tense face instantly relaxed, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said angrily, "I'll let you off this time." Then, her eyes were attracted by the baby clothes on the shelf next to her. She pointed at a small floral dress and said excitedly, "Lin Feng, look how beautiful this dress is. If our baby wears it in the future, he will be as cute and charming as a little princess." Lin Feng looked in the direction of her finger, carefully examined the small floral dress, then smiled and nodded in agreement. "Well, it's really good. Our baby will look stunning in it." Just as the two were immersed in the beautiful imagination of how their future baby would dress, a clerk walked towards them with a smile and asked politely, "My beautiful lady and handsome gentleman, how old is your baby now? Is it a boy or a girl? We have children's clothing for all ages and genders, from birth to 6 years old." Lin Feng was a little embarrassed by the clerk's sudden question. He scratched his head and answered with a wry smile, "Well, actually our baby hasn't been born yet. As for the gender, we don't know yet." After saying that, he secretly glanced at Wang Xinyue beside him. At this time, Wang Xinyue's face had already turned red with shame. She lowered her head and said softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Probably, about 3 or 4 months. We just want to take a look in advance and make some preparations first." The saleslady smiled and said, "It's okay, we also have many customers who purchase in advance. We have everything you need from pre-birth to delivery, and we have a variety of packages. Now it's our store's anniversary and all purchases are 20% off. There are 18,888, 38,888, 58,888. Does this include everything?" Wang Xinyue asked when she heard this question. Yes. Become a member now. Top up 5,000 and get 1,000 free. Top up 10,000 and get 3,000 for free. Top up 30,000 and get 10,000 for free. Ding, the side quest is triggered. Buy clothes and daily necessities for the baby. Completing the quest will reward you with 100,000 yuan. Chapter 24 Tongzi's products must be top quality. Wang Xinyue gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and said in a low voice, Lin Feng, the things here seem a bit too expensive. Why don't we go somewhere else and have a look? A hint of uneasiness and hesitation appeared on her pretty face. Lin Feng gazed at Xinyue tenderly, his eyes full of pity. He slowly reached out his hand, gently stroked Xinyue's little head, and said in a gentle but firm tone, Xinyue, don't worry about the price. I will definitely give you and the baby the best, and I will take care of everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned to the store clerk and said without hesitation, please give me the most expensive set meal in your store, and I need two. Upon hearing this, the waitress couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face, and responded with a trembling voice, first, sir, our most expensive set meal costs 58,888 yuan per serving. If you want two, the total cost will be 117,776 yuan. But we have a promotion right now. If you top up 100,000 yuan at one time, you can get an extra 50,000 yuan, so the total is 150,000 yuan. Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement, then calmly took out a bank card from his wallet, handed it to the clerk, and said calmly, then just swipe the card. When the saleslady took the bank card, her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she was secretly delighted in her heart, wow, the commission from this order is really quite a lot. She quickly smiled and replied respectfully, okay, sir, please wait a moment. Then there was a crisp sound of beep, and 100,000 yuan was successfully deducted from Lin Feng's bank card. At the same time, Lin Feng's mobile phone immediately received a text message reminder of the deduction from the bank. The saleslady smiled and said respectfully, congratulations, sir, ma'am, from now on, you have officially become our store's most distinguished super VLP. We provide door-to-door service. Whenever your baby is born, as long as you are in Tianhai City, we will deliver the baby immediately as long as you call us. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xinyue with eyes full of envy and couldn't help but sigh, wow, your husband is so good to you. You are so lucky to have such a caring and doting partner. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue was deeply moved and her eyes instantly became moist. The crystal tears were like beads that had broken off the string and she couldn't stop them from rolling around in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who was standing by, quickly reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, and at the same time softly comforted her, little fool, don't cry, this is a great thing, we should be happy. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I'll always be here for you. Don't worry about money. As long as you and our two lovely babies are happy and healthy every day, nothing else matters. Zhang Yuxuan quietly watched this warm and touching scene in front of her, and before she knew it, her eyes became moist. She secretly thought to herself that if she could be as lucky as Xinyue in this life, and find a husband who truly loved her and indulged her in everything, then she would have no regrets in this life. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. After a long while, Zhang Yuxuan finally couldn't help coughing twice, pretending to be impatient and said, oh, I said you two should just stop doing that, I've been watching you two showing off your affection and showing off your love all day. If you keep going on like this, I won't even have the appetite for dinner tonight. After saying this, she winked at the two of them mischievously. Wang Xinyue blushed and said coquettishly, no way, Yuxuan, you are teasing me again, humph, wait and see how I deal with you tonight, my little wife, he. Lin Feng smiled and said to the clerk, we'll leave first and we'll call you when the time comes. The three of them walked slowly towards the square. When they finally arrived, they saw a black Alpha parked there quietly, and the driver had been waiting for a long time. Lin Feng walked forward quickly and opened the car door. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan got into the car lightly and sat side by side in the spacious back seat. As soon as they got in the car, they began to chat secretly with red faces, and occasionally they would secretly glance at Lin Feng when he wasn't paying attention. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat as if nothing had happened, then gently closed his eyes, preparing to take a short break to recover his energy. At this moment, a crisp system prompt suddenly came to his mind, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, and the cash reward of 100,000 has been issued to the account. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng's mobile phone placed aside made a short text message alert tone. He picked up the phone and saw that his account balance instantly returned to the previous number. However, before Lin Feng could be happy for too long, the system's voice sounded again, beep triggering the main task. In view of the host's previous behavior of acting first and asking for permission later, please cook a table of delicious meals yourself and take this opportunity to propose to the mother of the unborn baby. Warm reminder, the scene layout required for the proposal has been fully arranged at East China Star 601. If the proposal is successful, the couple will receive a cash reward of 1 million and a storefront in the Tianhai area. But if the proposal fails, then then the duration of the host's happy life will be shortened by a full 5 minutes. Hearing the mission requirements and punishment conditions, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief and horror on his face. He couldn't help but yelled, "Damn it! Tonzi, you are too cruel, aren't you? How can you say such a thing? This is simply going to kill me. No, these conditions must be changed. I protest. I protest." The protest was ineffective. The system's voice was full of ridicule, but if it succeeded, I would give away a super health recipe, which contained Tonzi products are bound to be high quality. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Wouldn't this mean happiness in the future? Chapter 25 Meeting you, I used up all my luck. Lin Feng. Wang Xinyue called softly from behind, her voice like a breeze brushing past her ears. She looked ahead with doubtful eyes and said softly, "This doesn't seem to be the way home. Where are we going?" At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and suddenly came back to his senses. He first subconsciously sipped his saliva, then showed a slightly embarrassed smile, scratched his head and explained, "Hey, Xinyue, I actually rented a house before, and I just packed it up today, so I want to take you over to have a look." At this point, Lin Feng paused, then added seriously, "After all, we will always move out and live on our own in the future, so it is necessary to check for harmful substances such as formaldehyde in advance." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, as beautiful as a ripe apple. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and protested with a pouty mouth, "Humph, who said I want to live with you?" Zhang Yuxuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue through the rearview mirror and saw that the two were communicating quietly with their eyes. Zhang Yuxuan raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and cast an inquiring look at Lin Feng. "Is everything okay?" Lin Feng responded with a meaningful look and nodded gently to indicate that there was no problem. Seeing this tacit interaction, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but feel a little curious, but she didn't ask any more questions. The car continued to drive smoothly, and soon arrived at the gate of the East Sea Star community. Wang Xinyue looked out through the car window, with obvious suspicion on her face. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng and said in surprise, "Lin Feng, this house doesn't look cheap. I've heard that the housing prices here are as high as 70,000 or 80,000 per square meter. Do we really need to rent such an expensive community to live in? Besides, I clearly remember that you gave me all the money before." "Huh?" Wang Xinyue widened her eyes and stared at Lin Feng with suspicion. She pouted her pink little mouth, and her cheeks puffed up with anger, just like a cute little pufferfish. "And there's the $100,000 I just spent at the baby store. Could it be that you secretly hid some private money behind my back?" Facing Wang Xinyue's questioning, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and explained, "Hey, Xinyue, don't be angry. I recently found a side job and made some money. Don't worry, I will give you all the money when I get home tonight." Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing aside, looked at the scene and could only shake her head helplessly. She secretly sighed in her heart that her best friend Wang Xinyue was simply a love-brained person. The money Lin Feng spent on weekdays had long been out of balance, but Wang Xinyue still trusted him so foolishly. Fortunately, everything Lin Feng did was for Wang Xinyue and the baby who was about to be born. At this time, the car slowly and steadily drove into the community, and a striking sign was hung above the door, which read "Welcome Home, owner of East A88788. After entering the community, they were immediately attracted by the beautiful and pleasant environment. The roads were lined with green trees and colorful flowers, as if they were in a paradise with spring all year round, and the air was filled with refreshing floral fragrance. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a tall building and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Soon, the door of room 601 appeared in front of them. Lin Feng entered the password skillfully, but when the door opened, the room was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. "What's going on? There's a power outage? How is this possible? The whole neighborhood is brightly lit outside." Wang Xinyue muttered to herself in confusion. As she spoke, she looked around, trying to figure out what could have caused the sudden power outage. "Maybe you forgot to pay the electricity bill," Wang Xinyue guessed casually. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuxuan and Lin Feng, who were standing not far behind her, quietly made gestures. Zhang Yuxuan quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket and turned on the video function, ready to record everything that was about to happen. Wang Xinyue, who was still in the dark and unaware of the two people's actions behind her, held her phone tightly in her hand and walked towards the house without stopping. When she was about to reach the entrance, she suddenly heard a crisp sound of pop. In an instant, all the lights in the dark room suddenly lit up. The strong and dazzling light frightened Wang Xinyue, who was not mentally prepared at all, and she trembled involuntarily.
Oh my! What is going on?
Wang Xinyue patted her chest in shock, her eyes wide open, her face full of astonishment and confusion. When she finally came to her senses, she discovered that a huge heart-shaped pattern had been made on the floor of the living room using bright red roses. Other places are also covered with colorful balloons of various shapes. They are hanging high or low in the air, as if forming a colorful rainbow bridge. Lin Feng stood quietly in the middle of the spacious and bright living room. Under his feet it seemed as if a sea of gorgeous roses was spread out. The rich fragrance filled the entire space, making people intoxicated. At this moment, Wang Xinyue seemed to suddenly realize something important. She turned her head abruptly and her eyes fell directly on Zhang Yuxuan beside her. Zhang Yuxuan was smiling, holding a delicate mobile phone in her hand, and her tone was as gentle as the spring breeze. "Xinyue, go." After receiving encouraging looks and words from her friends, Wang Xinyue nodded slightly, then gently covered her mouth with her hands, but she could not hide the surprise on her face that was like a blooming spring flower. She walked lightly and slowly towards the direction where Lin Feng was. Each step seemed a little cautious, as if she was afraid of disturbing this dreamlike and beautiful scene. The sour and bitter feeling in Wang Xinyue's heart became stronger and stronger, her eyes gradually became moist, and tears welled up in them, as if they would burst out at any time. Finally, Wang Xinyue walked to Lin Dang and stopped. At this time, Lin Feng took a deep breath, and then slowly took out a doctor ring that was shining with dazzling light from his pocket. Then, he knelt on one knee without hesitation, looked up and gazed at the beautiful Xinyue in front of him affectionately, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Xinyue, maybe we met in the first place because of the child. But before I met you, I had never thought that there really existed such a wonderful feeling as love at first sight in the world. However, since I got to know you, I truly understood what it means to be in tune with each other. Your quiet arrival is like a bright light piercing through the darkness, instantly lighting up my world. From then on, my world is no longer monotonous and dull gray, but filled with colorful tones, overflowing with vigorous vitality and endless hope. My love for you is not just a momentary impulse today. This feeling is like a trickle of water, flowing far and wide. I look forward to walking hand in hand with you through every new tomorrow in the future. No matter how the wind and rain attack or how time passes, my love for you will remain steadfast and consistent. In this long river of time, I am willing to transform into the gentlest breeze, carefully passing through your heart. I will use my delicate care to soothe every trace of fatigue and pain that may exist in your heart. I will use my sincere and deep emotions to nourish every beautiful flower in the garden of your soul. You are like the most brilliant and dazzling color in the picture of my life. Whenever you are with me, I feel as if I am under the warm sunshine, and my whole body is wrapped in the warmth of happiness. Your every smile, every move are as beautiful and moving as poetry and painting, and are deeply imprinted in my heart. Every corner that my sight can reach is filled with your gentle and lovely appearance. The only yearning and expectation in my heart is that I hope you can always be safe and healthy, and always keep that original innocent smile, just like the most brilliant flowers blooming in spring. You are not just a heartbeat that I only taste briefly, but also a strong desire that is deeply rooted in the depths of my soul. In the vast night sky, you are undoubtedly the most dazzling and bright star, shining brightly, guiding me in the direction of continuous progress. In every quiet night, I look up at the stars, my heart is full of thoughts and love for you. I hope my deep affection can cross thousands of mountains and rivers, reach your heart, and warm every moment of your loneliness. I love you. This deep affection does not only come from your beauty like the warm spring sunshine, but also because you are like a bright light, illuminating my way forward, leading me to continuous transformation, and finally becoming a better self. In this journey of life full of unknowns and surprises, I hope we can always stay close to each other, hand in hand, and write our own romantic chapter together. Loving you is not just a short-term heartbeat or a momentary affection, but a firm belief that arises from the depths of my heart when I realize how rare it is to meet you in the vast sea of people. If I miss you, it will be the biggest regret of my life. From now on, rain or shine, I will be with you for the rest of my life. You are the one who never changes. I will always be by your side silently, accompanying you to witness your baby grow up happily and carefree. Marry me. Lin Feng gazed at the shy and charming Wang Xinyue in front of him with deep affection and called her name softly. Xinyue. His voice seemed to carry magic, penetrating Wang Xinyue's defenses. Hearing this gentle call, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but lower her head shyly. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush like the sunset. Crystal tears swirled in her eyes, and it seemed that they would burst out at any time. At this moment, she was filled with indescribable emotion. She had never dared to imagine that one day she would meet such an excellent husband who loved her deeply, and all this fate was due to a beautiful accident.
I do.
Lin Feng's hands were trembling slightly, as if the DR ring was of great weight. He carefully put it on Wang Xinyue's finger, then slowly stood up. At this moment, he had a silly smile on his face and looked straight at Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue stood there, her heart beating like a deer. Finally, she mustered up all her courage and whispered, "Lin Feng." However, before she finished her words, she suddenly jumped into Lin Feng's warm and generous embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Lin Feng felt the warmth of the delicate body in his arms and slowly lowered his head. He stretched out his hands and gently held up Wang Xinyue's pure and beautiful face. Her skin is as delicate and smooth as white jade, and her eyes sparkle like stars, which makes people intoxicated. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng gently kissed Wang Xinyue's delicate and tempting cherry lips. This kiss was like dry wood meeting fire, instantly igniting the passion between the two. Their lips were tightly pressed together, their breaths intertwined, hot and deep just like a spring breeze gently blowing across the lake, rippling the surface, gentle and lingering. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped flowing, and the whole world was left with only the two of them. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, quietly watched the happy scene in front of her, tears already flowing out uncontrollably. She wiped her tears and murmured to herself, "Xinyue has finally found her own happiness. Now Aunt Wang can rest assured." The two hugged each other tightly, their lips intertwined, as if time had stopped. This long and passionate kiss lasted for a long time. At first, Zhang Yuxuan was moved by the affectionate scene in front of her, but gradually, a feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. If the atmosphere at the moment was not suitable for interrupting, she really wanted to shout out, "How long are you going to kiss each other? I feel like your mouths are about to be swollen from kissing." However, she could only stay there silently, feeling like an unresponsive light bulb, standing there abruptly, like a fool, standing there blankly, at a loss as to what to do. Finally, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but cough twice, breaking the awkward silence. She said helplessly, "Can you two stop doing this? It's so embarrassing for me to be here. Otherwise, I'd better leave first." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. She felt so soft all over that, like a docile kitten, she snuggled gently in Lin Feng's warm arms and whispered in a voice so soft that only the two of them could hear it, that "Yuxuan, let's go after dinner." Chapter 26 Being a concubine. "I'd better not disturb you," Zhang Yuxuan said as she gently spread out her hands. A helpless look appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyes fell on the two people who were interacting sweetly in front of her. She sighed softly, "Seeing you two showing your affection and scrupulously here, I'm really worried that I will age faster because of envy, jealousy, and hatred." After saying that, she pouted her lips in a pitiful manner. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly, his bright eyes flashing with tenderness, and he said softly, "Don't leave in a hurry, we haven't even eaten yet." "If you don't want to leave, that's fine. The room has already been prepared for you, and there are all kinds of food in the refrigerator. All the facilities are carefully selected, not only are there no formaldehyde, but they are all made of pure natural materials." However, Zhang Yuxuan showed great disdain for Lin Feng's words. She rolled her eyes and said jokingly, "Come on." Although she said this, she was actually still a little curious and expectant in her heart. Seeing this, Lin Feng just touched the back of his head awkwardly, showing a wry smile, and quickly explained, "Hey, don't disbelieve it, why don't you two go in and take a look at the room first? I'll get some fresh fruit, and then I'll cook a sumptuous dinner myself to celebrate this special and romantic day." When Wang Xinyue, who was standing by, heard this, her smiling face became even more beautiful like a blooming flower. She nodded excitedly, took Zhang Yuxuan's hand and said, "Yuxuan, let's go in and take a look." So, the two of them walked towards the master bedroom excitedly and gently opened the door. The moment they stepped into the master bedroom, they were instantly shocked by the scene before them. The entire room was decorated in an extremely luxurious and noble manner, and every detail seemed to have been carefully crafted by skilled craftsmen. From the gorgeous chandeliers to the soft carpets to the exquisite furniture, everything exudes a strong artistic atmosphere, making people feel as if they are in a dream palace. The unparalleled sense of luxury is simply intoxicating. Wang Xinyue's eyes widened with an incredible expression on her face. She held Yuxuan's hand tightly and shook it excitedly, her voice slightly surprised by the excitement. "This is too good." Zhang Yuxuan was also very surprised. She nodded in agreement, "It's really good." It seems that Lin Feng really put in a lot of effort and thought this time. "Yuxuan, come and take a look at this baby's room." As soon as you walk in, you'll be greeted by a full pink atmosphere, which is simply a pink and tender princess style. Look at the curtains hanging on the bed, stacked layer upon layer, decorated with exquisite floral patterns and lace edges, as if creating a dreamlike princess garden for the baby.
Take a look at the other baby's room. Wow, it's a completely different scene.
The whole room is dominated by blue, full of a strong technological style. The walls, furniture and decorations are all in simple and elegant blue tones. Compared with the baby girl's room, this one is indeed less soft and gorgeous, but it has a different kind of refreshing and neat feeling. At this time, Zhang Yuxuan turned to look at Wang Xinyue with a smile on her face and said, "Xinyue, if you compare these two rooms, you can find that Lin Feng obviously prefers baby girls. Look at this baby girl's room, it is so beautifully decorated, just like a little princess boudoir in a fairy tale, but the baby boy's room is much simpler." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, and she responded with a little coquettishness, "Oh, we don't know yet whether it will be two boys or girls. But we can go for a 4-dimensional examination soon, and we will know when we get the test results." After saying this, Wang Xinyue gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, her eyes full of expectation and tenderness for the new life in the future. "Xinyue, Yuxuan, come and have some fruit, the meal will be ready soon." Lin Feng's cheerful voice came from the kitchen. There were plates of washed fruits on the table in the living room, including juicy strawberries, crystal clear grapes and red apples. Hearing the call, Zhang Yuxuan walked quickly to the table and said with a playful smile on her face, "Oh, there are rules for these strawberries? The tips of the strawberries are for you to eat, and the butts are for you. You two are really in love." As she said that, she gently poked Xinyue next to her with her hand. Wang Xinyue blushed instantly and glared at Zhang Yuxuan coquettishly. Then she quickly picked up a strawberry and gently stuffed it into Zhang Yuxuan's mouth, filling her mouth in an instant. Zhang Yuxuan was caught off guard and whimpered as the food was stuffed in her mouth. She could only chew vigorously and finally swallowed it. She let out a long breath and complained, "Xinyue, you are trying to choke me to death by stuffing my mouth full." Wang Xinyue snorted mischievously, put her hands on her hips, and said in pretended anger, "Who told you to laugh at us?" Then she leaned close to Zhang Yuxuan's ear and whispered, "Okay Yuxuan, you eat the strawberry tips too, and let Lin Feng eat the strawberry butts later.
He doesn't know who will eat them anyway."
After saying that, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. After hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan blinked her eyes, thinking that this was not good, and that would not be an indirect kiss. Then she also started to laugh and said jokingly, well then, I'm going to be Lin Feng's little wife in the future anyway." The two of them were playing and laughing together, and the living room was filled with a joyful atmosphere.
Chapter 27 The house is yours. "Hey, what's in this drawer?"
Zhang Yuxuan murmured to herself curiously. She gently opened the drawer and her eyes were instantly attracted by a small red notebook. Full of doubts, she reached out and picked it up to examine it carefully. When Zhang Yuxuan saw the big words printed on the cover, her eyes widened. "Real estate certificate."
"Isn't this the real estate certificate?" she exclaimed in a low voice.
Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhang Yuxuan carefully opened the real estate certificate.
There were two names clearly written on the title page, Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue.
Zhang Yuxuan stared at the two names for a long time, her heart filled with shock. She never thought that this house actually belonged to Lin Feng, and Wang Xinyue's name was also written on the property certificate. At this moment, Wang Xinyue keenly noticed the strange behavior of Zhang Yuxuan beside her. Zhang Yuxuan stared straight in a certain direction, leaning forward slightly, as if she had seen something shocking.
Wang Xinyue's heart tightened, and she quickly quickened her pace to Zhang Yuxuan's side, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?"
As she spoke, she followed Zhang Yuxuan's line of sight and soon noticed the red book lying quietly on the table. The book looked a little dusty, perhaps because it had been there for a while, but the color was still bright and eye-catching. When Wang Xinyue looked closely at the slightly blurry names, which were still clearly recognizable as her own and Lin Feng's after careful identification, she felt a buzzing sound in her head and was completely stunned. She subconsciously stretched out her right hand to cover her mouth, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief.
How is this possible?
After a long while, Wang Xinyue came back to her senses from her extreme shock and stammered. Because she was too excited, her voice trembled slightly and sounded a little unstable.
At this moment, Wang Xinyue's mind was like a pot of boiling water, and all kinds of complicated thoughts surged in like a tide. She couldn't figure out how this house could belong to Lin Feng, and her name was actually written on it. This was really unbelievable.
You know, Lin Feng was just a student who had just entered college.
Where did he get so much money to buy a house worth nearly 10 million yuan? Could it be that Lin Feng is actually a hidden rich second generation? But I've never heard him mention it before. Countless questions lingered in Wang Xinyue's mind, making her feel dizzy again and again. It's time to eat.
With a shout, Lin Feng slowly walked out of the kitchen. He was seen holding the steaming hot food steadily in both hands, with light and steady steps. In a short while, the originally empty table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Every dish is so tempting, with bright colors, fragrant aromas, and mellow tastes, making people salivate. The rich aromas drift in the air, as if there is an invisible hand that tightly grasps people's taste buds, making people unable to stop.
Xinyue, Yuxuan, it's time to eat.
Lin Feng greeted with a smile. However, Wang Xinyue snorted coldly at this time, and her face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She stared straight at Lin Feng, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and anger in her eyes. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue stretched out her hand and slammed a red house deed on the dining table. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an embarrassed look.
He scratched his head subconsciously, laughed dryly, and said, "Hee, Xinyue, this.
Actually, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I was too busy recently. I forgot about it. Well, some time ago, I pulled some money with a good friend and tried to start a small business. I didn't have much hope, but who knew it would be unexpectedly successful and make a considerable amount of money. So, we used this hard-earned money to buy this beautiful house in front of us. And oh, I also specially wrote our two names on the property certificate." After saying that, Lin Feng nervously glanced at Wang Xinyue's expression, and silently prayed in his heart, "God bless, Xinyue, please don't get too angry." At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan suddenly interrupted with a hint of joking in her tone, "Oh my, what kind of business can make 10 million in just a few months? Could it be that he got rich by speculating in stocks?" Hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately furious and glared at Zhang Yuxuan fiercely, with anger in his eyes that seemed to burst out. He cursed in his heart, "This damn girl, not only did she not help me at the critical moment, but she also made trouble here."
However, Zhang Yuxuan didn't care about Lin Feng's angry look.
She just raised her chin provocatively with a scornful smile on her lips and snorted, "Humph, what can you do to me? Come and hit me if you dare." As she said that, she even waved her pink little fist triumphantly.
The look on her face was really infuriating and funny. Wang Xinyue's face was full of seriousness and determination. She gazed at Lin Feng affectionately and said softly, "Lin Feng, no matter what the future holds, whether it is prosperity and wealth, or poverty and hunger, my baby and I will always be by your side and will never leave you." Lin Feng nodded heavily and responded with the same deep affection, "Yes. Xinyue, we will definitely be together through life and death, and will never be separated." At this time, Zhang Yuxuan on the side urged helplessly, Okay, the two of you stop talking to each other and eat quickly. My stomach is almost growling with hunger." Wang Xinyue snorted coquettishly, then looked at Lin Feng and said seriously again, "Humph, even if I forgive you this time, from now on, no matter what happens, you must tell me without reservation, and the two of us must face all difficulties and obstacles together." Lin Feng nodded vigorously again and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, Xinyue, this will never happen again." Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at Wang Xinyue lovingly, his slender and warm fingers gently fell on her silky hair, caressing it gently, as if afraid of hurting her. Then, Lin Feng leaned down slightly, approached Wang Xinyue's ear, and coaxed her in an extremely gentle voice, "Okay, my little Xiaoya, don't be angry anymore, eat your meal first. Look, our cute little baby may have been growling with hunger for a long time." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue glared at Lin Feng coquettishly, muttering, "It's all your fault. You just know how to make me angry. If it weren't for you, how could the baby be hungry? Humph." However, although she was still complaining, she couldn't help but gently touch her slightly bulging belly, and silently said to the baby in her heart, "Baby, when you are born, you must not be like your unreliable father, you must listen to your mother more." At this moment, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan beside her launched a fierce attack on the sumptuous food on the table like two hungry little tigers. The two of them began to eat hurriedly and voraciously. In a short while, most of the delicious dishes on the table were gone by them. Zhang Yuxuan's mouth was full of oil, and her cheeks were puffy like a little squirrel. Suddenly, she burped loudly with satisfaction, and then said with a smile, "Oh my god, this meal is so delicious. If I could eat such delicious food every day, I would become fat as a chubby piglet." After saying this, he blinked mischievously. Chapter 28 Is it okay? Oh no, I really can't eat anymore. Zhang Yuxuan lay on the soft sofa, stroking her round belly and sighing with satisfaction, "But this is too delicious, the more I eat, the more I want to eat." She turned over, tilted her head to look at Wang Xinyue who was sitting next to her, and said with a smile, "Xinyue, I will stay at your house for free meals from now on, and enjoy this kind of good food. Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile when she heard this and responded, okay, no problem. Anyway, we know each other so well, and Lin Feng will be your personal chef from now on. Let him cook delicious food for you in different ways every day. It doesn't matter even if we have to eat it for the rest of our lives. He. Zhang Yuxuan laughed mischievously, then turned her gaze to Lin Feng, who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, and shouted, Lin Feng, since you cooked such a delicious meal today, I will be generous and give Xinyue to you tonight. You must seize this rare opportunity. After saying that, she gave Lin Feng a smile that was full of meaning and made people think about it. This time, Lin Feng was stunned, muttering to himself, what's going on? Why does it sound like she is looking forward to something special happening between Xinyue and me? For a moment, Lin Feng was at a loss and could only stand there stupidly, looking at Zhang Yuxuan's smug look. But Zhang Yuxuan didn't care about what Lin Feng was thinking at the moment. She stood up gracefully, shook her hair gently with her right hand, and skillfully picked up the exquisite little bag beside her with her left hand, and walked to the door with light steps. Before leaving, she turned back, winked at the two people in the room, and said with a sweet smile, Xinyue, I wish you a super pleasant night, hee. Wang Xinyue's face flushed red at her friend's words, as delicate and charming as a ripe apple. She stamped her feet coquettishly and scolded the closed door, Yuxuan, you were such a bad guy, humph. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xinyue in front of him, and saw that her cheeks were flushed, like a ripe apple. Her shy and cute look made him raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smirk. However, at the same time, he felt an indescribable embarrassment in his heart. He subconsciously reached out and scratched the back of his head, his eyes evasive, but he finally nodded helplessly. He muttered to himself, these two women are so hard to guess what they are thinking. Sometimes they do this, sometimes they do that. It's really confusing. At this moment, a crisp reminder sound suddenly sounded ding. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, congratulations to the host for completing the task perfectly. The reward is 1 million yuan, a storefront in the East China Sea Star, and the front and back property certificates will be sent to you by express delivery as soon as possible. Almost at the same time, the mobile phone in Lin Feng's hand vibrated, accompanied by a text message alert tone. He quickly unlocked the phone and saw a clear message on the screen from Longwei Construction Bank. Dear customer, your account with the last digit XXXX was successfully credited with 1 million yuan at XXXX. Looking at this text message, Lin Feng's face instantly broke out into an ecstatic smile and he was extremely excited. However, just as Lin Feng was immersed in the joy of the good news, suddenly, the familiar and slight beep sound rang out again. This sound seemed to be a call from another world, instantly drawing his attention back to reality. Then, the mysterious voice came again like a ghost. Congratulations on successfully triggering the side quest. Spend a wonderful night with your girlfriend. As long as you successfully complete this task, you will get a BMW mini car, and there will also be a hidden treasure chest waiting for you to open. With the appearance of this tempting task, Lin Feng's attention was involuntarily drawn to the light blue screen that suddenly flashed in his mind. This screen is like a window to an unknown world, and every flash seems to contain endless mysteries and surprises. After this period of close contact with the magical system, Lin Feng has gradually figured out some rules about how this system issues tasks and gives rewards. He found that the system did not randomly assign tasks and rewards for no reason, but had specific trigger conditions. Only when things closely related to him or his wife happened and attracted enough attention would the system automatically generate corresponding tasks and provide generous rewards in return. However, although he had a certain degree of understanding of how the system worked, what was the specific task operation mechanism? This question was still like a fog shrouding Lin Feng's mind, making him unable to fully understand the real secret behind it. At this moment, Wang Xinyue turned her eyes to Lin Feng, and saw that he was frowning slightly, staring into the distance, as if he was immersed in deep thought. Seeing this, Wang Xinyue lowered her head slightly, and her cheeks instantly flushed like ripe apples, with a charming and shy blush. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a voice as gentle as a yellow oriole singing out of a valley, Lin Feng, how about, you go take a bath first? When she spoke, her shy demeanor was like peach blossoms in full bloom in spring, delicate and charming, bright and tempting, making people feel pity and love for her. Hearing Wang Xinyue's words, Lin Feng was stunned at first, and then an expression of great surprise appeared on his face. Then, his face, which had originally been somewhat serious, suddenly broke into an extremely brilliant smile, even with a barely perceptible smirk. He said, isn't this bad, Xinyue? But his hands did not hesitate at all. He took off his shoes at the speed of light, and then ran straight to the bathroom like an arrow.
Seeing Lin Feng so anxious, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but say coquettishly, "Humph, you stinky Lin Feng, seeing you are so anxious, I know you have bad intentions." However, although she said this, a sweet and warm feeling rose in her heart involuntarily. The room was quiet, and the soft moonlight shone through the window onto the bed. Wang Xinyue curled up in the warm quilt like a well-behaved kitten. Her face was rosy, like a ripe apple, emitting a charming luster. At this moment, her heart was churning like a vast ocean. What should I do next? Wang Xinyue pondered in her heart, her thoughts tangled like a tangled mess. She remembered the doctor's words before, "It will be fine after 3 months." Now that these 3 months have passed, should she give it to him? Lin Feng must be working very hard too. Thinking of this, she could not help but lower her head shyly, covering her burning cheeks with her hands, and muttered to herself, "Oh, this is so embarrassing." At this moment, a light and cautious knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Dong, dong, dong. Each knock seemed to hit Wang Xinyue's heart, causing her heart to beat faster involuntarily. Lin Feng's gentle and low voice came from outside the door, "Xinyue, I'm coming in." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue suddenly got into the bed as if she had been electrocuted, revealing only a pair of big watery eyes and red ears, and responded shyly, come in, the door is not closed." Lin Feng gently pushed open the door, his footsteps were very light, for fear of disturbing the sensitive and shy heart on the bed. He slowly walked to the bed, squatted down, stretched out his hand and gently lifted a corner of the quilt. Wang Xinyue closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her already beautiful mouth looked even more rosy and attractive. Lin Feng could no longer suppress the surging emotions in his heart, leaned forward, and kissed the soft lips without hesitation. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and the only sounds in the world were the intertwined breathing and heartbeats of the two of them. At first, Wang Xinyue was a little panicked and subconsciously tried to break away from this sudden kiss. But with Lin Feng's affectionate attack, she gradually gave up resistance, and unconsciously wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, responding enthusiastically. Before long, time seemed to freeze at this moment. She was like a bee immersed in a honey pot, completely immersed in this love that was so strong that it was almost insoluble. Her body gradually became soft and weak, as if all the bones and muscles in her body had been pulled out. At this moment, she had completely lost control of herself and could only let Lin Feng manipulate her at will like a docile lamb. There was no other sound in the room except the heavy and rapid breathing of the two people. The panting sounds intertwined together, like an ambiguous and sultry piece of music, filling the entire room. Lin Feng gently embraced Wang Xinyue in his arms, carefully caring for her, and said softly, "Baby, it's been 3 months now, but we still have to be careful. After all, you have been wronged during this period." His voice was as gentle as water, full of endless pity. Wang Xinyue opened her eyes slightly, and looked at the man in front of her who made her heart beat fast, and said coquettishly, "Humph, it's all because of you, but since you love me so much, I'll let it go this time." After that, she slowly closed her eyes again, and gently leaned her head on Lin Feng's solid chest, enjoying this moment of tranquility and warmth. Lin Feng gazed at Xinyue in his arms lovingly, his eyes full of affection, and asked in an extremely gentle tone, "Dear, can I?" As soon as the voice fell, Wang Xinyue nodded gently and uttered a dreamy hum. Then, she added softly, "Lin Feng, you must love me for the rest of your life and never leave me." Hearing the words of his beloved, Lin Feng responded without hesitation, "Don't worry, Xinyue. I will definitely stay by your side for the rest of my life and never leave you until the last moment of my life." After saying this, he slowly lowered his head, his movements were so gentle as if he was afraid of disturbing the fairy-like person in front of him. His lips gently touched Wang Xinyue's smooth forehead, just like a dragonfly touching the water, briefly but affectionately. Then, he stretched out his arms and hugged Wang Xinyue tightly in his arms with such force that it seemed as if he really wanted to merge her into his body and never separate from her again. That night, the two slept in each other's arms, but neither of them fell asleep. Lin Feng quietly gazed at the beauty in his arms, his heart full of tenderness and love, while Wang Xinyue felt Lin Feng's warm embrace, her heart beating like a deer, unable to calm down for a long time. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the curtains into the room, Lin Feng finally couldn't help but open his eyes. What came into his sight was the beautiful face that haunted his dreams. Xinyue at this moment, her face was rosy, like a ripe apple, making people feel pity for her. Recalling the lingering love last night, Lin Feng knew that he had tormented her a lot, making her so exhausted. So, he carefully kissed Xinyue's forehead, and then gently covered her with a quilt, fearing that she would catch a cold. Then, Lin Feng tiptoed out of bed and prepared to go to the kitchen to make a hearty breakfast for his beloved. After Lin Feng quickly washed up, he walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. After a while, bursts of fragrance came from the kitchen. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared at the door of the room. It turned out that when Wang Xinyue woke up, she found that Lin Feng was not around. She was so panicked that she didn't even bother to put on her shoes and ran to the kitchen door barefoot. Wang Xinyue's eyes were red, and she looked at Lin Feng with a face full of grievance and said, "Lin Feng, I didn't see you when I opened my eyes, and I thought you didn't want me anymore." As she spoke, tears rolled down her face like beads from a broken string. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he rushed over and hugged Wang Xinyue tightly in his arms. He comforted her softly, "Dear, don't cry, how could I not want you? I just saw that you were too tired yesterday, so I remembered to make you a delicious breakfast. Look, there is freshly baked soy milk, soft bread, and golden and crispy fried eggs." After saying that, Lin Feng released his hands and pulled Wang Xinyue to sit down at the dining table. Wang Xinyue looked at the delicious food on the table, and the blush on her face deepened. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and muttered softly, "It's all your fault. You insisted on doing this and that, and now I have no strength in my body. Humph, if you do this again, I will really ignore you." However, despite saying this, the happiness and sweetness in her eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 29 I'll ask your dad to beat you lightly. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a slightly awkward but gentle smile, and said slowly in a voice so soft as if he was afraid of disturbing something, "Xinyue, should we seriously consider getting a marriage certificate? You see, this little guy is going to be born in a few months. If we don't hurry up and get the marriage certificate, when the child is born, we won't be able to register the household registration according to the normal procedures." Lin Feng's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Xinu, who was sitting next to him, heard the words, and her beautiful eyebrows, which were originally as relaxed as the warm spring sun, suddenly frowned tightly, like two crescent moons standing upside down on her forehead. She sighed heavily, her face full of worry, and responded anxiously, "Alas, it's not that simple and easy. It's already difficult to get over my mother alone. As for my dad, forget it. If he knew about this, he would probably send someone to break your legs without saying a word. And all along, the relationship between us was completely blank to them. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, I would actually get pregnant?" Xinyue's words were like a piercing cold wind, instantly blowing out the glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Lin Feng's heart. His face instantly became extremely solemn, as gloomy and depressing as a sky covered with dark clouds. However, just a moment later, a determined light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. He took a deep breath, and then said in a low but powerful tone, "No matter what, we have to face it bravely. Even if your father really wants to break my legs, I will never back down. Because I love you, and this little life that is about to be born. For both of you, even if the road ahead is full of thorns and countless difficulties and obstacles, I will move forward without hesitation. No matter what, I will marry you. When I find a suitable opportunity after some time, I will tell my aunt everything and let them deal with me. The worst that can happen is death." After saying this, he held Wang Xinyue's hand tightly, as if he wanted to pass on endless courage and determination to her. Suddenly, a crisp and rapid cell phone ringtone rang out without warning, instantly breaking the two people's original thoughts. Lin Feng was startled by the sudden noise and turned his head subconsciously. He saw the word Shaoli on the screen, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "Hey, it's Shaoli? She is my uncle's child." Lin Feng's mind immediately emerged the image of the cute little girl with a runny nose who followed him around all day when she was a child. At that time, she always liked to stick to me like a little tail and follow me closely no matter where I went. Lin Feng reached out and picked up the phone, gently pressing the answer button. Then, a girl's clear and pleasant voice came from the receiver, "Is this brother Lin Feng?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng smiled unconsciously, and he quickly responded, "It's Shaoli, I knew it was you as soon as I heard it, the little kid who was crybaby and naughty when he was a child." However, the girl on the other end of the phone obviously didn't buy it. She snorted disdainfully, "Humph, I thought you had completely forgotten about your beautiful sister after going to college." There was a hint of anger and dissatisfaction in her tone. Hearing this, Lin Feng hurriedly explained with a smile, "No, Shaoli, don't get me wrong. I just started college, and my studies are indeed quite heavy, so sometimes we may have less contact, but you are always in my heart." Unfortunately, his explanation did not calm Shaoli down. Shaoli on the other end of the phone continued to sneer and said, "Oh, really? You said you were busy with study, but I think you were busy with love. Grandpa, my second uncle, my second aunt and the others all know about this, and my second uncle was so angry that he even pulled out his belt and was ready to teach you a lesson." "Ah." Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a scream when he heard this. His heart was suddenly filled with surprise and confusion.
How could this happen? How did you know about this?
Xiaoli covered her mouth and chuckled, saying in a sweet voice, "Look, the internet is full of news about you. You have become a famous Dongga hero. The story of a hero saving a beautiful girl, and the rumor that you are in love with the campus beauty of Dongga, are all over the internet.
Even my second uncle and second aunt have seen you on TV." Lin Feng was a little surprised and quickly opened his phone.
As expected, the screen showed the video of him beating up the group of Japanese students in Dongchuan restaurant. He then looked at the amazing number of hits, which had already exceeded 10 million. Xiaoli handed the phone to Lin Feng's father and said with a smile, "Here, uncle will answer the phone for you." As soon as Lin Feng took the phone and put it to his ear, he heard a rough voice yelling, "You little brat, you're really good now. How dare you be a hero and save the damsel in distress? With your mediocre skills, what good can you do?" When Lin Feng heard his mother's concerned question on the phone, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. His face flushed instantly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. At this moment, his heart was like a mess, with all kinds of thoughts intertwined. Wang Xinyue, who was standing at the side, couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw Lin Feng's embarrassed look. She covered her mouth with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she laughed secretly. The laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, echoing in the air. At this moment, another gentle and concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiaofeng, are you hurt? I heard you mention a girl just now. What's the situation with that girl? Tell mom quickly." When Lin Feng heard his mother's question, he quickly came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then replied with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine, I don't have any injuries on my body. As for Xinyue, she is actually my girlfriend." After saying this, Lin Feng showed a shy smile on his face. There was a burst of surprised voices from the other end of the phone. "Oh, so that's how it is. That's great. Xiaofeng, this girl's name is Xinyue, right? Just hearing the name makes her sound very quiet, and she must be very beautiful, right? When you have a holiday, you must bring her back to meet us, especially your grandfather, who has been talking about you all the time. If he knew that you had such a beautiful girlfriend, he would be very happy." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Of course, Mom. Xinyue is the campus beauty of our Dongda University. Her looks and temperament are both top-notch. Besides, your son is also a handsome man, so his vision in finding a wife is naturally not bad." As he said this, Lin Feng deliberately put on a narcissistic look, which made Wang Xinyue laugh again. However, at this moment, the originally cheerful atmosphere was broken by Wang Xinyue's exclamation. She widened her eyes and shouted in surprise, "Lin Feng, the baby in my belly seems to move." As she spoke, her slender hands could not help but gently stroke her slightly bulging belly, as if she could feel the existence of that little life through her belly. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and Lin Feng was stunned by the sudden news. He looked at Wang Xinyue in disbelief, muttering to himself, "It's only 4 months now, and it's moving so early? You know, according to common sense, the fetus usually has obvious fetal movement around 5 or 6 months." At the same time, the person on the other end of the phone heard Wang Xinyue's exclamation, and suddenly there was a burst of shocked shouting, "What baby? Why is it moving? What are you talking about?" The voice was so loud that Lin Feng had to hold the phone away. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said to the phone, "Mom, Xinyue is pregnant. It has been more than 4 months. She said she felt the baby move just now." After saying this, Lin Feng felt like a prisoner waiting for trial, feeling uneasy. Sure enough, an angry roar from Lin's father came from the other end of the phone. "Lin Feng, I think you want to eat fried pork with belts. How do I usually educate you? You absolutely cannot do this before marriage, it is extremely disrespectful to the girl." Lin's father's tone was extremely stern, and he was obviously very angry. Lin Feng smiled bitterly helplessly, secretly complaining in his heart. This is good, he can't hide anymore. He can only respond weakly, "Dad, I know I was wrong." Before he finished speaking, he heard Lin's father angrily say, "Don't tell me these useless things. Your mother and I will go there tomorrow, you wait at home. Wherever we go, I will teach you a lesson." At this moment, before Lin Feng opened his mouth to explain anything again, suddenly, a slightly old but energetic voice came from the phone. That voice came from Lin Feng's grandfather. "I only heard my grandfather say loudly, 'This child really needs a good lesson. He has been with me for so many years, but he hasn't learned anything at all. A great man once said that dating without the purpose of getting married is just hooliganism. Then, my grandfather seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as he continued to scold. What's even worse is that you actually dared to bully a girl. If I were a soldier back then, I would have shot you dead for your behavior. However, in stark contrast to Grandpa, Mother Lin's face was filled with joy. She couldn't help but smile and said to Lin Feng, you must not take your father and grandfather's words too seriously. They are actually sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. They may say harsh words, but in fact, I don't know how happy they are in their hearts. After all, our family is about to have a baby, one is looking forward to being a grandfather, and the other is looking forward to being a great-grandfather. How can we not be happy? At this point, Lin's mother paused for a moment, and then comforted Lin Feng. Don't worry, son, if your father really wants to beat you with a belt, Mom will definitely plead for you and ask him to be gentler. After saying this, Mother Lin seemed to have remembered something important, and hurriedly turned around to get busy, and told Lin Feng, oh, I won't say more to you for now, I have to hurry and prepare some things. And don't forget to send us your address. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression, muttering to himself, alas, it seems that even with my mother's help to plead for me, I'm afraid I can't escape the pain of the flesh. These old parents, they are clearly breathing out of the same nostril. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, his face full of black lines. Wang Xinyue's pretty face was filled with grievance at the moment. She lowered her head slightly, scratched her palms uneasily, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Lin Feng, did I say something wrong just now? You got scolded by your uncle, will they dislike me and our baby because of this? Woo woo woo. Before she finished speaking, crystal clear tears as big as beans rolled down uncontrollably, slid down her fair and tender cheeks, and gently dripped onto the ground. I saw her shoulders trembling slightly and she sobbed softly, she looked so adorable. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from Wang Xinyue's eyes, saying gently, little fool, stop imagining. How could anyone not like you and your baby? Growing up, my parents have always taught me that once you have chosen a girl, you must treat her well with all your heart. What's more, now we not only have each other's company, but also these two cute little ones will be born in a few months. I don't even have time to like you, so how can I say I hate you? So stop crying, be good otherwise, if the babies feel how sad mom is, they will also be unhappy. At the moment when Lin Feng's voice just fell, the whole room seemed to be shrouded in a wonderful atmosphere. As if there was a mysterious force conveying information, the baby in Wang Xinyue's belly actually kicked softly again, as if it had really heard the words of comfort from its father to its mother. Although this slight movement was subtle, it was as eye-catching as a twinkling star in the night sky. Wang Xinyue opened her eyes wide in surprise, and her hands gently stroked her bulging belly, feeling the response from the baby. Look, dear, the baby heard what we said and cooperated so obediently. Lin Feng said happily. His eyes were full of tenderness and love. He stared at Wang Xinyue's belly, as if he could see the cute little life inside through the belly. Then, Lin Feng leaned over, put his ear against Wang Xinyue's belly, and whispered to the baby, be good, baby. Daddy will love mommy well in the future. And you too, you have to grow up obediently in mommy's belly and listen to mommy and daddy. When you come out, our family will be able to live happily together. At this moment, the small family is filled with warmth and sweetness, and everyone's hearts are closely connected because of the upcoming new life. Chapter 30 Wash it clean. For a whole day, the sun shone through the window onto Lin Feng's busy figure. He kept shuttling between the rooms, holding rags, brooms and other cleaning tools in his hands, carefully wiping every corner. His parents were coming tomorrow, and Lin Feng knew that he had done something wrong. If he didn't behave well, he would probably be beaten even harder tomorrow. At the same time, in the bedroom, Wang Xinyue was standing in front of the mirror, trying on clothes one by one. Every time she put on a new piece of clothing, she would go to the living room and ask Lin Feng, who was busy, Lin Feng, how about this one? Will my mother-in-law think I look good in this outfit? In this way, she tried 7 or 8 different styles of clothes in a row, and Lin Feng always smiled bitterly and responded gently, Xinyue, you are naturally beautiful. No matter what you wear, you will be as beautiful as a fairy. My parents will definitely be very satisfied with you as their daughter-in-law. However, Wang Xinyue snorted coquettishly and said, I asked you to help me see which one looks better, but you can only say sweet words to make me happy. Forget it, I don't count on you. I'd better ask Yuxuan to come over and help me with the advice. As she said that, she picked up her phone and called her good friend Zhang Yuxuan. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly, then turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as he had tied his apron, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. It turned out that the video intercom at the door had made a sound, and the polite greeting from the security guard at the community sentry box came out. Dear owner, hello, I am the security guard at the community sentry box. There is a lady named Zhang here. She said she has an appointment with you and wants to come visit you. Is this true? Before Lin Feng could answer, Zhang Yuxuan's angry voice came from the intercom. You were so mean, Lin Feng. I came all the way to your house, but I can't even get in. I am so angry. After hearing this, Lin Feng looked innocent and helpless, and quickly shouted into the intercom, Oh, Yuxuan, you really can't blame me. I didn't know about it in advance. Please, security brother, let her in. Not long after, Lin Feng gently pushed open the door, and saw Zhang Yuxuan standing at the door with a face full of resentment and a pout. She was too lazy to say a word, but just snorted from her nose, and then walked straight into the room with big strides. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Yuxuan couldn't wait to complain to Wang Xinyue, the security guards in your community are so abominable. They actually stopped me outside the door. I'm so pissed off. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile slightly and comforted softly, Okay, Yuxuan, this is also the first time for Lin Feng and I to come here. He is not familiar with this place, so this is the case. Don't be angry anymore, I'll ask Lin Feng to cook some delicious dishes for you later to make up for you, okay? After hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan curled her lips slightly, but still couldn't help but snorted and said, Well, for the sake of delicious food, let's forget it this time. But at this point, she suddenly revealed a sly smile and asked in a low voice, Xinyue, tell me quickly, how was your time last night? Were you happy? He. Being asked so suddenly, Wang Xinyue's fair face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She lowered her head in a panic, her eyes dodging, and she stammered, Well, actually, it's okay. She looked like a frightened deer, making people want to pity her. Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh in her heart when she saw Wang Xinyue's shy look, but she kept asking, What do you mean by okay? If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay. Xinyue, stop hiding it and tell me the truth. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She covered her burning cheeks tightly with her small hands, stamped her feet coquettishly, and complained, Oh, Yuxuan, you were so bad. People have said it's okay? But to be honest, Lin Feng is really good, he is really amazing. When she said the last sentence, Wang Xinyue's voice unconsciously lowered, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. After hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan deliberately teased, Oh, if it's so good, why don't you let me try it too, hee. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xinyue's eyes widened, and she pretended to be angry and waved her fist towards Zhang Yuxuan, muttering, Humph, wishful thinking. You bad guy. Zhang Yuxuan shuddered exaggeratedly, then waved her hands and said with a smile, I'd better give up. I'm afraid Lin Feng will go crazy if he finds out. I can't stand it if he comes to trouble me then. The two of them laughed and played for a while. After a while, Wang Xinyue seemed to remember something important. She stopped playing around, a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and she said softly, By the way, Yuxuan, I called you here so urgently because I have something to tell you. That Lin Feng's parents will be here tomorrow. Zhang Yuxuan was shocked when she heard that. Her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in. What happened? Was it exposed so soon? She looked at Wang Xinyue with confusion. Wang Xinyue nodded helplessly, pointed to the mobile phone beside her, and said in a low voice, Oh, it's all the fault of those people on the internet. I don't know who exposed Lin Feng's affairs, so his parents know about our relationship. So, they are going to come and see us tomorrow. After saying that, she sighed softly, revealing a little worry and nervousness in her eyes. Zhang Yuxuan stretched lazily, then picked up her phone and unlocked it. When she saw the push message pop up on the screen, her eyes widened instantly. Lin Feng from Donghai University beat up a Japanese student and saved the beautiful campus beauty. There were also several clear photos below the news, in which Lin Feng looked agile and majestic. Zhang Yuxuan was stunned at first, then she patted her forehead helplessly, and couldn't help but smiled and shook her head and said, Oh my god, the internet is so developed now. Such a small thing can actually get tens of millions of hits. After saying that, she looked up at Wang Xinyue who was sitting opposite her, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in her eyes, and then asked, Xinyue, do you think Lin Feng's parents knew about this because they saw this? After hearing this, Wang Xinyue showed a little embarrassment on her face, and quickly waved her hands to explain, how could that be possible? In fact, it was Uncle Lin Feng's sister who first discovered the news and told us. If not for this, we would probably still be kept in the dark until now.
Zhang Yuxuan rolled her eyes when she heard this and said unhappily, "Oh, Xinyue, have you become stupid because of your love life?" Even Lin Feng's parents, who don't like surfing the internet, know about this. How could Aunt Wang not know? I think this matter can't be kept secret. As soon as these words came out, Xin Xinyue's face, which had been calm at first, suddenly changed and turned as pale as paper. Her body was trembling slightly, and her lips were trembling a little. She stammered, "Yes, it seems that my mother may have known about this a long time ago. Oh my god, what should I do?" However, after just a few seconds, Wang Xinyue seemed to have figured something out. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, then waved her hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, when an enemy comes, we fight him with a general. When a flood comes, we block it with earth. Anyway, it has already happened. It's useless to worry about it. At worst, when mom asks, I can just say that dad agreed." Hee. Wang Xinyue had a sly smile on her face, just like a little fox. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but pat her head helplessly and sighed, "My dear, I think you just think the current situation is not big enough. If you say so, Aunt Wan will eat uncle alive." However, Wang Xinyue seemed to have not heard what Zhang Yuxuan said. She pulled Zhang Yuxuan happily and asked, "Hey, Yuxuan, come and see if I look good in this outfit." As she said that, she started to spin around on the spot. Zhang Yuxuan held her head with both hands, staring at Wang Xinyue and nodding, then shaking her head, as if she was having trouble making a decision. After a while, when Wang Xinyue put on her last outfit, a pure white dress, Zhang Yuxuan's eyes finally lit up, and she nodded repeatedly and said, "Well, this is it. This dress makes you look pure and cute, absolutely beautiful." Hearing her friend's praise, Wang Xinyue smiled happily and muttered, "Then let's choose this dress. I finally tried it on. I'm so tired." After saying that, she breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. At this moment, a familiar figure slowly approached with a plate of fruit. It turned out to be Lin Feng. He asked softly, "Xinyue, are you done trying on clothes?" Wang Xinyue nodded quickly in response, and pretended to be wronged and said, "Yeah, trying on clothes is so tiring." Lin Feng smiled slightly, walked quickly to Wang Xinyue's side, and said gently, "Then eat some fruit and take a break. I will help you massage your shoulders to relax." Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently pressed Wang Xinyue's shoulders. At this time, Wang Xinyue was secretly winking at Zhang Yuxuan, with a sly smile on her face, and her hands were not idle, enjoying the fruit. Seeing this, Zhang Yuxuan could only roll her eyes helplessly, thinking secretly in her heart, "Humph, you just show off your affection here. When Aunt Wang comes over, you will be in trouble." In the evening, the sun sets and the afterglow shines through the window onto the kitchen counter. At this time, Lin Feng is wearing an apron and busy cooking a sumptuous dinner. He carefully selected various ingredients, and each dish is specially prepared for pregnant women and is rich in nutrition. The kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. Lin Feng skillfully stir-fried and seasoned the food. Soon, a series of delicious dishes were served on the table. In addition to the delicious food, there was also a bowl of delicate and smooth bird's nest on the table, which was crystal clear and exuded a faint fragrance. Yuxuan and Xinyue walked into the restaurant and saw the table full of delicious food. They couldn't help but smile in surprise. They couldn't wait to sit down and start tasting these delicacies. Lin Feng watched the two of them eating with gusto, and his heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for making nutritious meals for the mother. His cooking skills are godly and his proficiency is 50%. Make persistent efforts. Before they knew it, Yuxuan and Xinyue were full. They touched their round bellies with satisfied looks on their faces. After dinner, Lin Feng cleaned up the dishes and washed some in the kitchen. Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan came to the living room to rest. Wang Xinyue lazily lay on the sofa and whispered to Yuxuan's ear, "Don't go back tonight, stay here with me. Lin Feng's parents are coming over tomorrow, I'm really nervous and scared." Zhang Yuxuan blinked mischievously and smiled slyly. "Oh, is there anything else you are afraid of? I think even if the clothes are beautiful, a wife will be a little nervous when she sees her parents-in-law. But then again, if I stay, where will I sleep at night? Won't it disturb your world of two?" After Wang Xinyue heard this, her fair face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She stamped her feet shyly and said coquettishly, "Oh, really, this is so annoying. The doctor clearly told us not to do it too frequently at this stage, otherwise it will affect our lovely baby. Let's sleep together tonight, and then let Lin Feng go to sleep in the baby's little room." As she said this, she floated to Yuxian's side like a light butterfly,
stretched out her pink fist and gently hit Yuxian's weak shoulder. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was busy cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, suddenly heard Zhang Yuxuan's clear and pleasant voice coming from the living room. Lin Feng, he subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Zhang Yuxuan continued, "I'm not leaving tonight. I want to sleep with Xin Yue. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Lin Feng showed a helpless and bitter smile on his face. As he was washing, he sighed to himself, "What kind of thing is this? My lovely wife is right in front of me, but I can't even hug her or sleep with her. Sigh. It really makes me feel itchy and uncomfortable." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shook his head and quickened the speed of his hands, as if he wanted to dispel the depression in his heart by washing the dishes. At night, before going to bed, Zhang Yuxuan and Wang Xinyue were taking a bath and playing around. Lin Feng coughed outside and said, "Xinyue, be careful, the floor is slippery. Don't make trouble inside." Wang Xinyue said shyly, "I got it, we will go out right away." Zhang Yuxuan said seriously, "Lin Feng, don't peek at me, otherwise I will not forgive you." Lin Feng was ashamed. "How dare I?" Chapter 31 Shaguia's child? Lin Feng deftly changed the quilt in the master bedroom. At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan and Wang Xinyue, who were standing at the door, looked like two beautiful flowers. Their faces were flushed with charming blushes, and their shyness was beyond words. This scene made Lin Feng instantly mesmerized, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "They are so beautiful." Especially Xinyue's shy look, it really makes people pity her. I wish I could hold her in my hands and protect her for the rest of my life. Ahem. Zhang Yuxuan saw this and said with a naughty smile, still looking, "Your eyeballs are about to fall out, and your saliva is all over the floor. Didn't you see enough yesterday? Humph, let me tell you, Xin Yue belongs to me today, hee hee." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue rolled her eyes at her coquettishly and responded shyly, "You're so annoying, please stop seducing my Lin Feng here, okay? If you continue like this, be careful or I will let Lin Feng subdue you too." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yuxuan's face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. She stuttered and retorted, that won't do. I am so naturally beautiful and charming, how can I easily let your Lin Feng get away with it?" After hearing this, Lin Feng showed an awkward smile on his face, scratched his head and said, "This doesn't seem appropriate." For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little subtle. All right, let's go to bed. Look, my face has become red because of what you two said," Zhang Yuxuan said as she reached out and gently pushed Wang Xinyue towards the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Zhang Yuxuan's heart was still beating like a deer. She complained shyly, "It's all your fault. You had to say this in front of me. Now Lin Feng must have misunderstood that I was interested in him. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Wang Xinyue covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then said coquettishly, "Let us go to bed quickly. Lin Feng's parents will be here tomorrow. They will be scared then, so you have to stay with me." After that, she blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Yuxuan. Zhang Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this, and teased, "Oh, you're not afraid of Aunt Wang and Uncle, so why are you afraid of mother-in-law now?" Wang Xinyue pouted and explained, "How can it be the same? They are Lin Feng's biological parents, of course I will be nervous. Humph, let's see if you will be scared tomorrow. Hee hee, don't forget that you are also Lin Feng's concubine, and you will have to meet your parents-in-law sooner or later." In this way, the two of them laughed and played while gradually falling asleep. On the other side, Lin Feng lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He kept muttering in his heart, "Oh my god, I will definitely get beaten tomorrow, it's so embarrassing in front of Xin Yue." Thinking about it, unknowingly, the whole night passed. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early with a pair of big panda eyes, then walked into the kitchen quietly and started to work. Before long, a rich and nutritious breakfast was freshly baked. Lin Feng carefully carried the plate to the door of the room, knocked on the door gently, and then lowered his voice and gently called, "Xin Yue, you can get up now. I have prepared breakfast and put it on the table. Remember to eat it while it is hot. I will go to the door to greet my parents first." Inside the house, a lazy and unclear voice was heard, "Aha! I know. I'm so sleepy." This voice came from Wang Xinyue. She sounded like she was half asleep and half awake, and her eyes might not even be fully open yet. However, the next moment, a cry of surprise broke the silence off. It turned out that Wang Xinyue suddenly came to her senses and woke up suddenly as if she had been electrocuted. She shook Zhang Yuxuan, who was still sleeping beside her, and shouted anxiously, "Hurry up, Yuxuan. Lin Feng's parents are coming soon, we have to get up quickly, change clothes and pack up.
Oh, what should we do?
At this time, Zhang Yuxuan still had a dazed look on her face, her eyes were blurred, and she was still mumbling incoherently, what's coming?
I'm so sleepy. Oh, just let me take a nap.
Obviously, she had not yet fully woken up from her sleep. Seeing Zhang Yuxuan like this, Wang Xinyue was extremely anxious and couldn't help but shouting, your future mother-in-law is coming. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan suddenly jumped up from the bed as if she had received an electric shock.
She said in panic, ah.
Then I have to get up quickly and pack up and change into nice clothes.
However, as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly realize that something was wrong, and quickly changed the topic. No, that's your future mother-in-law, not mine.
You'd better get up quickly, I can sleep a little longer. After that, she fell headfirst on the bed again, pulled up the quilt to cover her head, and continued to sleep soundly. Wang Xinyue opened her red lips and snorted coldly, humph. If Lin Feng's parents see you being so lazy, let alone becoming a concubine, I think your plan will definitely fail. She crossed her arms and glanced at Zhang Yuxuan, her eyes full of mockery and dissatisfaction.
Hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan suddenly panicked and quickly responded, okay, I'll get up. I really can't do anything about you. After all, you are my good friend.
As she said that, she hurriedly climbed up from the bed, not forgetting to complain a few words. After they washed up in a hurry, they began to wolf down their breakfast. After finishing the food in a flash, they quickly changed into the clothes they had carefully selected yesterday. After tidying up, the two sat on the sofa in a very proper manner. They looked very well behaved, but also a little funny, which made people laugh. At this time, Lin Feng was standing at the gate of the community, waiting anxiously. Last night, his parents had asked him for the detailed address and said they would come early this morning. In order to prevent the embarrassing situation of Zhang Yuxuan being stopped by the security guard yesterday from happening again, Lin Feng deliberately came to the gate early to wait. Not long after, a military green Beijing jeep slowly drove to the gate of the community. When the car window rolled down, Lin Feng's mother smiled and waved at Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng's father got out of the car first. He looked gloomy, and the belt tied around his waist looked like a tool that could be pulled out at any time to beat Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mother was carrying various ingredients such as chicken, duck, fish, and meat. She was full of smiles on her face and kept shouting, Lin Feng. At this moment, the car door opened and Lin Feng's grandfather was seen sitting in the back seat. Although he was old, he was energetic and radiant. As the car stopped steadily, Lin Feng's grandfather slowly stood up from his seat. Although his movements were a little slow, they were still steady and powerful. Lin Feng noticed Grandpa's arrival with his sharp eyes. He was delighted and hurried forward. After arriving beside Grandpa, Lin Feng carefully supported Grandpa's arm and asked with concern, Grandpa, why did you come all the way here? Can you handle the hard work? And what's going on with this military vehicle? At this time, the driver also got out of the car and saluted Lin Feng's grandfather with a standard and loud military salute, saying loudly, Commander, I have successfully completed the task of picking you up this time. When do you need to return? I will pick you up then. Lin Feng's grandfather nodded slightly in response, and then said gently, well, thank you for your hard work, comrade. Go and have a rest first. As for the time of return, I will inform you later. In addition, please convey my thanks to your group leader. Then, Lin Feng's grandfather turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, a serious look appeared on his face, and he snorted, you little bastard, look at what you have done. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? After that, he no longer paid attention to Lin Feng and walked straight into the community. Lin's mother walked side by side with Lin Feng with a smile on her face. The two chatted and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere was as harmonious as the warmest sunshine in spring. Her bright smile seemed to dispel all the haze, making the air around them full of joy and warmth. In contrast, Father Lin, who was walking on the other side, had a gloomy face. His eyes were like two rays of cold light, staring at Lin Feng intently, his face full of anger at his lack of fighting spirit. If he had not considered that they were in a public place, he would have been unable to suppress his anger and would have rushed forward to teach this good-for-nothing son a lesson. After entering the community, you will see green trees, colorful flowers, and a clear stream flowing, just like a beautiful picture scroll unfolding before everyone's eyes. However, facing such a beautiful environment, Lin's father not only did not show any appreciation, but frowned and asked suspiciously, when did you become so rich? You can actually live in such a high-end community. After hearing this, Lin Feng showed an awkward smile, scratched his head and explained, Dad, I made a small profit in the stock market some time ago, so I have enough for the down payment of the house. Otherwise, your daughter-in-law and future grandson will have no place to live. Dad, Lin snorted and warned in a stern tone, it's better to do this, don't give me those crooked things. As he said, the group soon arrived at the door of room 601. Lin Feng entered the password skillfully, and with a beep sound, the door slowly opened. Inside the room, Wang Xinyue stood at the door with a shy look on her face, and Zhang Yuxuan stood up to greet her. Seeing Lin Feng's elders coming, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan said softly, hello, Grandpa, hello, Uncle and Aunt. The voice was crisp and pleasant, just like a yellow warbler singing out of the valley. Seeing this, Lin's mother immediately smiled and responded quickly, okay, you guys, sit down and have a rest. Mother Lin quietly pulled Lin Feng aside and asked in a low voice, Lin Feng, tell me quickly, which of these two beautiful girls is Xinyue? Which one is my daughter-in-law? Do you want to kill two birds with one stone and marry them both home? Lin Feng scratched his head, with an awkward smile on his face, and replied, Mom, the one who looks cuter and more playful is Xinyue, and the other one is her best friend. Actually, I really want to get both of them, he. Mother Lin's face darkened instantly. She glared at Lin Feng and said reproachfully, Humph, you are so beautiful. Stop dreaming about those irrelevant dreams all day long. You should treat Xinyue with all your heart and soul, do you hear me? Also, your father and I have been talking about giving you a good beating since we left the house on the way here. If your grandfather hadn't stopped us, he would have already whipped out his belt to beat you, a loser. At this time, Lin Feng's grandfather was looking at Xinyue with a kind face, and said gently, My child, I really wronged you. It's all because of our Lin Feng's ignorance. I will definitely let your uncle teach this brat a lesson and vent your anger for you. Don't you think so? After hearing this, Wang Xinyue was shocked and waved her hands hastily. Her face was full of anxiety. She quickly explained, Grandpa, please don't think like that. Lin Feng and I are truly in love. We are able to be together completely out of our mutual wishes. You really can't blame Lin Feng for this. What? There are two babies? Lin Feng's grandfather was stunned at first, then an expression of surprise that was hard to conceal appeared on his face. His voice unconsciously rose octaves and he asked, Is it a boy or a girl? Or a pair of twins? Oh, I originally thought there was only one child. I didn't expect that Lin Feng is such a capable boy. After saying that, the old man was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After hearing the news, Lin's mother and father were also filled with joy, and they all smiled and nodded in agreement. You know, the Lin family has always been a single-line family, and now there are two new lives about to be born. How can people not be excited and thrilled? Wang Xinyue blushed as she listened to everyone's discussions. She lowered her head and replied softly, I haven't gone for the checkup yet. After the 4-dimensional color Doppler ultrasound, I'll probably be able to tell the gender. At this time, Lin Feng's grandfather put away his smile, replaced it with a serious and kind expression, and said to Wang Xinyue earnestly, No matter what, just let everything take its course. Whether it is a boy or a girl, it is a treasure for our Lin family. However, you should find a suitable time to talk to your parents about this matter, and then our two families can sit down and discuss the marriage. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xinyue's face turned pale as paper. She bit her lip and said in an almost inaudible voice, Actually, my parents still don't know about this, and I'm worried that they may not agree to my marriage with Lin Feng. For a moment, the whole room fell into silence, and a trace of worry appeared on the faces of Lin's father and mother. Well, Zhang Yuxuan lowered her head slightly and said softly, that Grandpa, uncles and aunts, Xinyue and I grew up together since we were young. Her father has been serving in the army and is an admirable soldier, and her mother is a well-known strong woman in the business world. Because of this family background, Xinyue spent most of her childhood with me. Then, Zhang Yuxuan paused, a trace of worry appeared on her face, and continued, I heard Aunt Wang mention it before, saying that she wanted to find a suitable partner for Xinyue. So, in my opinion, it will be difficult for them to agree to this marriage. Moreover, Uncle Wang has a typical military character. He has been in the army for 30 years and has always been very strict with Xinyue. If he knew that Xinyue was pregnant before marriage, the consequences would be disastrous. He might be so angry that he would rush up and break the man's legs. At this moment, Lin Feng's grandfather suddenly frowned and muttered to himself with a suspicious look on his face, Surname Wang? Could it be that you are talking about Xiaoguo's child? Chapter 32 Pulling out the belt and beating. Wang Xinyue stood there, her petite body trembling slightly, her eyes already red from crying, tears filling her eye sockets like a flood bursting through a dam. Her originally tender and cute little face was now filled with incomparable determination. She bit her lip and said word by word, no matter what happens, no matter how big the difficulties are, I will always be with Lin Feng and will never leave. Mother Lin, who was standing by, felt so distressed when she saw Wang Xinyue like this that she quickly stepped forward, gently raised her hand, and carefully wiped the tears from the corners of Xinyue's eyes. She gently comforted him, "Good boy, I'm sorry for what you have done. If you have any dissatisfaction, don't keep it in your heart. It's all because Lin Feng, that brat, is too ignorant." After saying that, Lin's mother's face suddenly changed. She turned her head and looked at Lin's father behind her. She snorted unhappily and said angrily, "Old man, it's your turn to take action." Hearing this, Father Lin immediately responded, and walked over with a stern and gloomy face. His piercing eyes stared at Lin Feng intently, and he uttered a few words coldly, "Okay, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Then, he stretched out his right hand to his waist and pulled out a black leather belt with a swift movement. Then, holding the belt, he approached Lin Feng step by step, and shouted in a deep voice as he walked, "Rebellious son, why don't you get over here?" At this moment, Lin Feng's face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. He scratched his head and muttered softly, "Dad, there are a lot of people watching here. Can you please stop using the same method you used when I was a child to teach me a lesson? I'm grown up now. I can't just lie on the ground and let you whip me like before, can I?" However, Lin's father was completely unmoved by Lin Feng's plea for mercy. He sneered, stared at Lin Feng and said, "Hey, you little bastard, do you think you have become independent just because you went to college? You dare not even listen to me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you've probably really forgotten how powerful I am." Before he finished speaking, the belt in Lin's father's hand had already been swung out like lightning. With a crisp snap sound, the belt fell heavily on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng grimaced in pain and couldn't help screaming, "Ouch, Dad, be gentle, don't." This sudden scene scared Wang Xinyue and Zhang Yuxuan greatly. They never expected that Dad Lin would actually do it for real. Wang Xinyue closed her eyes in fear, but even so, she still stepped forward without hesitation and stood in front of Lin Feng like a solid line of defense. Her pretty face was full of determination, as if she was declaring to Lin's father, "Uncle, if you want to hit someone, come at me." Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly comforted Wang Xinyue softly, "Xinyue, don't worry, my dad didn't actually use much strength, he just wanted to vent his anger for you, you see, I'm fine, he." However, Wang Xinyue was skeptical of Lin Feng's words. She carefully lifted up Lin Feng's clothes. When she saw the conspicuous red mark, her tears instantly burst out like a broken dam. She choked and sobbed, "There's already such a big red mark, how can it not hurt?" For a moment, the whole scene fell into silence, with only Wang Xinyue's low sobs echoing in the air. Father Lin looked at Mother Lin with embarrassment, his eyes seemed to be silently complaining, "It was you who asked me to do it, and now I've made my daughter-in-law cry." His anxious expression was like an ant on a hot pot, and he kept muttering, "What should I do? What should I do?" Lin Feng's grandfather snorted coldly, and the voice seemed to be filled with dissatisfaction and reproach, "All right. Stop making a fuss here. If you continue like this, your granddaughter-in-law will be heartbroken." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Wang Xinyue, who was standing aside with a worried look on her face. At this time, Lin's mother, who had been silent all the time, seemed to have not noticed Lin's father's gloomy face at all. She frowned and shouted at Lin's father with a face full of blame, "Look at you, why are you so heavy-handed? No matter how naughty this child is, he can't be so cruel. All right, just go to the side," she said while waving her hand, signaling Lin's father to leave the scene quickly. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's originally nervous mood relaxed a little. She gently wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, raised her head and said to Lin's mother, "Auntie, I'm not afraid of Lin Feng getting beaten, I just hope that I can talk to him properly in the future and not hit him at every turn." Mother Lin immediately showed a kind smile on her face and comforted her, "Xinyue, don't worry. Lin Feng has been very naughty since he was a child, and his father often beats him. But this child is also thick-skinned. After being beaten, he will be lively again the next day. It's no big deal, you don't have to worry too much." After hearing what Lin's mother said, Wang Xinyue finally couldn't hold back her tears and laughed, and said coquettishly, "Auntie, just don't beat Lin Feng anymore in the future." Mother Lin smiled and nodded, then enthusiastically took Wang Xinyue's hand and said, "Oh, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Isn't it almost noon? This time I brought a few fat old hens from my hometown, as well as freshly picked wild mushrooms, which are all very nutritious. Wait. I will cook a pot of delicious chicken soup for you in a moment, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Father Lin smiled and nodded repeatedly, agreeing, yes, this is what we raise at home."
It's all natural and pollution-free. Pregnant women can eat it. It's nutritious and healthy, and it's especially good for the body.
At this time, the sound of pots and pans colliding came from the kitchen. It turned out that Lin's mother and Lin Feng were busy cooking.
Lin's father was sitting leisurely on the balcony, drinking tea and smoking.
On the sofa in the living room, Lin Feng's grandfather asked Wang Xinyue kindly with a kind face, "Xinyue girl, I heard that your father seems to be a soldier.
I wonder where he is serving now. And what is his name?"
Wang Xinyue nodded slightly and replied softly, "Grandpa, my father's name is Wang Weigua. He has been serving in the army in Xindu for 20 to 30 years. Because the army has a lot of things to do and the missions are heavy, he rarely comes home. I can only see him a few times a year."
Then, she added, "My mother's name is Wang Xinya.
She runs a company in Shanghai and is very busy every day, so most of the time it's just me and the nanny at home." Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, heard this and quickly interrupted, "Grandpa, you may not know this yet, but Xinyue and I have been playing together since we were young. We live in the same compound, so it can be said that I grew up with Xinyue." When Lin Feng's grandfather heard this, a strange look appeared on his face, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to that unforgettable time in the past. The image of the young man who followed him all day and kept calling him company commander gradually became clearer in his memory. The man had a childish face but exuded a simple and honest spirit.
Chapter 33 What can I do?
In the bustling and noisy city of Shanghai, in a towering office building, a graceful and charming middle-aged woman is sitting quietly in front of a spacious and tidy desk. She has a pretty and delicate face.
Time does not seem to have left too many traces on her face.
Instead, it has added a bit of maturity and charm. One can tell at a glance that she is a strong woman in the workplace who is vigorous and efficient. At this moment, the middle-aged woman was concentrating on staring at the computer screen, browsing the various news and information that were constantly updated on the web. Suddenly, a piece of news from the University of Tokyo caught her attention.
News from the University of Tokyo.
She murmured softly, and the university where her precious daughter was studying instantly appeared in her mind.
With a hint of curiosity, she gently clicked the mouse and entered the detailed page to check. What? The most beautiful girl on campus at Dongda University has a boyfriend? And they seem to be living together.
Seeing this headline, the woman couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of astonishment. She shook her head in disbelief, muttering to herself, "This is impossible.
My daughter Xinyue has always been a good girl. How could this happen?"
The woman hurriedly rubbed her sore eyes and quickly clicked on the relevant video. When the girl in the video appeared clearly in front of her, her face suddenly became gloomy. That was her sweetheart Xinyue. In the video, Xinyue was smiling sweetly, and there was a handsome boy beside her.
What the hell is going on?
The woman became more and more angry as she watched, and the anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. She could no longer suppress her anger, and suddenly raised her right hand and slammed it hard on the table, making a loud bang.
With this shout, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense.
Then, the woman snorted coldly, her sharp voice seemed to pierce the air, "Secretary.
Where is the secretary? Get in here." Not long after, a well-dressed young woman in her 20s rushed into the office.
She looked flustered, with beads of sweat on her forehead, and was obviously startled by the boss's sudden roar.
What's wrong, Mr. Wang?" the young female secretary asked tremblingly. The middle-aged woman looked stern, staring at the secretary in front of her with a sharp gaze, and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you before to always pay attention to my daughter Xinyue's every move? Look at what's going on the internet now.
It's bad enough that she's in a relationship, but she's actually living with that man.
Why didn't you report such a big thing to me in time?"
The middle-aged woman slammed the table angrily, staring at the young woman in front of her with wide eyes. The young woman was so frightened that she trembled all over, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she lowered her head and said carefully, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, the company has been too busy recently, and various matters have piled up. I was careless for a moment and didn't pay much attention to the latest developments of the lady.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry." She kept bowing and admitting her mistakes, feeling extremely regretful.
However, the middle-aged woman's face was still terribly gloomy.
She snorted coldly and shouted, "Get out.
Don't be an eyesore here."
Hearing this, the young female secretary felt as if she had been pardoned.
She bowed deeply again, then turned around and quickly left the room. After the young female secretary left, the middle-aged woman was still angry.
She grabbed the phone on the table and quickly dialed a number. After a while, a middle-aged man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello?
Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, the middle-aged woman yelled into the microphone, Wang Weigua, what on earth are you doing? What are you busy with all day? Don't you even care about your own daughter? Look at what is being spread online, saying that our daughter is living with someone else. As a father, don't you know anything about it?
After a burst of noise came from the other end of the phone, the middle-aged man said with a little fatigue, embarrassment, and helplessness, Shinya, you are not unaware of my work situation.
I am busy all day in the army. How can I have the leisure time to pay attention to those online news?
Besides, our precious daughter is already in college, and it is normal for her to fall in love.
There is no need for you to be so nervous, right? However, the woman was not moved by his words at all. Instead, she asked with a sneer on her face, You say it lightly, you don't care, right? Well, I want to see if you can still be as calm and composed as you are now when your daughter suddenly comes home with a baby in her arms. Then she continued angrily, since you don't want to take care of it, I will take care of it. I will go to Donghai City to find my daughter and find out the situation. Hearing this, the middle-aged man panicked instantly and quickly said with a smile, Oh, dear, don't be impulsive. How can I not care? I will go with you. You wait in the company for a while, I will come right over. The middle-aged woman was still angry and shouted coldly, Hurry up. Then she hung up the phone. On this side, the middle-aged man hung up the phone with a smirk on his face. Then, he hurriedly pressed the call button on the table and shouted into the microphone, Xiao Shang, drive the car here quickly, there is an emergency that needs to be handled. After a while, a young and handsome guard hurried over, saluted the middle-aged man and responded, Yes, chief. I will prepare the vehicle now, please wait. After that, he turned around and left quickly to arrange relevant matters. On the way to the Magic City, the middle-aged man in the car took out his mobile phone and browsed the news on the internet. Suddenly, a headline caught his attention: Brave boy fights Japanese villains on the street and successfully saves the beauty. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh, there is such a thing. And the one who beat up those hateful Japanese people, really good. We must teach them a lesson. When the middle-aged man saw the brave young man described in the article, his eyes lit up and he secretly admired in his heart, Well, this boy looks quite good and handsome. No wonder he can capture the heart of my precious daughter. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a relieved smile. Not long after, the car quickly arrived at the bustling and lively Magic City. A middle-aged woman in a sophisticated suit and elegant temperament was seen walking slowly. Next to her, there was a majestic military jeep parked. The woman opened the car door skillfully and got in lightly, but from beginning to end, there was no smile on her face and she even had a somewhat cold expression. At this time, the middle-aged man next to him saw this and hurriedly came forward with a smile on his face and said carefully, Shinya, this matter really can't be blamed entirely on me. However, before he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and muttered softly, Actually, I didn't care enough about Shinya before. But then again, aren't you the same? You're busy all day long, much busier than me. You, the middle-aged woman sneered and said, I don't want to talk to you. Then she turned on her phone and called her daughter in the address book. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xinyue looked at her mother's number and said nervously, Hello, Mom. The middle-aged woman asked coldly, What's going on? Wang Xinyue was about to explain, but the woman shouted coldly, Wait until your father and I arrive, and then explain. We'll be there in 2 hours. Chapter 34 Tonzi, what I say is what it is. Ah. It's over, it's over. Wang Xinyue shouted in panic, tears pouring out of her eyes like a dam breaking. My mom and dad know about it, and they are rushing here now. They should be here in an hour. What should we do, Lin Feng? Her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. Lin Feng quickly stretched out his arms and hugged Xinyue tightly, comforting her gently. Don't be afraid, Xinyue, I am here. Let's face it bravely together. No matter how uncle and aunt beat and scold me, as long as they agree that we can be together, anything is fine. Although his voice was soft, it was full of determination. Mother Lin, who was standing by, looked at Xinyue, who was in tears, and felt pity for her. She quickly stepped forward, patted her on the back and said, Xinyue, stop crying. You have cried several times today. This is not good for the baby in your belly. When the mother-in-law comes later, no matter what conditions she puts forward, even if it requires your uncle and I to sell everything we have, we will do our best to meet her demands. As she spoke, Lin's mother couldn't help but burst into tears.
She turned to look at Father Lin beside her and scolded him angrily. Look at you, you are really useless. I have been married to you for more than 20 years, and not only have I not enjoyed any happiness, but even my son has to suffer with us now. After saying this, she began to cry again. For a moment, the room was filled with an atmosphere of sadness and helplessness, as if the whole world was pressing down on these people. Father Lin's eyes widened, his face full of innocence, and he muttered, "How did this involve me again? I am really innocent. Who did I offend?" While complaining, he turned his head to look at Lin Feng's grandfather. His expression was as aggrieved as it could be, and he said like a punching bag, "Why didn't you and my mother let me become a rich young man? Look at me now, alas." Lin Feng's grandfather glanced at his good-for-nothing son, snorted heavily, and scolded him unceremoniously. "Look at your whining face, how can you be as demeanor as I was back then? Even Lin Feng is much stronger than you." "Okay, stop talking nonsense, this matter probably won't be a big problem, you guys go down and greet them quickly." Lin Feng looked at his grandfather suspiciously, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, can you really solve this problem? You have been at home for 20 to 30 years since you retired from the army. Could it be that you still have some connection with Xinyue's father?" Facing his grandson's question, the old man behaved unusually calmly. He just smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "You'll understand it when we get there." He said no more, leaving everyone confused. Not long after, a cell phone rang. It was Wang Xinyue's phone. She looked down and saw the word "Mom" on the screen. Wang Xinyue hurriedly answered the phone, but before she could say anything, a woman's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Wang Xinyue, hurry up and come downstairs. The security guard at the door is blocking you. If you are not the owner, you are not allowed to enter without the owner's permission." Wang Xinyue's face turned extremely ugly in an instant, and she said cautiously, "Mom, please wait a moment, I will be down soon." After that, she quickly turned around and shouted to Lin Feng anxiously, "Let's go down quickly, my mother was stopped by someone, she must be very angry now." When Yu Xian heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She showed an awkward smile and said awkwardly, Xinyue, how about I not go down? I'm worried that when Aunt Wang sees me, she will scold me too." However, before Yuxuan could finish her words, Wang Xinyue interrupted her decisively, "No, absolutely not. Yuxuan, you must go down with me. I'm really scared to go down alone." Having said that, Wang Xinyue pulled up the reluctant Zhang Yuxuan without saying a word and hurriedly walked downstairs. At the same time, Lin Feng followed closely with his mother and father. In this way, the group marched towards the gate of the community. When they arrived at the gate of the community, they saw a middle-aged woman standing there. Her face was extremely gloomy, as if a storm would break out at any time. Beside her, a middle-aged man appeared cautious and advised softly, "Xinya, don't get too excited later, it will be bad if you scare your daughter. And from what I can see, the neighborhood this guy lives in is not cheap, so his family condition should not be too bad. Besides, if you look at the reports about him online, he is a hero after all." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged woman didn't listen to these words at all. She snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Oomph. Okay, stop saying nice things to me here. Later, you ask Xiao Zhang to teach that boy a lesson for me. Let's see if he dares to bully my precious daughter in the future." Wang Xinyue stood there timidly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Mom." She paused for a moment, turned her eyes to the side, and then shouted, "Dad, you are here too. This is Lin Feng, and these two are Lin Feng's father and mother." The middle-aged woman's face was gloomy and she snorted coldly, "Humph, all right, Wang Xinyue, you've grown wings. What, do you have to wait until you two get married before you remember to call me and your father over?" After saying that, she raised her hand and pretended to hit him. Seeing this, Lin Feng rushed forward and stood firmly in front of Wang Xinyue, saying without hesitation, "Auntie, if you want to hit someone to vent your anger, then hit me." The woman was stunned at first, then sneered, "Okay, you little brat, I'm here to settle accounts with you today. Xiao Zhang, teach him a lesson for me, so I can calm down." Mother Lin, who was standing by, had an anxious look on her face. She kept rubbing her hands and muttering, "Oh, what should I do? It looks like they have to beat up our Lin Feng." But Father Lin seemed unusually calm. He waved his hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, don't worry. Have you forgotten that our son Lin Feng has been practicing martial arts with his grandfather since he was a child? He has been practicing for more than 20 years. Hearing this, the young man called Xiao Zhang responded, "Yes, ma'am." He had a neat short flat head and looked calm. Then he made a gesture of invitation to Lin Feng, the meaning of which was self-evident. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Beep, the side quest has been triggered. The host needs to show his strength and win in this competition. After completing the task, he will receive the lubricant for stretch marks for pregnant women as a reward. After Lin Feng heard the system's requirements, he was stunned on the spot.
This was a good thing.
The two babies would grow bigger and bigger in the belly, and Xin Yue's skin would definitely have some stretch marks. At this moment, the system snorted with disdain, urging Lin Feng to act quickly and warning him that if he did not complete the task as required, the consequences would be very serious. On the other side, Xin Yue was crying and shouting, "Mom, please don't hit Lin Feng, it's all my fault, hit me if you want to, whoa." Lin Feng was brought back to reality by the sudden crying. He quickly came back to his senses, with a calm expression on his face, and whispered to comfort her, "Xin Yue, it's okay, just let Auntie calm down." As soon as the words fell, the two men immediately took up their positions, and a fierce fight began. As the two sides fought back and forth, neither side gave in, and for a while it was difficult to tell who was the winner, and it could be said that they were evenly matched. The young man who was fighting with Lin Feng looked a little surprised at this time, and thought to himself, this guy is actually a martial artist. Faced with his opponent's surprise, Lin Feng simply responded, "It's okay, I have learned a little kung fu since I was a child." However, the young man did not back down. Instead, he said seriously, "Next, I'm going to be serious." After that, he attacked Lin Feng again. Seeing this, Lin Feng curled his lips slightly and made a provocative gesture, signaling the other party to come over. Then, the two of them fought again. This time, they attacked more fiercely, and each move was full of power and murderous intent. In the fierce confrontation, Lin Feng was unable to completely avoid the opponent's attack and was hit hard. However, he did not panic, and took advantage of the situation to kick the young man out. Seeing this scene, Xin Yue's father, who was standing by, was surprised and muttered to himself, "This kid is really amazing. Xiao Zhang is a master who can enter the top 3 in the military competition. I didn't expect that even he couldn't beat this young man." Chapter 35 Lin Feng is mine. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to pull the young man up from the ground. The man slowly stood up, gently rubbing his chest, and said with a wry smile, "Oh, your kick was really ruthless. But you are really good, if you join the army, you will definitely be a good fighter." At this time, the middle-aged woman was so angry that her face turned red, but she was helpless. After all, she failed to successfully teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin's mother reacted quickly. She hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law, let's not be angry for now, let's go upstairs and have a rest. When we get upstairs, we can discuss the marriage of the two children." The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly and said, "Well, okay, let's go upstairs first." So, the group began to walk upstairs. Dad Lin, who was at the end of the group, walked side by side with Xin Yue's father. Both of them had cigarettes in their mouths and chatted from time to time. Just as they walked upstairs, they opened the door and saw Lin Feng's grandfather sitting steadily on the sofa. Seeing everyone coming back, Lin Feng hurried forward and shouted respectfully, "Grandpa, we are back. This is Xin Yue's father and mother." Hearing this, Xin Yue's father looked over and suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression on his face. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then asked carefully, "Could it be, you are the old company commander?" At this moment, the old man smiled slightly. His smile was as warm and kind as the spring sun. He slowly said, "Ha, Shagua, isn't that me? Time flies, and it seems like we haven't seen each other for 20 or 30 years since we last met. Time flies, things have changed, but the friendship of the past is always deeply buried in my heart." Xin Yue's father stood there, his eyes red, and said in a trembling voice, "After the fierce battle that year, we searched everywhere for your whereabouts, but there was no news. Everyone thought you had died heroically, so we had to retreat in a hurry. The battle situation was urgent at the time, and many of our brothers' bodies were not brought back in time. Whenever I think of this, my heart is always filled with endless grief and regret." At this point, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Grandpa Lin Feng also showed a trace of sadness on his face. Recalling that thrilling past, he said with deep emotion, "I was blown away by the shells, buried deep in the soil, and passed out. I don't know how long it took, but when I regained consciousness, I found that one of my legs was seriously injured and I could hardly walk. At that moment, I knew that I was no longer fit to continue to participate in the battle, so I didn't look for the troops anymore." Hearing this, Xin Yue's father's face once again showed deep sorrow, and he murmured to himself, "So that's why I couldn't find you. We have been looking for you for so many years, but Xiao Lu and I have never believed that you had sacrificed yourself. Yesterday, Captain Lu told me that he would give me a surprise. Now that I think about it, it must be you, old man. Grandpa Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "That's right. I didn't expect that this guy would find me such a good granddaughter-in-law and even a great-grandson." After hearing the news, I was so excited that my mood was like the turbulent sea and it was hard to calm down. So, I went to find Xiao Lu without hesitation and asked him to arrange a car for me. Xinyue's father said, "Lin Feng, if I had known earlier that you were the old company commander's grandson, how great it would have been. Now it's good, you and Xinyue are together, this is really a great fate." At this time, Xinyue's mother, Xinya, came over and looked at the old man next to me with a smile, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It turned out that this energetic old man was the old company commander of Xinyue's father in the army. I only heard Xinyue's father introduce, "Xinya, this is my old company commander in the army. He saved my life many times on the battlefield." Hearing this, Xinyue's mother was stunned at first, but soon returned to normal, smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Oh, it turns out to be the old company commander. I often heard Weigua mention you, saying that you used to take special care of him. In this case, I will no longer object to Lin Feng and Xinyu's relationship." At this moment, Lin Feng's grandfather laughed heartily, his voice so loud that it seemed to spread throughout the entire yard. "Ha, that would be great. From now on, we are a real family." Just as everyone was laughing and talking, Xinyue's face suddenly changed and she covered her stomach with her hands involuntarily. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xinyue?" Xinyue said coquettishly, "Oh, the baby started to move around mischievously again." Upon hearing this, Wang's mother was even more shocked. She widened her eyes and asked, "Child? Could it be that you two already have a child?" Facing Wang's mother's question, Wang Xinyue blushed immediately, lowered her head and replied softly, "Mom, actually, it's been more than 4 months, but I'm thin, so my belly doesn't show much." Mother Wang sighed helplessly and said with a hint of reproach, You didn't tell your family about such a big thing earlier. You are so disobedient." Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Auntie, Xinyue is pregnant with 2 babies." 2? Aunt Wang was shocked. She glanced at Lin Feng and said softly, "Xinyue, you have to work hard. It is very hard to be pregnant with 2. You are still young now. If it is 7 or 8 months, I am afraid you will not be able to walk. However, the 2 are boys and girls." Wang Xinyue said softly, "I haven't checked it yet. I feel they are twins." Father Wang said with relief, "Whether it is a man or a woman, it is fine, we should not break the law. Checking the gender of a man is illegal, we don't do that." Mother Wang rolled her eyes at Father Wang and snorted coldly, "You are the only one who is so strict with rules. Don't use your attitude from the army. Stay out of our daughter's affairs from now on." Okay, I'll shut up." Father Wang looked embarrassed and said, "Old company commander, let's have tea. Lin Feng is a good boy with good skills. Should he be allowed to join the army for development?" Lin Feng's grandfather has not answered yet. Wang Xinyue was anxious, her face full of unhappiness, and she said tenderly, "No, Lin Feng still has to accompany me. What will happen to me and the baby if he leaves?" Humph. Mother Wang also rolled her eyes at Father Wang and snorted coldly, "Stop talking. You have been in office for decades. How many sinews have you taken care of?" "I raised her all these years." Father Wang was silent. Only by protecting everyone can we have a good family. Chapter 36 All mine. Come on, let's have another drink. Father Lin's face flushed as he held Father Wang's hand tightly. The 2 of them were arm in arm, calling each other brothers. They drank 1 cup after another, and soon they were both a little drunk. Lin Feng, who was standing by, was not to be outdone and drank a lot of wine with the elders. At this time, his eyes had become blurry and hazy, as if everything in front of him was beginning to blur. At this moment, Aunt Wang suddenly said, "Lin Feng, Xinyue's belly is getting bigger day by day, don't you guys consider getting married? If we delay any longer, by the time she is 7 or 8 months old, she will have difficulty moving around and won't even be able to wear a beautiful wedding dress." Hearing this, Lin Feng's body shook violently as if he was struck by lightning. His originally chaotic thoughts suddenly came to his senses, and he quickly sat up straight and responded softly, "Auntie, I actually had a plan a long time ago. After the baby has finished the 4-dimensional examination tomorrow, if there is no problem, we will go to the bridal shop together and choose a wedding dress that we like. In addition, regarding the school, I plan to talk to the counselor and ask for a leave of absence for a year. After all, Xinyue is pregnant now, and her belly will only get bigger and bigger, and it will be more and more inconvenient for her to move, so I want to take care of her wholeheartedly. Of course, if you, uncle and aunt, have no other opinions, then let's pick an auspicious date and arrange the wedding first.
Mother Lin smiled and nodded, and said gently, wait a minute, I'll check the almanac to see if there is a good day for engagement recently. We have to settle the marriage quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently raised her right hand and carefully took off a emerald green, transparent, crystal clear jade bracelet from her wrist. The bracelet was emerald green, as if it contained infinite vitality and vigor, and it exuded a charming luster under the sunlight. Mother Lin took Wang Xinyue's fair and delicate little hand, gently put the bracelet on her slender wrist, and said softly, Xinyue, this bracelet is a treasure passed down to me by Lin Feng's grandmother. Now I give it to you. It can be regarded as a kind of inheritance in our family. Wang Xinyue's cheeks immediately flushed, as beautiful as a ripe apple. She was a little overwhelmed and said, Auntie, I can't accept such a valuable thing. This is passed down to you by Grandma. She looked at Lin Feng nervously, and her eyes clearly said, what should I do? Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a doting smile on his face. He comforted her softly, Xinyue, since Mom has decided to give you the bracelet, you can accept it with peace of mind. This means that our mom has officially recognized you as her daughter-in-law, hee. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Xinyue nodded shyly and whispered, thank you, Auntie. Aunt Wang looked surprised. This bracelet was quite good and might be worth hundreds of thousands. Oh, Xinyue is so well-behaved and sensible. Mother Lin smiled so happily that she could hardly close her mouth. Then, she took out a bank card from her bosom as if by magic, handed it to Wang Xinyue, and said amiably, Xinyue, Auntie is just an ordinary country girl, and I have never done anything earth-shattering in my life. There is a total of 870,000 yuan in this card. Originally, your father Lin and I planned to leave it for you to use as a down payment for a house. But I didn't expect that our Xiaofeng would be so hardworking and buy a house by himself. So this money will be used to buy milk powder for the baby in the future. Wang Xinyue shook her head and said softly, I can't take this money. We have money, and Lin Feng is still starting a business. Keep this money for you and uncle's retirement. After all, you have worked hard all your life. Lin Feng's expression was extremely complicated. He originally guessed that it might be 700,000, or at most 800,000, but he never expected that it would be a full 870,000. You know, this amount of money is almost all of his parents' life savings. How pitiful are the hearts of parents. Mom, Xinyue and I really can't take this money. Don't worry, I still have a lot of money in my card, almost 1 million. Lin Feng said hurriedly. Hearing this, Mother Lin couldn't help but ask with a look of suspicion on her face, how come you still have so much money? Mother Wang on the side also showed a surprised expression. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and replied, hey, this is all what I earned in the stock market. However, Wang Xinyue pouted her lips and questioned angrily, Lin Feng, hasn't your bank card always been with me? Then where did you get all this money? Did you hide your own money behind my back again, humph? Lin Feng suddenly looked embarrassed, and explained in a low voice, hey, this is the money I just earned yesterday. Besides, I can't have no private money at all. Humph. Auntie, look at Lin Feng. He actually dares to secretly hide his own money. Wang Xinyue complained to Lin's mother in a coquettish manner, crying and complaining aggrievely, I will definitely not be able to control him in the future, whoa. At this moment, Lin's mother, who was smiling, suddenly looked gloomy. She stared at Lin Feng with her sharp eyes, and said in a voice so cold that it seemed like ice chips could fall off, I will start counting now, just count to 3, and give all the money to Xinyue immediately. What's the use of a grown man like you having so much money? Just leave 100 yuan for your pocket money. When Lin Feng heard this, he showed a helpless expression on his face, and secretly complained in his heart, alas, I am too miserable. But he still agreed, okay, who makes you the elder, I will listen to you. Seeing Lin Feng being so obedient, Lin's mother and Wang's mother looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The laughter echoed in the room, and seemed to be full of teasing towards Lin Feng. Okay, it's getting late. Look at your dad, he's drunk and has fallen asleep. And your uncle Wang too, they're both snoring so loudly. Mother Wang said as she kicked the two men who were sleeping soundly on the sofa with a look of disgust on her face. Then, Mother Wang turned to look at Lin Feng and said, let's go, Lao Wang, let's go to the hotel to sleep. We can't get a good rest here. At this time, Father Wang was half asleep and half awake. After hearing his wife's call, he nodded in a daze and responded vaguely, well, okay. He took a lot of effort to stand up shakily. Seeing this, Wang's mother hurried forward to support Wang's father and said with concern, be careful, don't fall.
Lin Feng, we will go to the hotel first, and we have to rush back early tomorrow morning. You must take good care of Xin Yue, and remember to call us in time if anything happens. Lin Feng nodded and agreed quickly, Auntie, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Xin Yue, you don't have to worry. Auntie Wang looked at the well-behaved and sensible Lin Feng, her eyes full of relief, but at the same time she revealed a trace of reluctance. She walked up and hugged Xin Yue tightly, and whispered, My dear daughter, be good and obedient at home and take care of yourself. If you encounter any trouble, you must call your mother first, understand? Xin Yue nodded obediently, indicating that she remembered it. Wang Xin Yue, eyes were red, Mom, I can't bear to leave you, let's go tomorrow, I miss you. Mother Wang also had tears in her eyes, silly child, you have grown up and will eventually fly away. Chapter 37 Auntie is here, no. Mother Wang and Father Wang got into the car steadily, and then the car gradually went away and disappeared from sight. At this time, Wang Xinyue lay gently in Lin Feng's warm embrace like a frightened little rabbit, her body trembling slightly and sobbing softly. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly reached out his hand and gently stroked her back, and whispered to comfort her, Okay, Xinyue, don't be too sad. After this busy period, let's go visit aunt and uncle together, okay? However, at this moment, Zhang Yuxuan, who had been ignored, finally couldn't help but complain, Hey, can you two pay a little attention to my presence? I've been standing here for a long time, and you guys completely ignored me. She rolled her eyes helplessly, her face full of speechless expression. Hearing this, Lin Feng came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment in his heart. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Oh, I'm so sorry, Yuxuan, I was just concentrating on comforting Xin Yue just now, and I accidentally forgot about you. How about this, you stay with Xin Yue tonight, and I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan pouted with disgust and said, Come on, I see that you actually want to be alone with Xin Yue, why are you pretending to be a good person? Forget it, I am a generous lady and will not bother with you. I'd better go home by myself, so as not to bother you here. After saying that, she waved to Wang Xinyue and smiled mischievously, Bye, Xinyue, I wish you and this great lover have a wonderful night. Wang Xinyue couldn't help blushing and said coquettishly, Well, you must be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. Zhang Yuxuan made a contemptuous gesture at them and muttered, Humph, guys who value women over friendship. Then she turned around and left with a brisk pace. Watching Zhang Yuxuan walk farther and farther away until her figure completely disappeared, Lin Feng lowered his head, gazed tenderly at the beauty in his arms, and said softly, Okay, now there are only two of us left. It's windy outside and a little chilly at night. Let's go upstairs quickly. After hearing this, Wang Xinyue nodded gently like a docile little deer. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red, as beautiful as the gorgeous sunset in the sky. She lowered her head slightly and asked softly in a voice as small but shy as a mosquito, Lin Feng, are we still going to sleep together tonight? As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes full of expectation. However, the worry in her heart still made her continue to say, Will Auntie not let me? I really don't want to sleep alone. Speaking of this, her little mouth pouted unconsciously, and her face showed a pitiful and unhappy look, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this adorable little woman in front of him, Lin Feng's heart almost melted. He stretched out his hands, gently held up Wang Xinyue's pink little face, then slowly moved his lips closer and kissed her gently and affectionately. At the moment their lips touched, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but utter a coquettish cry, Bad guy, you only know how to bully me. But she did not resist Lin Feng's closeness. Instead, she closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the sweetness and warmth of the moment. When the two ended this short and beautiful kiss, Lin Feng chuckled and comforted her, Don't worry, baby, my mother won't say anything. I want to hear our baby's movements tonight. After that, he reached out and gently stroked Wang Xinyue's bulging belly, his eyes full of fatherly love. Wang Xinyue gave Lin Feng a coquettish look and said in a soft voice, He doesn't want you to hear it, ha. However, despite saying this, she actually hoped in her heart that Lin Feng could stay with her. Then, the two walked into the house hand in hand. As soon as they entered the house, Lin's mother, who was sitting in the living room, noticed Wang Xinyue's blushing face. She glanced back and forth between Wang Xinyue and Lin Feng, with a strange look on her face. After a light cough, Lin's mother said to Lin Feng, Xinyue is in a bad condition now, you have to be careful at night, don't do anything reckless, understand? When Lin Feng heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. He blushed and nodded quickly, saying, Mom, I understand. Don't worry. You should go to rest quickly. Seeing that her son was so obedient, Mother Lin nodded with satisfaction, turned around and went into the room to rest. Wang Xinyue coquettishly punched Lin Feng's shoulder with her pink fist, her cheeks flushed like the sunset, and complained, "It's all your fault. Now, Auntie has misunderstood us." Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, and said disapprovingly, "I sleep with my own wife, what's the problem?" He. Wang Xinyue rolled her eyes at him unhappily, pointed at his dirty feet and said, "Go wash your stinky feet before going to bed." Lin Feng nodded quickly and responded, "Okay, my dear wife. I'll go wash up right away." After that, he hurried to the bathroom to wash his feet. After a while, Lin Feng finished washing his feet and ran back to the bedroom. He jumped onto the bed and stared straight at the shy and lovely Wang Xinyue in front of him. He slowly approached Wang Xinyue and kissed her pink lips tenderly. Wang Xinyue was a little reserved at first, but soon responded enthusiastically. Their breathing gradually became rapid. Just when Lin Feng wanted to take it a step further, Wang Xinyue suddenly blushed and whispered, "Oh, Auntie is still in the next room. This is not good, no." Lin Feng was like a deflated ball, he sighed helplessly, but he still hugged Wang Xinyue obediently, put his hand gently on her belly, gently stroked it, and comforted her. Okay, then let's just hug each other tonight, dear baby, close your eyes and go to sleep peacefully." Wang Xinyue nodded meekly, closed her eyes, felt Lin Feng's warm embrace, and gradually fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 38 Pigs and Humans Can't Kiss. In the early morning, the sun had just risen, and the golden sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Mother Lin got up early, and after busying herself in the kitchen for a long time, she finally prepared a hearty breakfast. She walked gently to the door, raised her hand and knocked on it, and said softly, "Xiaofeng, Xinu, you can get up and eat now. After dinner, you still have to go to the hospital for a checkup." Inside the house, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the lovely face in his arms. He couldn't help but lower his head and kissed Wang Xinyue's pink cheek, and called softly, "Little pig, it's time to get up." Wang Xinyue whimpered, turned over, and muttered, "I don't want to get up. I want to sleep a little longer." "Humph, you kissed me secretly so early in the morning." Lin Feng smiled dotingly, hugged Wang Xinyue tighter, and said softly, "But we still have to rush to the hospital, please get up obediently, okay? My little baby." Hearing that they had to go to the hospital, Wang Xinyue sat up reluctantly, stretched out her arms and said to Lin Feng coquettishly, "Okay, but you have to hug me." As she spoke, she pouted her little mouth, with a cute expression on her face. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but still hugged Wang Xinyue tightly in his arms and said with a smile, Okay, I'll hold you. Don't tempt me again, you little devil, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and I'll kill you right here." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue stuck out her tongue mischievously, made a face at Lin Feng, and said with a giggle, "Lululul, Auntie is outside, you don't dare." The two of them got out of bed laughing and joking, and after tidying up, they came to the living room. At this time, Mother Lin had already placed the steaming hot breakfast on the dining table. Seeing them coming out, she smiled and said, "Xinyue, Auntie specially cooked lean meat porridge and stewed egg custard for you. Eat more so that you won't be hungry when you go to the hospital for a checkup later. After you guys go, we will be going home soon. After all, we have a lot of poultry and livestock such as chickens, ducks and geese at home. After they are all slaughtered and processed in a few days, they will be sent to you. Then they can be stewed into delicious soup for you to nourish your body." Mother Lin said to Wang Xinyue with a warm and friendly smile on her face. Wang Xinyue couldn't help feeling a little shy after hearing this. She lowered her head slightly and responded softly, "Thank you, Auntie." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly spoke to persuade them to stay. "Mom, you, Dad, and Grandpa can stay here for a few more days, don't rush back." However, Mother Lin smiled and waved her hand, politely declining, "My child, your father and grandfather have nothing to do all day here. At least back home, you can still have a few old friends to play chess and bridge with, and live a more comfortable life. Besides, if we live here all the time, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you too?" After saying that, Mother Lin deliberately winked at Wang Xinyue with a meaningful smile on her face. Wang Xinyue's face instantly turned red with shame, like a ripe apple. She was angry and annoyed, and took advantage of everyone's inattention to kick Lin Feng hard under the table. Lin Feng was kicked so suddenly that he couldn't help but scream in pain. Hearing Lin Feng's cry, Lin's mother looked puzzled and asked with concern, "Hey, Xiaofeng, what's going on?" Lin Feng quickly pretended to be calm, laughed dryly and explained, "Hey, it's okay, Mom, I accidentally got stepped on by a piglet just now." "Pig? Mother Lin was obviously very surprised by the answer, but she quickly realized that her son was making up an excuse, so she smiled and shook her head, and stopped asking questions. She just said, "Okay, you two take your time eating, I'll go clean up first." After that, she turned around and left the table. After Lin's mother turned and left, Wang Xinyue's big round eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of anger. She glared at Lin Feng angrily. Her originally pink and cute little mouth was now pouting tightly, as tempting as a ripe cherry. She complained coquettishly, "Humph, you big bad guy, you actually said that I am a pig? Let me tell you, you are the stupid pig. Also, from today on, you are not allowed to kiss this baby casually anymore. How can a piggy kiss others?" After saying these words, she seemed to still feel unsatisfied, so she stretched out her white and tender little hands and gently beat Lin Feng's chest several times. Facing Wang Xinyue's cute and angry look, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his lips and reveal a sly smile. He agreed and said, okay, my little princess, I'm a pig too, okay. Since we are both pigs, it should be okay for us to kiss each other, right?" Before he finished speaking, he quickly leaned over and kissed Wang Xinyue's soft little mouth like a petal. Then he laughed triumphantly, "Ah, let's see what you can do to me now? You are all here, bad guy, huh?" Not long after, the two finished their breakfast. At this time, Grandpa Lin Feng, who had been sitting nearby and watching them play with a smile, suddenly spoke to Wang Xinyue amiably, "My child, if Lin Feng dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I will definitely avenge you and break his legs." Hearing this, Father Lin beside him also nodded and agreed, Yes, my daughter, don't be afraid of him. If he really dares to treat you badly, I will beat him to death with a belt." Wang Xinyue was delighted when she heard this, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She turned her head and winked at Lin Feng playfully, as if to protest, and said, "Hee, did you see that? I have a powerful backer now, so you better be careful in the future, or you will be in trouble, hee." Lin Feng's face was dark, he sighed helplessly, and replied with a wry smile, "Grandpa, Dad, you can rest assured. How dare I bully Xinyue? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do that. Besides, if I really dared to touch her hair, not to mention you two, I guess Xinyue's father would come and beat me up immediately if he knew about it." Wang Xinyue nodded obediently, looked at her grandfather and uncle with a smile and said, "Grandpa, uncle, don't worry, Lin Feng is really good to me." After saying that, a happy and sweet smile appeared on her face. At this time, Mother Lin picked up the prepared things, turned to look at her husband and father-in-law, and said softly, "Okay, Dad, let's go. You know what kind of child Xiaofeng is like, you don't have to worry at all." After that, the family slowly walked towards the gate of the community with reluctance. A green military vehicle had been parked there quietly, like a loyal guard who had been waiting for a long time. A tall and straight young man jumped down from the vehicle swiftly, with clean and neat movements, then stood at attention quickly, saluted the crowd with a standard military salute, and shouted loudly, "Hello, Chief." His voice was loud and full of vigor. Lin Feng's grandfather also returned the salute with a solemn gesture, and responded with an amiable smile, "Thank you for your trouble, little comrade, let's go." Then, a group of people got on the car one after another. Sitting in the car, Lin's mother couldn't help but lean her head against the window, staring at her son Lin Feng outside the window. Her eyes gradually became moist, and tears could not stop rolling in the corners of her eyes. She tried to control her emotions, choking with sobs and admonishing Lin Feng, "Xiaofeng, you must take good care of Xinyue, and take good care of yourself, okay? Mom will always be worried about you." Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned red. He nodded vigorously, trying hard not to let his tears flow out, and replied with a trembling voice, "Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, you should also take care of your health at home, don't be too tired, I will miss you. After we're done, Xinyue and I will go back to see you." The car started slowly and gradually drove away from the gate of the community, carrying the deep concern and longing between the family members away. Chapter 39 It's not impossible. Lin Feng stood there with a sad face and dim eyes. Wang Xinyue beside him gently comforted him, "Lin Feng, don't be too sad. Let's go visit uncle and aunt together in a few days." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly and responded in a low and soft voice, "Well, Xinyue, let's go now. Haven't we made an appointment to bring the baby to do a 4-dimensional scan today?" So, the two of them got into the luxurious Alpha car together. Not long after, the car stopped smoothly in front of the entrance of Tianhai First People's Hospital. Since Lin Feng had made an appointment for VIP service in advance, they didn't have to wait in line. There were young couples along the way, some were getting pregnant, and some were having prenatal checkups. Lin Feng took the doctor's prescription and walked directly towards the 4-dimensional ultrasound room. After entering the room, they saw two female doctors quietly waiting for them. One of them smiled and said, "Please lie on this bed and expose your belly." Hearing this request, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but blush, but still slowly lifted up her clothes and said coquettishly, "Lin Feng, you are not allowed to peek." Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly agreed, Okay, I will definitely not watch it. I have already watched it all at home anyway." After saying that, he muttered softly. Then, the doctor began to examine Wang Xinyue carefully. However, soon the doctor said softly, "Oh, the baby is not cooperating very well. He has been refusing to turn his face, so we can't see the whole picture clearly. Just try lying on your side first." Wang Xinyue heard this and turned sideways carefully. At this moment, the younger female doctor suddenly widened her eyes, her face full of astonishment, and she stammered, How can there be 4 hands?" This sudden situation was like a bolt from the blue, striking Wang Xinyue straight in the face, causing her to instantly turn pale. She was trembling all over, her lips were bloodless, her eyes widened in panic, and she cried out in an obvious sobbing tone, "Doctor, what's going on?" Lin Feng on the side also had a nervous look on his face, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He held Wang Xinyue's hand tightly, trying to give her a little strength and comfort, but he could not hide his inner uneasiness. At this moment, Wang Xinyue's tears were flowing out of her eyes uncontrollably, like a flood bursting through a dam. On the other side, the older female doctor was so angry that her face turned blue. She raised her right hand and slapped the young female doctor's head hard, shouting angrily, "Idiot! Those are twins!" The scolded young female doctor was suddenly embarrassed and ashamed. Her face turned red, she lowered her head, and she was at a loss like a child who had done something wrong. After a long while, she stammered to explain, I didn't know. I'm really sorry." Then she hurriedly stood up and bowed to Wang Xinyue to apologize. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Facing such a chaotic scene, Lin Feng was speechless. He shook his head helplessly, gently took Wang Xinyue into his arms, gently stroked her hair, and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, baby, she is just an intern and doesn't understand these things very well. Don't take it too seriously." Hearing Lin Feng's comfort, Wang Xinyue nodded slightly, but her body still couldn't stop sobbing softly. Wang Xinyue nodded and smiled again. The older female doctor pointed and said, "Look, these are the faces of 2 babies. The 2 babies are playing by pulling each other's umbilical cords in their mother's belly. Look, these are their little hands and feet." Wang Xinyue's face was full of feminine radiance. Lin Feng also excitedly took several photos, and they were done in a short while. She smiled and said, "The 2 babies are very healthy and developing well. Just take the list and let the director take a look." Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement, then carefully supported Wang Xinyue, holding the examination form tightly in his hand, and slowly walked towards the chief physician's room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the female doctor, who was about 50 years old and had a kind face, sitting at the desk. She raised her head, pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose, took the form handed over by Lin Feng, and began to check it carefully. "Ha!" The female doctor suddenly exclaimed, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing beside her and looked a little nervous. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and she said with a smile, "The boy is quite amazing, he is pregnant with twins." Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly felt embarrassed, and a blush appeared on his face. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and asked in a low voice, "Then, doctor, are both babies okay?" The female doctor looked at Lin Feng's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but feel compassion. She smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, the children are all fine and healthy. But generally speaking, normal twin babies are not this big at 4 months old, but your 2 little guys are bigger than usual. It can be seen that the mother's nutrition is quite sufficient. So you have to continue to maintain it and make sure your mother eats more nutritious food." Wang Xinyue gently stroked her bulging belly and said happily, "This is all thanks to the baby's father who takes good care of me. He finds ways to make delicious food for me every day." After that, she turned her head to look at Lin Feng, her eyes full of love and gratitude. Lin Feng laughed dryly and muttered to himself, "This is not my credit, it's clearly the system that's doing the best." At this moment, a crisp reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for accompanying the mother to successfully complete the 4-dimensional prenatal examination task, and now you are rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash." At this moment, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly came into my mind. The voice sounded full of arrogance and pride. "Humph, you are a guy who has some sense and knows how to be obedient. After this baby is born successfully, this system will give you a pair of cute twins, ha ha ha."
Hearing this, the young female doctor standing by couldn't help but cough lightly. She smiled and reminded, although you and your wife have a good relationship, you still have to be careful. Especially during pregnancy, sex should not be too frequent, otherwise it will be bad for the baby in the belly. Of course, it is not completely forbidden. Moderate sex life is also good for the physical and mental health of pregnant women and can help regulate their mood. After saying this, the female doctor looked at the loving couple in front of her with a smile on her face. Wang Xinyue blushed when she heard this. Oh, it was so embarrassing. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he nodded quickly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, doctor. We understand all this and will definitely pay attention to it." He. Chapter 40. It's so beautiful. On the way, the sun shone on Lin Feng, and his mood was as bright and cheerful as the brilliant light. He raised the corners of his mouth high, revealing a happy smile, and couldn't help humming a light and happy little song. Wang Xinyue, who was standing by, rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, a shy blush on her face, and said with her red lips slightly parted, "Look at your smug look, it seems that you listened to everything the doctor said, Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help scratching his head, revealing an awkward yet flattering smile, and quickly responded, my little Yue, don't be so picky with me, you'll be in trouble when the night comes, When Wang Xinyue heard this, she blushed immediately, stamped her feet coquettishly, pouted her lips and muttered, "You only know how to bully others, I will never talk to you again." As she spoke, her little mouth slightly raised, and she pretended to be angry and whispered, "I have to sleep in a separate bed from you tonight, you can sleep in the baby's room by yourself." Hearing this, Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head, held Wang Xinyue's hand tightly, and said in a naughty manner, No, I don't want to, we want to sleep together." Just like that, the two of them continued walking forward, holding hands, talking and laughing. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue stared at a wedding photography studio not far ahead, as if she had discovered something new. The wedding dress displayed at the entrance of the store was particularly eye-catching and dazzling, as if emitting a dreamy light. Wang Xinyue's eyes lit up instantly, flashing with excitement and desire. She excitedly tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and shouted, "Lin Feng, look! Is that wedding dress pretty? Why don't we go try it on too?" Lin Feng looked in the direction of Wang Xinyue's finger, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the beautiful wedding dress. He nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look." The two walked quickly to the door of the wedding photography shop, and a pretty lady with a sweet smile came up to them warmly and asked politely, "Welcome to Yishenjuan Wedding Photography. Do you want to try on wedding dresses?" Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a warm and confident smile. He nodded gently, then raised his hand, pointed his slender fingers at the exquisite and gorgeous wedding dress at the door, and said firmly, "Yes, that's it. Please help me take it down and let my wife try it to see if it fits." Wang Xinyue, who was standing aside, smiled instantly when she heard Lin Feng's words, her face filled with happiness and anticipation. However, the shopping guide looked surprised. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and hurriedly explained, "Sir, you may not understand the situation. That wedding dress is a limited edition of our Lifetime Destiny brand. There is only one in the entire Tianhai city, so its price is relatively expensive." Then, the saleslady continued with a professional smile, but a hint of caution in her eyes, "This wedding dress will cost a full 180,000 yuan to buy. If you just want your wife to try it on, you have to pay a deposit of 50,000 yuan first." When Wang Xinyue heard the price, her eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened slightly, and she couldn't help but gasp. She looked at the price tag in astonishment, then quickly turned around, tightly grasped the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, and leaned slightly towards him, lowering her voice and saying anxiously, "Lin Feng, let's not try on this wedding dress. How can it be so expensive to try on clothes? It's simply too outrageous." Before she finished her words, Wang Xinyue grabbed Lin Feng's arm and prepared to turn around and leave the store. However, at this moment, a malicious laugh came from another shopping guide girl behind him. The woman said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, if you can't afford it, don't hang around here. If you touch or look around randomly, you may accidentally damage the clothes and you won't be able to pay for it." Wang Xinyue's steps, which had already been taken, suddenly stopped, and her body trembled noticeably. Because although the woman's words were not loud, they were clearly heard by her. Wang Xinyue's face suddenly turned red, like a ripe apple. Her originally lively eyes became watery at this moment, and her eye sockets gradually turned red. It was obvious that she was angered by the other party's words. Seeing Wang Xinyue looking so aggrieved, Lin Feng felt very distressed. He reached out and gently rubbed her little head,
and comforted her softly, "Baby, don't be afraid, your husband is here, just wait and see how your husband will deal with them." After saying that, Lin Feng slowly turned around and glared at the rude female shopping guide with an extremely cold look. Lin Feng's eyes were like two cold rays, piercing straight at the female shopping guide. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a disdainful sneer, and he said in a cold tone, "Humph. How do you know we can't afford it? Just because you are a small waiter, you dare to look down on others like this?" The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, her face flushed like a ripe apple. She widened her eyes, glared at Lin Feng, and screamed, "What are you capable of? Just pretend to be rich here." Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. He slowly reached into his wallet, his movements graceful and calm. Then, he gently pulled out a bank card that was gleaming with silver light and shook it in the air. Then, he pointed his finger directly at the young lady who had just been in charge of receiving them, and said in a firm tone, "You come and swipe my card." The salesgirl looked at the bank card with an expression of disbelief on her face. She stammered, "Sir, are you sure you want to do this?" Lin Feng nodded without hesitation, sneered again, and urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle, or someone will say we can't afford it." Hearing this, the shopping guide seemed to wake up from a dream. She hurriedly reached out to take the bank card, then quickly walked to the cashier counter and started operating. Her hands were shaking slightly due to nervousness and excitement, but she still completed the card swiping process skillfully. Just 1 minute later, the printer hummed and spit out a brand new invoice. The salesgirl ran back to Lin Feng with the invoice in both hands, her face full of excitement, her voice trembling with joy. "Sir, this is your card, please keep it. Now I can take your wife to try on the wedding dress." Lin Feng stretched out his hand expressionlessly and calmly took back the bank card. Then, he turned his head sharply, looked at the woman who had spoken rudely to him before, and said sarcastically, "Well, can I afford it? Ugly woman." The woman opened her mouth in shock and stood there blankly. The expression on her face seemed frozen, she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. At this time, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the woman, but turned her on gently and said softly to Xin Yue beside him, "Xin Yue baby, let's go try on the wedding dress, I can't wait to see how beautiful you look in it." Wang Xin Yue was already moved to tears. She raised her head and gazed at Lin Feng affectionately, her happy smile as bright and moving as the warm spring sun. She gently took Lin Feng's arm and said softly, "Lin Feng, it's great to have you." After that, the two of them snuggled up to each other and walked towards the fitting room. I saw Xin Yue standing there gracefully like a blooming white lotus. She was wearing a wedding dress as pure white as snow. The pure white color seemed to purify people's souls. The light skirt is like a layer of gauze, sparkling with a delicate and charming luster under the bright lights, just like pearls gently moisturized by the morning dew, emitting a soft and warm light. At this moment, Xin Yue was breathtakingly beautiful, like an angel fallen from heaven to earth. Her delicate face was covered with a faint blush, which added a bit of shyness and charm. Her long, shiny black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Lin Feng stared blankly at Xin Yue in front of him, and for a moment he even forgot to breathe. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe that this was really his Xin Yue. She was so beautiful and stunning that he felt as if he was in a dream. "It's so beautiful." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes unable to move away from Xin Yue. Wang Xin Yue looked at Lin Feng's stunned expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng coquettishly and said softly, "Silly boy, have you seen enough?" However, her shy look made people more excited. Chapter 41 Expelled? The salesgirl was stunned for a moment. She stood there with her mouth slightly open, her eyes staring at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of her. As for me, I think I have seen countless women, but I have only seen one as stunningly beautiful and as pretty as this fairy in my life. Okay, Lin Feng, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to see enough in the future. Look at you, your saliva is almost flowing into a river. Wang Xinyue said coquettishly, but her eyes were full of sweetness and joy. Lin Feng came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure a little too much. He quickly raised his hand to wipe the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth, with an awkward smile on his face. Hee, it's all because my wife, you are so beautiful. Wang Xinyue blushed slightly when she heard this, as charming and beautiful as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly and muttered softly, You only know how to say sweet words to make people happy. But, Lin Feng, why don't you try one out? What do you think of that white suit? It's a very novel style and looks very suitable for you. Why don't you try it on? As she spoke, she stretched out her delicate hand and pointed to the white suit hanging on the hanger.
Lin Feng looked in the direction of Wang Xinyue's finger and examined the suit carefully. It was well cut, with smooth lines, and the fabric was smooth and delicate, exuding a faint luster. It really looked very good, as Wang Xinyue said.
So, Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement. Well,
okay, then I'll go try it.
Then, he turned to look at the shopping guide girl beside him and asked, "Excuse me, do I need to pay a deposit for this dress?" The shopping guide was a little overwhelmed by Lin Feng's sudden question. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly waved her hand and replied, "Sir, please feel free to try it on first.
No deposit is required."
After getting a positive answer, Lin Feng smiled and thanked the salesgirl, then reached out to take the white suit, turned around and walked into the fitting room. Not long after, the door of the fitting room slowly opened and Lin Feng walked out with elegant steps. At this moment, he was wearing that snow-white suit, with an upright posture and a dignified demeanor. He looked like a prince charming from a fairy tale, exuding a noble and elegant temperament. Wang Xinyue widened her eyes, her gaze fixed straight ahead, her whole body seemed to be frozen in place. She murmured to herself, "So handsome." She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes sparkling with envy. Lin Feng, who was standing not far away, smiled and stared at himself in the mirror with confidence. He gently played with his hair, nodded with satisfaction, and said to himself, "Well, not bad." Then, he turned to look at Xinyue beside him, raised the corners of his mouth, and said jokingly, "How is it, Xinyue?
Is your husband handsome?"
Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, as cute and charming as a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng's fiery gaze, and responded coquettishly, okay, it's just barely okay, and you can only be worthy of me. However, she is still a little bit worse than me. After all, I am born with natural beauty, hee." After saying that, she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed secretly. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, of course my wife is the prettiest.
In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful and charming.
At this moment, the shopping guide at the side couldn't help but stare at them in a trance. She looked at the sweet and loving couple in front of her and secretly sighed in her heart, "Wow, this is simply a real-life love story of a prince and a princess.
It's so enviable. Come on, Xinyue, let's take a photo first."
The person who spoke looked at the beautiful Xinyue beside him with a smile on his face, his eyes full of tenderness and expectation. "Send it to our parents later, so that they can also feel the sweetness of us at this moment." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile slightly, and that smile was as bright and charming as a flower blooming in spring.
She nodded gently and said, "Okay."
Then, the two of them posed in perfect harmony, leaning close to each other, with happy smiles on their faces. As the camera shutter is pressed, one sweet photo after another is captured in this moment. After taking the photo, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the shopping guide and said, "Okay, this is it. Please help us pack it up." Seeing this, the shopping guide was delighted and responded enthusiastically, "Yes, sir.
But I want to introduce something to you. This suit is a high-end custom-made one in our store. It costs 98,000 yuan.
It has a very nice name called White Rose." She also emphasized the symbolic meaning of the suit. You see, white is usually associated with purity and flawlessness, so this white rose symbolizes the purest, pure and sincere love. Lin Feng nodded slightly to show his agreement. After a while, he swiped his card and paid. Afterwards, the two walked out of the store carrying their newly bought clothes. Before leaving, the salesgirl still had a big smile on her face and said politely, "Thank you for your patronage.
Welcome to come again next time."
Looking at their receding backs, the shopping guide was so happy that she secretly calculated that she could get tens of thousands of yuan in commission this time. At the same time, another shopping guide who was standing nearby and witnessed the whole process had a look of jealousy on her face. She murmured to herself in deep regret, "Oh, if only I had known I wouldn't have said those words just now. If I had provided more considerate service, maybe the commission for this big order would have fallen on me." However, no matter how much she regretted it now, it was of no use. The Tianhai University network was boiling like a pot of boiling water, with surging waves rolling. The source of this uproar was a shocking piece of news that appeared on the school's official website. Lin Feng, a sophomore student, was facing severe punishment from the school for beating up a Japanese student. At this time, in the boys' dormitory, Ma Meng stared at the computer screen with wide eyes and an angry face. Then he slammed the table so hard that the water cup on the table jumped up. He shouted angrily, "What on earth do the leaders of this school do? How can they be so confused about right and wrong and betray their own people?" The second and third brothers gathered around, also showing indignation on their faces. One of them said anxiously, "Hurry up and call the fourth brother." So everyone started to look for Lin Feng's phone number in a hurry. Not long after, Lin Feng's cell phone rang suddenly. Ma Meng grabbed his cell phone and answered it, then shouted anxiously, "Old 4, check the campus network quickly, you're about to be expelled from school." When Lin Feng on the other end of the phone heard the news, he was stunned, as if time had frozen at this moment. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, slowly opened the mobile browser, and went to the school forum to check the relevant posts. The title read shocking. Lin Feng, a sophomore student of our school, beat up a Japanese student. The situation was so serious that the school decided to expel him. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy, but soon he regained his composure. He said to Ma Meng calmly, "Boss, don't worry. I will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it." However, Ma Meng was not reassured by this. He snorted coldly and cursed with gritted teeth. Needless to say, it must be those Japanese bastards who are behind this again. Maybe they even asked the embassy to put pressure on the school. I didn't expect that the leaders of our school are so weak and incompetent. They are simply a bunch of useless trash. Chapter 42 Second Grandpa? What's wrong? Lin Feng, which school did you get expelled from? Wang Xinyue ran over with a nervous look on her face and asked anxiously. Her beautiful face was full of worry and anxiety. Lin Feng acted very calm and replied calmly, "It's nothing serious, Xinyue. It's just that those foreign students from Japan turned against me and falsely accused me of hitting them first. So the school is now dealing with me and even planning to expel me." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's delicate face instantly turned red with anger. She said angrily, "How can this be? Didn't the police already open a case for investigation at that time? How come things suddenly changed? This is too unfair. No, I'll call my dad right away and ask him to help find out what's going on." As she said this, she was ready to take out her cell phone to make a call. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly comforted her softly, "Xinyue, don't be anxious, don't be impulsive. The right and wrong of this matter will be figured out sooner or later, so you don't have to worry too much." Although Lin Feng himself felt a little aggrieved, he still tried to calm Wang Xinyue's excitement. At the same time, in the office of the Vice President of the University of Tokyo, several Japanese students and personnel from the Japanese embassy were sitting in a threatening manner. One of the Japanese students snorted coldly and said viciously, "Just expulsion? This punishment is too light. I demand that you arrest the guy who dared to beat us for intentional injury and give him a heavy sentence." A thin layer of sweat appeared on the forehead of the Vice President of the University of Tokyo. He looked very embarrassed, but he still forced a smile and explained to Mr. Matsumoto, "Mr. Matsumoto, expulsion is really the most severe punishment that can be given to this student. You know, if we go a step further and arrest him and put him in jail, the operation will be extremely difficult. Think about it, this incident has already caused a huge uproar on the internet, and all kinds of public opinions are overwhelming. The pressure is simply beyond imagination. I am really worried that I have no ability to suppress such a surging public opinion." Mr. Matsumoto raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sinister smile and said, "We have cooperated so many times, and you have successfully suppressed those incidents of playing with female college students in the past. Why can't you do it this time? Now that things have come to this, can you still turn back? Don't you want to be a dignified principal and party secretary of the school?" Hearing this, Vice President Liu sighed deeply and pondered the current situation in his heart. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and slowly said, "Okay, I'll call the police station later and ask them to send someone to arrest that student." Mr. Matsumoto nodded with satisfaction, a proud smile appeared on his face again, and he patted Vice President Liu on the shoulder and said, Then I wish our cooperation will continue to be smooth and pleasant. Don't worry, I will definitely speak well of you to the higher-ups and work hard to get you the position of principal by the end of this year." Just as Lin Feng and Wang Xinyue were walking side by side, suddenly, a police car with flashing red and blue lights and shrill sirens rushed over like lightning, suddenly stopped in front of them and blocked their way. Then, the car door was pushed open and a stern-faced, unsmiling police officer strode out of the car. The police officer stared at Lin Feng with a sharp gaze, and said in a cold tone without any emotion, "Lin Feng, after preliminary investigation, you are suspected of intentionally injuring others. You are now arrested according to the law. Please come back to the police station with us immediately for further investigation." Hearing this, there was no panic on Lin Feng's face, but instead a hint of indifference. He raised his chin slightly and responded calmly, wait a moment, let me make a phone call first, and after the call I will naturally go back with you to cooperate with the investigation. After saying that, Lin Feng's mind quickly emerged with the mysterious phone number that his grandfather had mentioned to him during a long conversation in the room not long ago. At that time, his grandfather solemnly told him that if he encountered any emergency in the future, no matter how big or small the matter was, he only needed to dial this number and the other party would be able to solve it for him. Remember, you must be respectful and polite to him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder inwardly, who is this person who can help at the critical moment? When he dug out the 3 words Lin Zhongtian from the depths of his memory, he suddenly became somewhat bewildered, because he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have often seen reports or news about Lin Zhongtian on the TV screen. Could it be that this person is actually his own second grandfather? Full of suspicion, Lin Feng cast a doubtful look at his grandfather beside him. At this time, Lin Feng's grandfather's expression was quite complicated. He was silent for a moment, and then he slowly said, "Child, don't ask any more questions. You only need to remember one thing, that is, he will definitely help you with all his strength. As for the rest, you will know it when the time is right." However, Lin Feng obviously had not yet fully recovered from his shock, and he blurted out something ridiculous, "If that's true, then wouldn't I be the legendary prince?" Ha 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 ha. Before he could finish his words, his grandfather hit him on the head mercilessly. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Behave yourself and stop having those wild thoughts. If you dare to act naughty, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with you." Grandpa glared at me and scolded me in pretended anger. Seeing that his grandfather was angry, Lin Feng quickly smiled and nodded in response, Okay, Grandpa, don't worry, I promise to be obedient." Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently pressed the familiar yet unfamiliar number on the phone screen. As the dial tone sounded, time seemed to become exceptionally long. 10 seconds passed, and finally, a deep and majestic hello came from the phone. The voice sounded both vicissitudes and powerful, as if it had experienced countless storms. Lin Feng hurriedly said respectfully, "Second grandfather, I am Lin Feng." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a hearty laugh, and then a kind and friendly voice, "Ha, it turns out to be Xiao Feng. What do you want to talk to second grandpa about?" Lin Feng calmed himself down and recounted the whole story of how he injured the Japanese man in self-defense. He described in detail the tense situation at the time and the difficulties he faced afterwards. Not only was he framed by the other party, but now even the police seemed to be going back on their word and wanted to arrest him on charges of intentional injury. After listening to Lin Feng's narration, Lin Zhongtian on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and did not respond immediately. However, after this brief silence, his usual majestic voice sounded again, "Xiao Feng, I have understood this matter clearly. You just follow them for now, don't worry too much. Leave the rest to second grandpa, it will be resolved in no time." After hearing what second grandfather said, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. He said, "Second grandfather, thank you so much. By the way, Xin Yue is with me now, I asked her to say hello to you." After saying that, Lin Feng handed the phone to Wang Xinyue, who was standing beside him, and said in a low voice, "This is my second grandfather, say hello to him quickly." Wang Xinyue answered the phone with a look of suspicion on her face. She muttered softly, "Didn't you always say that there was only one grandfather? How come there is a second grandfather all of a sudden?" But despite her doubts, she still shouted into the phone obediently, "Hello, second grandfather. Chapter 43. If there is any mistake, I will bring my head to you." Lin Zhongtian's kind and gentle laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ah, good, it turns out to be Xin Yue. Second grandpa hasn't met you yet. When you have time in the future, you must come to the capital to visit second grandpa." Wang Xinyue's face was full of worry at this moment, and she asked anxiously, "Second grandfather, what should we do with Lin Feng?" Lin Zhongtian comforted her softly, "Don't worry, my dear Xiaoye. This matter will be resolved soon, so just put your mind at ease. I promise you that I will give you a lively and strong Xiaofeng." At this moment, a cold and impatient voice suddenly rang out, "Hey! Why are you taking so long to make a phone call? Are you done yet? Hurry up, put on the handcuffs and follow us." When Lin Zhongtian heard this voice, his friendly smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes full of coldness. He said in a calm tone but with a hint of majesty, "Xiao Feng, then follow them first." Lin Feng nodded obediently and said, "Okay, goodbye, second grandpa." Then he hung up the phone. Lin Feng stared at the policeman in front of him with a blank expression and said righteously, "I am not a criminal now, right? There is no need to handcuff me, right?" However, the policeman not only did not back down, but glared at Lin Feng fiercely and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense.
Wear it when I tell you to, and be quick. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the feeling of having a law enforcement recorder without battery later."
Wang Xinyue roared in anger, "As a police officer, you can't even tell right from wrong and just arrest people at will." She was so angry that she was shaking all over and her chest was heaving violently. Lin Feng shook his head gently and comforted Wang Xinyue in a gentle tone. "Xinyue, go home first. I really can't feel at ease if you stay here. Tell Yuxuan to come pick you up, I'll just go with them." His eyes were full of concern and worry. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's eyes instantly turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. I will wait for you to come back." That weak yet firm tone made people feel distressed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng was fiercely escorted to the police car by the fierce-looking policeman. In the car, the policeman looked fierce and stared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Stinky boy, no one has ever dared to talk back to me, but you are the first one." As he said that, he raised his fist and slammed it towards Lin Feng's face. There was a dull bang sound, and a red swelling immediately appeared on Lin Feng's cheek. Lin Feng had no intention of retreating. He stared at the other person coldly, his eyes as cold as a pond, and slowly said, "You will definitely regret what you did today." When the policeman heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had not expected such a response. However, just a moment later, a smile of disdain and ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth, followed by a sharp and harsh sneer from the depths of his throat. "Humph! You are such an ignorant fellow, you actually dare to say such words to me. I want to see who will regret it in the end." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand and was about to swing it at Lin Feng again. At the critical moment, another policeman who had been sitting quietly beside him reacted quickly, stretched out his arm quickly, blocked the former's action, and quickly persuaded him, "Captain Liu, calm down, stop it. If I really beat him up too hard, I would have a hard time explaining it to my superiors when I get back to the police station." The policeman called Captain Liu let out a heavy breath when he heard that, but he finally lowered his raised arms temporarily. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "You are lucky today, so I will let you go for now. But when we get to the interrogation room later, I have plenty of ways to make you confess obediently and experience my powerful methods." At the same time, Wang Xinyue was standing on the side of the road, tears pouring out of her eyes like a flood. She sobbed and tremblingly took out her cell phone from her pocket and dialed her father's number with shaking fingers. Not long after, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Before Wang Xinyue could say anything, the father on the other end of the phone had already noticed his daughter's abnormal mood. He asked anxiously, "My dear girl, what's wrong with you? You are crying so sadly. Did that brat Lin Feng bully you? Tell daddy or I will punish him." Wang Xinyue sobbed and replied, "No, Dad, Lin Feng was arrested by the police." "What?" Father Wang was furious when he heard this, and his voice unconsciously rose 8 degrees. What on earth happened? Why did the police arrest him for no reason? Wang Xinyue tried hard to calm herself down and recounted the whole story in a tearful voice. After hearing his daughter's story, Wang's father was furious and shouted, "This is simply lawless. Is there any justice or law in this world? I will send someone over right now and call your uncle Wang Tianhai right away and ask them to release the person immediately." Capital. A solemn atmosphere permeated the entire city. In a spacious and bright office with simple yet elegant decoration, Lin Zhongtian sat steadily behind the huge solid wood desk. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and his right hand gently pressed an inconspicuous button on the table. After just a few seconds, the door was slowly pushed open, and a tall young man walked in with steady and powerful steps. The young man had a handsome face, and his expression revealed an indescribable respect. He walked quickly to the table, bowed slightly and saluted, "Sir." His voice was clear and loud, full of energy. Lin Zhongtian didn't waste any words and directly said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to get to the bottom of Lin Feng's case at Tianhai University. Remember, I want to see detailed and accurate results." His tone was firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The young man nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, Chief. Don't worry, it will be done soon." After that, he turned around and left quickly. His movements were quick and decisive, like a gust of wind passing by. Time passed minute by minute, and in less than 5 minutes, the tightly closed door was opened again. The young man walked in hurriedly, with a solemn look on his face. He stood in front of the table, took a deep breath, and then reporting to the chief. After preliminary investigation, it has been found that this incident was mainly caused by the Japanese embassy and some overseas students colluding with each other, and secretly joined forces with the vice president of Dongda and a deputy director of the police station to jointly plan a false accusation against Comrade Lin Feng. It has been verified that the vice president of Todai has rebelled. After listening to the report, Lin Zhongtian's face remained calm, but his eyes became colder, like ice in a cold pond. He said calmly, "Notify the Security Bureau immediately to take action and arrest them immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be charged with treason. If necessary, you can execute him on the spot. In addition, make sure Comrade Lin Feng's personal safety is absolutely safe. This matter is of great importance and no mistakes are allowed." Lin Zhongtian said the last sentence firmly and loudly. Chapter 44 Treason? The atmosphere in the police station was so depressing that it made people breathless. Deputy Director Liu sat in front of his desk. His eyes were as cold as ice, staring closely at Xiao Lu, who was standing in front of him. He folded his hands on the table and said earnestly, "Xiao Lu, the higher-ups have spoken. This matter must be confirmed without a doubt, and it must be done quickly. I want to see clear results within 2 hours." Captain Liu stood aside, with a sinister smile on his face, and nodded and bowed quickly, saying, "Please rest assured, Director, I will take care of this matter. It won't take 2 hours. Within 1 hour, I guarantee that this kid will be miserable and confess to us." Hearing this, Deputy Director Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with satisfaction, but still reminded softly, "Well, but don't go too far. If someone dies, it will be difficult for us to explain to the higher-ups." "Don't worry, Director Liu." Captain Liu patted his chest and promised solemnly. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting alone on the cold interrogation table, with a strong light above his head shining directly at him. The strong light hurt his eyes and tears flowed out uncontrollably. At this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open, and Captain Liu walked in with a sneer on his face. He walked up to Lin Feng, looked down at him, and said sarcastically, "Boy, how do you feel? Pretty comfortable, right? Be smart and confess to me honestly. Admit that you beat up the foreign student, so that everyone will be fine. Otherwise, humph, I will make you suffer a lot, and if you break your arms and legs, don't blame me for being cruel, hee." After saying that, Captain Liu looked gloomy. He slowly raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and deliberately twisted his wrist left and right. As he moved, crisp click sounds could be heard from his wrists. The friction of the joints echoed throughout the room, as if it was the demonstration of a ferocious beast before launching an attack. The threat was self-evident. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed no fear on his face. He just smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "Humph, I advise you to stop it quickly. Do you think it is glorious to be someone else's lackey willingly like you? Don't let it end up in vain and end up being the one who suffers the consequences." Hearing this, Captain Liu was furious and trembling with anger. He gnashed his teeth and yelled, Okay. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, he swung his right fist and hit Lin Feng hard like a storm. Lin Feng was unable to dodge and was hit hard. With a muffled bang, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but scream. Then, a trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. However, despite the severe injury, Lin Feng's eyes were still extremely cold, staring at Captain Liu in front of him, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces with his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "You will regret this." At this moment, a burst of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, coming from far away and becoming clearer and clearer. Immediately afterwards, a group of fully armed soldiers poured into the Tianhai branch like a tide. The leading officer was a burly man with a resolute face and bright eyes, looking intimidating without even getting angry. He quickly glanced at everyone in the room, then asked loudly, "Who is Comrade Lin Feng?" The young policeman at the side was intimidated by the officer's aura and answered timidly, in the interrogation room." When the officer heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and his originally serious expression instantly became gloomy. He snorted coldly, turned around and ordered the soldiers behind him, "Hurry! Take me to the interrogation room." After that, he took big strides and walked straight to the interrogation room. The other soldiers followed closely behind, moving in unison and with quickness and agility. Arriving at the door of the interrogation room, the officer kicked the tightly closed door open. The loud noise of the door hitting the wall echoed in the silent corridor. After entering the room, the officer saw Lin Feng with bloodshot mouth and a painful look on his face. His eyes instantly ignited with rage, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you? How dare you resort to lynching here? It's simply lawless. Come here, platoon leader. Take them all down." Director Liu of the Donghai branch rushed out of his office in a hurry. His face was gloomy and he shouted angrily, "What's going on with you? Why did you rush into the Public Security Bureau so recklessly?" Captain Liu, who was standing aside, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He hurriedly explained to Director Liu, they insisted on taking Lin Feng away. Upon hearing this, Director Liu glanced fiercely at Captain Liu, and then said coldly, "We must not let them take them away so easily." Then, he turned to Captain Liu and ordered, "Old Liu, contact our people immediately to come to support. Tell them that someone here has mobilized troops without authorization, the situation is urgent, and it must be suppressed immediately." Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, "Is this director out of his mind? He can even blurt out a word like suppression." Regardless of whether he has the right to do so, the idea of using the police to suppress the troops is simply absurd and illogical. However, at this moment, Lin Feng said coldly with a blank expression, "These people have seriously violated discipline, wantonly reversed right and wrong, and attempted to force a confession through torture. Today, we must take them all down." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the group of soldiers who were already eyeing him eagerly pulled their weapons one after another, making a terrifying sound. This sudden change stunned all the police officers in the bureau. They stared at the tense scene in front of them in amazement. Director Liu, who had been so aggressive just now, was completely stunned at this moment. He never expected that the so-called ordinary and easily manipulated guy mentioned by the deputy mayor could actually dispatch troops directly. This was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, the cell phone in Director Liu's pocket suddenly rang loudly. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and saw the name of the caller on the screen, Mayor Wang. Director Liu's heart tightened and he quickly answered the call. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he heard a thunderous and deafening roar from the other side. "Do you still want to do it? Why do you arrest people at random? Release Lin Feng immediately." This sudden scolding made Director Liu's face turn pale in an instant, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He replied tremblingly, "Mayor Wang, that's not the case. This time the situation is special. The army has come and they must take the people away." The man on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised, and his voice rose 8 degrees, "Army? What's going on? Did old Wang send troops? You know, it is a taboo to mobilize troops without the approval of superiors." Thinking of this, the man's tone became heavier. "No matter what, don't conflict with the army first, hand the people over to them immediately." After that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Hearing the busy tone of beep, beep, coming from the phone, Director Liu slowly put down the phone with an awkward smile on his face. Seeing the fully armed army in front of him about to take action, he could no longer care about anything else and quickly said, "Comrades, wait a minute, is there any misunderstanding between us?" However, the officer was not moved at all, and sneered, "Misunderstanding? Ha ha! No misunderstanding." As he spoke, his eyes swept across Director Liu and the people behind him like cold lightning. Then, he waved his hand and decisively issued an order, "Take off all their guns, leave none behind, and take them all away. If anyone dares to resist, he will be charged with treason." The officer was a man of sharp mind and decisive action. When he received the order from the political commissar, the words the political commissar said were still deeply engraved in his mind and could not be erased. "Comrade Chen Yang, this mission is extraordinary. The military district chiefs attach great importance to this matter, and you must ensure the absolute safety of important people." These words echoed in the officers' ears like a huge bell. The officers were very clear in their minds, knowing that the East China military region had no right to govern them as a field army. The only people who could be called military region chiefs were the chiefs of large military regions, who were senior leaders with the title of large military regions. People of this level had backgrounds that were all-encompassing. If this operation can be successfully completed and performed well, then his future career will be bright and promising. Thinking of this, the officer secretly made up his mind to do this well. However, at this critical moment, someone actually dared to come and frame him. The officer snorted coldly, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Humph! Since you guys are so ignorant of life and death, don't blame me for being rude." He thought to himself, "I want to see who has the guts to dare to touch the Tai Sui head." At this moment, the officers had already made up their minds to charge these daring guys with treason. Anyway, if something goes wrong, naturally there will be big shots above to settle everything.
Thinking of this, the officer couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile.
When Director Liu heard the word treason, he was stunned for a moment and stood there as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face, and he stammered, "Trial of treason? Is this necessary?" Obviously, Director Liu had not expected such harsh measures from the officer. Chapter 45 Special Period, No Entry. Lin Feng had reached his limit, his body swaying like a candle in the wind. In the dim and oppressive interrogation room, he suffered a ruthless beating from Captain Liu, with every punch and palm hitting him like a heavy hammer. Finally, he could no longer hold on, his eyes went dark, and he staggered and fainted. The officer who had been standing by and watching turned pale instantly. "Quick! Quick! Send him to the military hospital!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, with sweat dripping down his forehead. Because he knew very well that if anything happened to Lin Feng, all of them would be in trouble. At the same time, Zhang Yuxuan was busy with her own work when she suddenly received a call from Wang Xinyue. Hearing the anxious voice from the other end of the phone, she put down everything in her hands without saying a word and rushed over here. When she arrived, she saw Wang Xinyue squatting on the ground helplessly, her hands tightly hugging her knees, her head buried deep in her arms. Zhang Yuxuan ran to Wang Xinyue in 2 steps and asked anxiously, "Xinyue, what happened?" Wang Xinyue raised her head, looked at Zhang Yuxuan with tears in her eyes, and said with trembling lips, "Yuxuan, Lin Feng has been taken away by the police. I don't know what to do." Before she finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Zhang Yuxuan was also shocked after hearing this, but she quickly calmed down and asked, "Have you called Uncle Wang?" Wang Xinyue nodded while sobbing, and replied with a choked voice, "My dad said he has called someone to check." Just when the two were extremely anxious, Zhang Yuxuan's phone screen suddenly lit up, and a headline popped up: "Mysterious troops made a scene at the police station and successfully rescued a boy." She was startled and quickly clicked on the news to check the details. In the video, a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms and armed with live ammunition rushed into the police station and engaged in a fierce conflict with the police. In the chaos, Lin Feng fell to the ground unconscious with blood all over his face. After Wang Xinyue saw the scene on the phone, tears immediately burst out of her eyes. She cried out heartbreakingly, "Lin Feng is injured." Her voice was full of fear and anxiety. She hurriedly took out her phone and quickly dialed her father's number. As soon as the call was connected, before Wang's father could speak, Wang Xinyue couldn't wait to ask, "Dad, where is Lin Feng now?" When Father Wang heard his daughter's panicked words, he was suddenly confused. He answered in confusion, "I didn't send anyone. What happened?" As he said this, Father Wang quickly looked at the video screen and saw the 3 big characters Field Army printed on the shoulder straps of those soldiers. Father Wang was shocked and thought to himself, why would this mysterious and powerful army suddenly move out? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the matter was serious, so he quickly comforted his daughter, "My dear daughter, don't worry, Dad will call and ask about the situation right away." Then, Wang's father made an important call, and a calm middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang's father said respectfully, "Hello, Chief, I'm sorry to bother you. I want to ask, does our field army have any special action plans recently?" The other party seemed a little surprised by this question. He was silent for a long time before slowly asking, "What's the matter, Lao Wang?" Father Wang quickly apologized with a smile and explained, Commander, I'm really sorry. My son-in-law seemed to have been taken away by the field army at the police station. You see, my daughter was so anxious that she almost cried." The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this, and asked, "Son-in-law? When did you get a son-in-law?" Father Wang smiled and said with a bit of pride, "Oh, Commander, have you forgotten? He is the grandson of Captain Lin. It can be considered a kind of fate that he and my daughter are together." The middle-aged man suddenly realized what was going on and burst into laughter, saying, "Oh, so that's how it is, Lao Wang. You'll be blessed in the future." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence, he said, "Lin Feng is currently receiving treatment at the military hospital. Go check on him and see how he is doing. Remember to call me when you get there." Hearing this, Wang's father's heart tightened and he quickly responded, "Thank you for your concern, Chief. I'll leave right away and won't be late." After that, he quickly took out his cell phone and dialed his daughter's number. Soon, the anxious voice of his daughter came from the other end of the phone, "Dad, have you found Lin Feng?" Father Wang hurriedly comforted her, "My daughter, don't cry yet. Lin Feng has been found safe and sound. I'm going to pick you up to find him together."
Hearing the good news from her father, Wang Xinyue stopped crying instantly, burst into laughter, and nodded hurriedly in response. Okay, then I'll wait for you here, you better come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Wang's father did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed to the military hospital in a hurry. About an hour later, Wang's father finally arrived at the agreed location.
After the father and daughter met, they exchanged a few words and then rushed to the military hospital together. When they arrived at the hospital, they saw rows of soldiers standing upright at the door of the ward, like an indestructible line of defense. Seeing this, several people were anxious and tried to get through the crowd to visit Lin Feng in the ward, but they were ruthlessly stopped by the soldiers. Hello, Chief. No one is allowed to enter or leave here at will. Please step back a few steps. A young soldier shouted loudly. Seeing this, Father Wang's face darkened and he said in a serious tone, My dear young comrade, we just want to go and see the injured young man. Can't you even satisfy this request? However, facing Wang's father's request, the young soldier remained unmoved and answered firmly, I'm really sorry, Commander. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. No one can step into this ward without the permission of the superiors. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, an officer walked over quickly. His face was gloomy, as if he was holding back a nameless anger. The man was rescued, but he has been in a coma. When the military commander learned about this, he severely reprimanded me. The officer, who stood straight with a serious expression, glanced sharply at the person in front of him. When his eyes fell on Wang's father, his gaze slightly focused, noting the rank of colonel, which symbolized a high military rank. However, he did not change his indifferent attitude because of this, but said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, Chief, this place is in a special period now, no one can enter. Hearing this, Wang's father's face instantly showed an embarrassed look. Wang Xinyue, who was standing by, was anxious and her eyes were already red. Tears were like a flood that broke through the dam, and she couldn't stop rolling down her beautiful eyes. She cried in a sobbing voice, Lin Feng is my husband, why don't you let me in? The officer was shocked when he heard this, and couldn't help but re-examine the tearful woman in front of him. Could it be that she was really Lin Feng's wife? At this moment, Wang's father quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a number, then handed it to the officer and said, This is the call from the military commander, please answer it. Upon seeing this, the officer nodded and said, Yes, please wait a moment, I will answer the call right away. After answering the phone, he nodded continuously while listening to the instructions coming from the other end. After hanging up the phone, the officer immediately put on a respectful face and said to Wang's father and Wang Xinyue, I'm really sorry for the offense just now. Please go in quickly. Then he stepped aside to make way and motioned for them to pass. Chapter 46 Do you really think that I, Lin Lahu, am old? Lin Feng lay quietly on the snow-white hospital bed, his face as pale as a piece of white paper, bloodless. His originally strong body was now covered with many bruises, these scars were deep or shallow, distributed all over his body, as if telling of the suffering and torture he had suffered. Wang Xinyue, who was standing beside the bed and thinking about her lover all the time, had already burst into tears. She held Lin Feng's slightly cold hand tightly, sobbing softly in a trembling and weak voice, Lin Feng, wake up quickly, if you keep sleeping like this, what should I do? Our baby can't live without a dad, woo. Tears kept sliding down her pretty cheeks, dripping onto the white bed sheets, staining them with sad tears. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, felt a pang of pain when she saw Wang Xinyue's heartbroken look. She gently stretched out her hand, placed it on Wang Xinyue's trembling shoulder, and comforted her softly, Xinyue, don't worry too much. I have just asked the doctor, and the doctor said that Lin Feng's vital signs are still stable and he should be able to wake up soon. It's just that he suffered some internal and external injuries, and he needs to rest for a while before he can fully recover. After hearing the news, Wang Xinyue stopped crying a little, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. At this moment, Father Wang, who had been silent and gloomy, suddenly asked, Who was so cruel? What is going on? Before he finished speaking, he quickly took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and then shouted at the other end of the phone, Old Wang, you are Mayor Wang. Lin Feng is still unconscious, what happened? Mayor Wang on the other end of the phone was obviously caught off guard by this sudden questioning, and he responded with embarrassment, I'm so sorry, brother. I was indeed negligent in this matter, and I called a little late. But don't worry, I will send someone to investigate immediately. No matter who did it, those who should be dismissed will be dismissed, and those who should be investigated will not be tolerated. After hearing what Mayor Wang said, Wang Weiguo's expression eased a little. But he still said in a serious tone, That's good. I hope you can deal with this matter as soon as possible and give Lin Feng a satisfactory explanation. Then he hung up the phone.
At this time, a tender female voice came into everyone's ears. Grandpa, look, brother Xiaofeng was beaten so badly that he even fainted. It turned out that Xiaoli from Xiaofeng's second uncle's family saw the news on the internet. Xiaoli from the second uncle's family came running over in a panic. When Grandpa Lin Feng saw the message on his phone that his grandson was injured, he snorted coldly and threw his crutch heavily. When Mother Lin heard the news, she was stunned, and tears rushed down her eyes like a flood. She walked quickly to Grandpa Lin Feng with a nervous look on her face, and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you okay, Xiaofeng?" Her concern was beyond words. Grandpa Lin Feng's face seemed relatively calm, but his slightly furrowed brows and clenched fists showed his inner uneasiness. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's okay. He has been sent to the military hospital. But let's call him later to ask about the details." After that, he took out his cell phone and started dialing. After a few beeps, the call was finally connected. A dignified yet slightly tired voice came from the receiver. "I'm Lin Zhongtian." Grandpa Lin Feng tried to keep his emotions stable and said, "Did Xiao Feng look for you?" However, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, a low voice came from the other end. "Brother, Xiao Feng did look for me, and I have already sent someone to solve his problem." Hearing this, Grandpa Lin Feng could no longer suppress his anger. He snorted coldly and asked loudly, "Solved? Don't you see that Lin Feng is seriously injured and hospitalized? Is this what you call a solution? Now that you are in a high position, you can ignore your family, right? Don't forget, Xiao Feng is my grandson." At the end, Grandpa Lin Feng's voice even trembled with anger. Then, Grandpa Lin Feng's body seemed to have lost its support all of a sudden, and he collapsed like a deflated ball. His originally straight back was slightly bent at this moment, and then he sighed heavily. This sigh was full of endless helplessness and vicissitudes, which made people feel pity. At the same time, Grandpa Lin Feng's tone was no longer as tough and excited as before, but became much gentler. Forget it, forget it. Thinking about what happened in the past, I have already let it go. Besides, even your sister-in-law chose to forgive your mistakes before she died. But from today on, it's better not to have any contact between us." After hearing what Grandpa Lin Feng said, the man on the other end of the phone was obviously deeply moved. His voice began to tremble, and he said with full of regret and self-blame, "Brother, I am so sorry for you. Not only that, I am even more ashamed of your sister-in-law. This time Xiao Feng encountered trouble, and it was indeed because I did not handle it properly in time, which led to him lying in the hospital unconscious now. All of this is my fault. I am so sorry." After hearing these words, Grandpa Lin Feng sighed again, waved his hand and said, "Okay, there is no point in saying more, let's just leave it at that. Second brother." Before he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Zhongtian was holding the receiver of the phone in his hand, which was busy, for a long time. He had been suppressing his anger over the years, but at this moment, all his emotions finally erupted like a volcano and could no longer be suppressed. He clenched his fist tightly, and because he was too strong, the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. Then, Lin Zhongtian suddenly raised his head and shouted towards the door, "Where are the people? Come here." This sudden roar was like thunder, exploding throughout the room. After a while, a young man ran in hurriedly with a panicked look on his face. Before he could even stand firmly on his feet, he stammered, Chief, what happened? Did something happen?" Lin Zhongtian stared at the young man in front of him with an extremely cold look, and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you to handle this matter before? Why is he still lying unconscious in the hospital? How did you do it?" After hearing this, the young man's forehead was covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat, which flowed down his cheeks. His face was as pale as paper, and he said in a trembling voice, "That. Commander, this is really the fastest way we can think of. I contacted Commander Shen of the Field Army as soon as possible, but in the end it was still a step too late." Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian snorted coldly, and his eyes shot at the young man like a knife. His voice was cold and stern. "From the garrison to the city, it takes no more than half an hour to drive there. Why did it take you 2 full hours to get there? What exactly happened here? Explain it to me clearly." Facing Lin Zhongtian's questioning, the man's expression became extremely complicated. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Commander, you should ask Commander Shen in person for the specific situation." Lin Zhongtian frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the phone on the table and quickly dialed the number. Not long after, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I'm Lin Zhongtian." Lin Zhongtian's tone was still cold.
The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone stood up suddenly from his seat as if he had been electrocuted when he heard the name, his voice trembling with excitement. "Hello, Chief."
Lin Zhongtian asked bluntly. "General Shun? What happened to Lin Feng? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you must ensure his safety? Now such a mistake has happened, you have to explain it to me." Shen Pingyuan's face was filled with guilt. He sighed and said, "Commander, this is all my fault. It was indeed because I was too slow to act and failed to get to the scene in time to protect Lin Feng. Please punish me." Lin Zhongtian was silent for a moment, then sneered and said, "Okay, Xiao Xin, I won't blame you this time. But you must tell me honestly, who is it?" Shen Pingyuan was silent for a long time, and finally said slowly, "It's Vice Chairman Yang. He refused to let me mobilize the troops on the grounds that there was no order from the military commission." When he said this, his face turned gloomy. "But the situation is urgent. I really can't wait for the official order from my superiors, so I forcibly dispatched personnel to carry out the mission." Shen Pingyuan's voice rose slightly, with a hint of anger and helplessness. However, this impulsive decision brought him serious consequences. He has now been suspended from his position. Hearing this news, Lin Zhongtian on the side couldn't help but sneer. "Humph, great. These guys actually think that I, the Lin Tiger, am old and toothless, and even they dare to provoke me and pull out my teeth? This is ridiculous." His eyes flashed with anger, as if he wanted to burn everything in front of him. "In that case, let's fight them to the death." Lin Zhongtian slammed the table, stood up and said loudly. Then, he gave the order without hesitation, "Prepare the car," and set off to the East China Sea immediately. The young man standing next to him was immediately horrified and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Chief, please think twice. I must make thorough arrangements in advance to ensure your safety. After all, your safety is of utmost importance." However, Lin Zhongtian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No need. Think about it, I survived the hail of bullets on the 38th parallel and was able to return to the motherland alive. What is this little danger?" After that, he strode towards the door. Chapter 47. Why don't you both marry me? In the quiet ward, Wang Xinyue held Lin Feng's hand tightly, tears flowing down like a flood. She cried with tears in her eyes, and shouted with a choked voice, "Lin Feng, why are you still not awake? Please wake up and stop scaring me. As long as you wake up, I will agree to whatever you want to do. Even if you want to marry Yuxuan as well, I am willing." After saying these words, Wang Xinyue burst into tears. Father Wang, who was standing nearby, looked at his daughter's loss of composure and a frown immediately appeared on his face. He shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "What nonsense is this child talking about? Forget it, I'd better go out first, so as not to get in the way here." So, Father Wang turned around and left the ward silently. At this time, Zhang Yuxuan, who had been sitting on the other side of the bed, blushed when she heard Wang Xinyue's words, and said coquettishly, "Oh, Xinyue, don't say such things, who wants to marry him?" However, despite what she said, her slightly flushed cheeks and twinkling eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Just when everyone was feeling different emotions, suddenly a crisp dripping sound came from Lin Feng's mind. Then, a mechanical voice sounded, "Damage to the host's body has been detected. The host is being provided with body repair fluid. The body is being repaired, 30%, 50%, 80%. As the progress bar continued to advance. Finally, when the progress bar reached 100%, the mechanical voice sounded again, "Repair completed." Almost at the same time, Lin Feng, who was originally unconscious, slowly opened his eyes in his mind. Seeing this, the system muttered unhappily, "Well, stop pretending. I've already fully restored it for you, and you're still lying there." Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed awkwardly, scratched his head sheepishly and said, Don't I really enjoy the feeling of being cared for and taken care of by you?" The system let out a creepy sneer, "Humph, didn't I grant you the combat proficiency skill? How come you don't even dare to beat up a small policeman? Look at how you look like a coward, and you were beaten so badly." Lin Feng's face was full of black lines, and he secretly cursed this unreliable system in his heart. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "You said it lightly. Even if I move faster, what can I do? He has a gun in his hand. If he gets shot in the head, it will be the end of me." The system didn't take it seriously and continued with a smile, "What are you afraid of? We still have this system here. I can assure you that I will never let you die easily." Lin Feng's mouth twitched fiercely for a few times, and he responded unhappily, "Forget it. When I was beaten so badly just now, I didn't see you come out to help me. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, I have to open my eyes now."
After saying this, Lin Feng slowly opened his heavy eyelids.
Due to his extremely weak body, his voice became thin as a thread. Is it raining? Why is there water everywhere?
At this moment, Wang Xinyue, who had been anxiously guarding the bedside, was so excited to see Lin Feng finally wake up that her tears burst out like a flood. She tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand and cried out in tears, "Lin Feng, you finally woke up.
That's great. Woo woo woo."
Lin Feng endured the pain in his body, patted Wang Xinyue's shoulder gently, and comforted her softly. "Okay, baby, don't cry.
Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Moreover, when I was unconscious, I seemed to hear you say that if I could wake up, I could do whatever I wanted, hee hee."
At this point, Lin Feng deliberately showed a smirk.
Then, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yuxuan with a wicked smile and said, "Didn't you say you would give Yuxuan to me too? Will you two marry me together?" Wang Xinyue's cheeks instantly flushed like the sunset.
She opened her red lips and scolded coquettishly, "Humph, you guys only know how to do bad things all day long, and you don't learn any good things." After saying that, she stomped her feet. Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing by, was even more shy, like a flower about to bloom. She gently pushed Wang Xinyue and said with a pouty mouth, "Hey, Xinyue, don't talk nonsense.
He has a nice idea, he wants to marry me? Let's see if he can withstand my fist first."
As she said this, she waved her pink little fist as if in protest. At this moment, the door that was originally tightly closed was slowly pushed open, and a tall and majestic figure walked in. It turned out to be Father Wang. With a hint of surprise on his face, he quickly scanned the people in the room and stopped at Lin Feng, who had just woken up on the bed.
Xiao Feng finally woke up. How do you feel? Are you still feeling unwell? Father Wang asked with concern.
Lin Feng tried hard to prop himself up, leaned against the head of the bed, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I'm fine now. I will be fully recovered as long as I rest well for a few more days." Just as everyone was talking, there was suddenly a loud noise coming from outside the door, followed by the sound of uniformed footsteps and loud salutes. Everyone turned their eyes to the door, and saw dozens of uniformed, heroic National Security Agency staff members escorting an imposing old man in. This old man was Lin Zhongtian. His deep and sharp eyes scanned the surroundings like an eagle, and his whole body exuded an awe-inspiring aura. A young officer following behind Lin Zhongtian stepped forward quickly, saluted with a standard military salute, and reported excitedly, "Commander, we found Lin Feng. He is in this ward 101, and he is awake now." Upon hearing the news, Lin Zhongtian's face immediately showed a look of joy. He nodded slightly, and then said impatiently, "Quick, take me over to see this child."
"Commander, please come this way."
The officer respectfully made a guiding gesture and led Lin Zhongtian towards the bed where Lin Feng was. When Lin Zhongtian finally came to the bedside, he stared at Lin Feng's slightly pale face, and his heart couldn't help but tremble violently, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "This child looks so much like my eldest brother back then." At the same time, Lin Feng had been staring at the old but still tall figure standing at the door. For some reason, a sense of intimacy surged in his heart, as if the person in front of him was his long-lost relative.
Chapter 48 What to do?
Lin Zhongtian walked in with steady and powerful steps, followed by a dozen burly and serious security guards. They lined up in 2 rows, like an indestructible human wall. Lin Zhongtian smiled, his eyes revealing his concern for Lin Feng.
He looked at Lin Feng lovingly and said, "Xiao Feng, are you okay now?"
Lin Feng scratched his head nervously and asked cautiously, Are you the second grandfather?" At this moment, his heart was full of doubts and uncertainties.
Is this old man in front of me, with a strong aura and surrounded by many bodyguards, really the amiable second grandfather on the phone?
Just as Lin Feng was secretly speculating, Lin Zhongtian smiled and nodded, and replied in a gentle voice, "Child, isn't it the second grandfather?
It's all second grandpa's fault this time.
He sent people too late and failed to take good care of you, which is why you got injured. Your grandfather scolded me severely for this matter." Hearing this, Lin Feng hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not too late, second grandpa, it's just a minor skin injury, it's nothing serious." However, Xinyue, who was standing aside, couldn't help but interrupt and said, "He's already unconscious, how can it be said to be a superficial injury?"
Humph.
As she spoke, she frowned slightly, her face full of worry about Lin Feng's injury. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help scratching his head again in embarrassment, then smiled and introduced, "Hey, second grandpa, this beautiful girl is my fiancée, Wang Xinyue. The one next to her is her childhood best friend Zhang Yuxuan, and this one is Xinyue's father, Uncle Wang Weigua." Wang Xinyue blushed when she heard Lin Feng's straightforward introduction, but she still bowed slightly politely and said in a tender voice, "Hello, second grandpa." Lin Zhongtian nodded with satisfaction. The smile on his face became more kind, and he responded softly, "Good child, and granddaughter-in-law is also good." Then, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yuxuan and nodded in a friendly manner.
Finally, Lin Zhongtian's eyes fell on Wang Weigua.
He slowly stretched out his right hand and said solemnly, "I am Lin Zhongtian." Wang Weigua's face flushed and he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He quickly stretched out his hands and tightly grasped the leader's broad and warm palms. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Hello, Chief. It's such an honor to meet you in person. I have never seen you in person before, I have only been able to experience your majesty and charm through the TV screen." Lin Zhongtian smiled and responded amiably, Comrade Weigua, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary old man." But then again, Comrade Weigua is also quite good. Not only is he excellent at his work, but his daughter is also so beautiful and graceful. At this moment, Xian Xinyue, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly frowned and let out a soft cry.
Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xinyue?"
Wang Xinyue's face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She moaned in a weak voice and said, My stomach hurts so much." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Yuxuan beside her suddenly screamed in fear, "Oh my god! It's bleeding!" Hearing this, Lin Feng jumped up from his seat as if he had been electrocuted, and shouted anxiously, "Quick! Go call the doctor!"
Wang Xinyue's face was distorted with pain.
She held Lin Feng's hand tightly, her body trembling constantly, and begged, "Lin Feng, please don't let our two babies get into trouble." Seeing this, the smile on Lin Zhongtian's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn and worried look.
His eyes widened and he asked, "Two babies?" Then, he gave the order without hesitation, "Quick, quick, quick! Call the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital over here immediately." Several security personnel did not dare to delay, and they rushed towards the medical office like an arrow from a bow. In the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department, several experienced and skilled obstetricians and gynecologists were busy working. At this moment, an anxious security guard suddenly rushed into the room, panting and shouting anxiously, "Hurry! The pregnant woman is bleeding, the situation is critical, go and have a look." However, the obstetrics and gynecology director, who was concentrating on her work, simply glanced at the security guard and responded indifferently, "This is a hospital, please queue up an order. Don't you see that there are so many patients waiting?" Hearing this, the security guard's face became more serious. He raised his voice and said sternly, "This is an emergency order from the leader. It must be handled immediately." The obstetrician sneered and asked, "Which chief?" "Let me tell you, I am a military doctor at the rank of Major General." Faced with the obstetrician's tough attitude, the security guard seemed a little helpless, but he quickly took out his ID to show his identity and said solemnly, "I am the Central Internal Security." The obstetrician was surprised to hear this and muttered to himself, "Central Internal Health? Even so, we still have to wait in line according to the rules here." At this moment, Lin Zhongtian, who had been waiting anxiously outside, looked uglier. He clenched his fists tightly, staring at Wang Xinyue, whose face was twisted in pain while lying on the bed. He asked anxiously, "What happened?" Several minutes have passed. After that, he hurried into the obstetrics and gynecology department and saw the security guards and obstetricians who were still in a stalemate. Lin Zhongtian frowned even more and asked the security guards coldly, "What happened? Why haven't you rushed to treat the pregnant woman yet?" When the security guard saw Lin Zhongtian, a look of embarrassment and difficulty appeared on his face, and he quickly told him the whole story. After hearing the explanation, Lin Zhongtian flew into a rage. He widened his eyes and shouted, "So what if you are a major general? As doctors, your duty is to save lives. The pregnant woman is bleeding now, and every second counts. There is no room for delay or waiting." Hearing Lin Zhongtian's angry rebuke, the obstetrics and gynecology director, who had just been tough, was stunned when she saw Lin Zhongtian. She stood up from her seat suddenly, looked at the majestic man in front of her with astonishment, and stammered, "Hello, chief." Lin Zhongtian's face was filled with anger, and he shouted loudly, "What are you still standing there for? Chief, hurry up and go to the ward on the 3rd floor." His voice exploded in the air like thunder, making people's hearts tremble. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and a doctor in a white coat ran over in a hurry. This doctor was the director of obstetrics and gynecology of the hospital. She saw Wang Xinyue lying on the bed with bleeding in her lower body,
and her face immediately became very solemn.
Quick! Push the patient into the operating room immediately. The director of obstetrics and gynecology gave the order without hesitation. The nurses acted quickly and rushed to the operating room with Wang Xinyue's bed. Wang Xinyue endured the severe pain in her body and said in a trembling voice, "Doctor, please save my baby." Her pale face was full of pleading, which made people feel pity. Lin Feng, who was standing by, felt a pain in his heart when he saw Wang Xinyue in such pain. He gently held Wang Xinyue's hand and comforted her softly. "Xinyue, don't be afraid, everything will be fine, don't worry too much." However, his eyes were full of anxiety and self-blame. Father Wang, who was standing on the other side, also had a tense expression on his face, his hands clenched into fists. He said to the doctor in a pleading tone, "Doctor, please help me. Please do your best to save my daughter and grandson." Lin Zhongtian had a gloomy face and said in a low but firm voice, "No matter what, we must save the adults and children. This is a death order. If anything goes wrong, none of you can afford it." After that, he glared at the medical staff around him. Afterwards, everyone anxiously waited outside the operating room. Lin Feng kept pacing back and forth in the corridor, looking extremely annoyed. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xinyue wouldn't have been so tired. It's all my fault." At this time, Lin Zhongtian's face was also ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, and the joints turned slightly white due to excessive force. He stared at the closed door of the operating room fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Old Yang, if anything happens to them, I will never let you go. We will fight to the death." The whole corridor was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere, as if even the air was frozen. 2 hours later, the doctor finally came out. Lin Feng asked nervously, "What's wrong, doctor? Are the adults and children okay?" Obstetrician and gynecologist, I breathed a sigh of relief. "Both the adult and the child are fine, the twins are doing well in their mother's belly, you need to pay more attention to rest and not be too tired or anxious." Chapter 49. This water tastes so good. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly as if pounding garlic and said, yes, I will never let her worry like this again." His face was full of guilt, and he secretly vowed in his heart to take good care of them. The obstetrician and gynecologist smiled and nodded, then turned to Lin Zhongtian respectfully and said, "Chief, I am very fortunate to have fulfilled my mission this time. Both the adult and the child are safe." After saying that, she bowed slightly to show her responsibility for the results of her work. Hearing this good news, Lin Zhongtian's tense expression finally eased a little, but he still maintained his dignity and seriousness, and solemnly reminded, "As a doctor, no matter what situation you are facing, you must distinguish the urgency of the situation, and your attitude must be correct and rigorous. The slightest negligence may lead to a disaster." The obstetrician and gynecologist quickly nodded again and promised to seriously reflect on it and make corrections. Seeing that there was nothing else important, the obstetrician said goodbye to Lin Zhongtian and said, "Chief, if you have no other instructions, I will get busy first." Lin Zhongtian waved his hand casually, indicating that he could leave. At this moment, the phone in Lin Feng's pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother calling. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, his mother's anxious and concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Feng, are you okay now?" Lin Feng looked a little exhausted, and he responded weakly, "Well, Mom, I'm much better now." Xinyue was just pushed out of the operating room. Fortunately, the baby and Xinyue are safe and sound. Mother Lin's tone suddenly became tense, and she asked hurriedly, "What's going on, Xiaofeng? Why did Xinyue go into the operating room?" Lin Feng replied with a guilty conscience, "It's all my fault, Mom. It was because I failed to take good care of Xinyue, causing her to worry and work too hard, that this unexpected situation occurred." At this point, Lin Feng's voice choked up a little. Lin Feng held the phone tightly in his hand, and his grandfather's familiar and steady voice came from the receiver. His grandfather's tone was gentle, but it contained firmness and comfort. "Xiao Feng, don't blame yourself, you can only blame those who confuse right and wrong and help the evil." When Lin Feng heard his grandfather's words, his heart warmed up and his eyes became moist. He nodded heavily and responded, "Grandpa, you are right." Then, Grandpa continued, "Don't worry, child. Your mother and I are on the way and will be with you soon. No matter what happens, everything will be fine." Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this time, his second grandfather Lin Zhongtian looked at Lin Feng with concern in his eyes. Lin Feng turned to look at second grandpa, then handed him the phone and said, "Second grandpa, Grandpa is looking for you." Lin Zhongtian took the phone and said softly into the receiver, "Brother." On the other end of the phone, the grandfather known as Lin Zhongzi was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, "Zhongtian, are Xiaofeng and Xin Yue all okay?"
Lin Zhongtian quickly replied, "Brother, Xiaofeng and Xin Yue are both safe and sound, please rest assured." Lin Zhongzi seemed relieved after hearing this, but then he asked again, "Zhongtian, have you found out the truth about this matter?" Lin Zhongtian frowned slightly, his face turned gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said, "Old man Yang has been restless recently. He is unwilling to settle for the status quo and wants to fight for that key position. He actually used me as a breakthrough point. He was really unscrupulous and ended up involving Xiaofeng." After listening to this, Lin Zhongzi sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Alas, Zhongtian, the reason why I didn't want to return to Zhongtian back then was because I was tired of this endless fighting. But who would have thought that even today, I still can't get rid of the troubles brought about by these disputes." Lin Zhongtian snorted coldly, "I will make him pay the price." Wang Xinyue closed her eyes and lay quietly on the hospital bed. The nurse slowly pushed her out of the operating room. Her originally tender face was now completely bloodless and pale as a piece of white paper, which made people feel pity. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who was standing by anxiously waiting, felt heartbroken and his feelings of pity were beyond words. He secretly swore that he would never let his beloved suffer such pain again in this life. Not long after, Wang Xinyue seemed to feel the concerned gazes around her and gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a little blurry, but she tried to focus on Lin Feng. She opened her lips slightly and asked in a very weak voice, "Lin Feng, baby, are you okay?" Lin Feng nodded quickly, leaned over, gently stroked her forehead, and comforted her softly, "Xinyue, don't worry, the baby is fine with you, don't worry too much. Don't think about anything now, just have a good rest." At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the mysterious system he had. So, he called out anxiously in his heart, System, come out quickly. Is there any medicine that can help Xinyue recover quickly?" After a while, the system's slightly complaining voice came to my mind, "Hey, why didn't you call me earlier? If you had called me out earlier, I wouldn't even have to go into the operating room." After hearing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a black line, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, take it out quickly. I don't want to see Xinyue suffer anymore." The system seemed to sense Lin Feng's dissatisfaction and quickly responded, Okay, I'll give it to you right away. The medicine has been distributed and added to the boiled water you prepared." After receiving the system's reply, Lin Feng immediately picked up the water cup, carefully helped Wang Xinyue up, and said softly, "Xinyue, come, drink some water." Wang Xinyue raised her head slightly and obediently drank a small sip of water. A magical thing happened. With just such a small sip, her face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the fatigue and weakness brought by the operation just now disappeared instantly. Wang Xinyue blinked, showing a surprised expression, and murmured to herself, "This water tastes so good.